or the decision to begin to initiate the ASEAN community. But all those times we have been driven by, very anticipatory, over the horizon perspective. And the South China Sea management of the South China Sea is another example. So I hope, for the present, ASEAN member states and leaders should not see issues as being glass half empty, but rather glass half full. And look at the problems and make sure that ASEAN is relevant to all these problems. The ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific, for instance, in the first half of the document provides a very precise and very thoughtful definition of the nature of the problem. And then we have a number of cooperative areas. But the cooperative areas, I feel, must be in line or addresses the problems. Otherwise, it will be a solution looking for a problem, which may not be there. And to me, the most fundamental problem at the moment is one of trust deficit, the potential for miscalculation, and ASEAN must provide a response to that. And if you look at the past, ASEAN has always proved others wrong. We have always proved our resilience, our capacity to renew ourselves, to reinvent ourselves even, and I'm confident, thanks to the leadership of countries like Vietnam and others within ASEAN, the thought leadership, ASEAN will once again demonstrate its capacity to contribute to the region's peace and security. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Pak Mati. We have a lot more questions coming in and we just barely warmed up, but unfortunately the time we have for the keynote session has finished. So I'd like to, on behalf of all the Excellencies ambassadors in this room, all the participants in this building and all the attendees online, to express our gratitude for your time today and for sharing your very insightful and sentimental thoughts with us. And I wish you to stay strong and continue to provide the intellectual leadership to ASEAN. Thank you very much.
Very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, all keynote speakers and distinguished guests. Our theme of the conference this year today is looking back to a brighter future. And with session one, we're going to do just that. We are going to looking back at the recent history, the recent development in the South China Sea in the past year. And for these sessions, may I welcome His Excellency Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, the head of the EU delegations to Vietnam, as the moderators. An online audience, please keep in mind that you can participate in the chat box or in the Q&A box, and you can use the raise hand function. But when you make your questions, please address your name and your affiliations. And now, Ambassador, you have the floor. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear President, Dr. Son, I think, dear friends, colleagues. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to start moderating this first session. I think we are all happy to be here. I think in this fantastic place, this new building of the Diplomatic Academy. As you know, the first session, I think, touches upon a very, very relevant issue. And actually, we saw already with the keynote session how the global landscape has been shifting, is changing in the recent time. And as you know, also as the European Union, we have been actively working on this, and we released just very recently our own strategy for cooperation in the Pacific, because we saw that the world's center of gravity is moving towards this region. So we thought it was high time to do something more relevant. And we see that the regional order has been challenged in recent time. We are very active here. We are already the top investor as European Union. We are the largest trade partners. And there is a growing, of course, economic interdependence. So we have stakes also in the security, in peace and security in Asia, and we are concerned at escalating tensions in the South China Sea. So our line is trying always to refrain from the threat. All parties should refrain from the threat of use of any form of provocative actions and should exercise self-restraint, and we try to resolve any kind of disputes through peaceful means. And we are very supportive, of course, of international law, in particular UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. We support of the ASEAN-led process, of course, of the Code of Conduct, and we think it's important that they should not prejudice the interests of third parties. So given all of this, as your ambassador here, I'm very happy to be listening today to a stellar panel that the DAV has managed to put together. We are very supportive of the conferences a number of years. So we have a number of important experts. I'll just make the list. So Mr. Derek Grossman from RAND Corporation, Dr. Vanarith Chiang, President of the Asian Vision Institute, Cambodia, Dr. Ding Duo, Associate Research Fellow of National Institute for South China Sea Studies, Vice Admiral Yoi Koda, and Professor Stefan Nogi. So we have about an hour of presentation, then 30 minutes of Q&A. So please, each of you should keep the remark within the 10-minute limit. So without further ado, I will start with Mr. Derek Grossman, who's Senior Defense Analyst at RAND, and they focused on a range of national security policy and Indo-Pacific security issues. And he's an adjunct professor at the University of Southern California, and many, many more. So please, Mr. Grossman, you can start your first intervention. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. And good morning to everybody there in Hanoi. And thank you to my good friends at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me to speak today. I have very fond memories of past South China Sea conferences, and I'm truly hoping to be in Vietnam for the next one. So what I'd like to discuss today is how we arrived at the current situation in the South China Sea. And I'm going to do this by briefly taking us back a decade and highlighting several key incidents that I believe have fostered an environment of growing distrust and anxiety. For context, as I'm sure we're all aware, China in 2009 officially declared its so-called 9-dash line based on historical territorial rights to the region. This claim consumes approximately 90% of the sea and features within it, and stands in stark contrast to international law and norms of behavior embodied in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS. Unfortunately, China's growing military power has manifested itself in increasingly assertive tactics against maritime counterclaimants, including Brunei, Malaysia, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Vietnam. While not an official counterclaimant, Indonesia too has experienced greater pressure in the Natuna Sea at the southernmost dash of the 9-dash line. China's artificial island construction and militarization of several features over the years has provided Beijing with new strategically relevant military bases. These bases are key nodes that, among other missions, enable constant patrols of disputed waters by China's Navy, Coast Guard, and fishing militia. But in truth, even before China had completed its island building and militarization of key features in the South China Sea, Beijing was already engaged in gray zone operations against counterclaimants. The one that I hear about most often, still to this day, in fact, from Asian interlocutors, and I think my American colleagues would agree, is Scarborough Shoal. In 2012, China leveraged its Coast Guard and fishing militia to essentially push Philippine fishermen out of Scarborough Shoal, and now Beijing de facto controls that feature. This peaceful annexation of a disputed feature has not sat well with the Philippines, nor with the region. And it's actually part of, in the Philippines, Rodrigo Duterte's anti-American narrative for why America can't be trusted. The episode is rightly called U.S. security commitments with allies into question because U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty was not triggered by China's actions. Another incident in 2014, which this one hits much closer to home for the purposes of this conference, happened in May of that year. China deployed the Haiyang Shiryo 981 oil rig within Vietnam's exclusive economic zone near the disputed Paracel Islands. After a months-long standoff, China only backed down after regional and international condemnation. More recently, in late 2019, China and Vietnam squared off again at Vanguard Bank in the Spratly Islands, where Vietnam was conducting energy resource extraction with international partners. To its credit, Vietnam stood its ground, or sea as it were, until the operation was completed, even though China harassed the operation throughout, aided by new military outposts on artificial islands. Throughout 2019 and into 2020, China also decided to encircle an inhabited island under de facto Philippine administration, known as D2 or Pag-asa, with hundreds of fishing boats and Coast Guard vessels. Encroachment is still intermittent there. Then in January of this year, China publicized a new Coast Guard law that allowed Chinese Coast Guard assets to fire upon those in breach of Chinese law in its sovereign waters, or quote unquote sovereign waters. And we'll all easily remember that in March of this year, Chinese fishing boats moored at the disputed Whitsome Reef that's in dispute with the Philippines. Beijing claimed they did so because of an incoming storm, but there was no such storm. I believe some of the boats are still there today. So most recently, China has continued its harassment of Malaysian energy drilling efforts in the South Laconia Shoals. It's also now bothering Indonesian energy drilling efforts in the Natuna Sea. And let's not forget that China-Indonesia relations reached a low point in late 2019, early 2020, when Chinese fishing boats and Coast Guard encroachments into Jakarta's EEZ resulted in Indonesia deploying ships and flying F-16s overhead to shoo them away. So all of this is to say that China's growing assertiveness in the South China Sea has been an extremely troubling trend as it threatens the maintenance of peace and stability in the region. Perhaps the good news, and I know we're trying to look for some good news in this conference, is that maritime counterclaimants have reacted quite responsibly. Vietnam, for example, has consistently and calmly emphasized UNCLOS in its dealings with China. The Philippines does as well. And within the last 18 months, even the anti-American and pro-Chinese Philippine President Duterte finally recognized the 2016 arbitration ruling in Manila's favor. Malaysia has sent numerous notes verbal through the United Nations to diplomatically protest Chinese claims. And it'll be important to see if these policies pay off. At least publicly, China in the last few days has signaled that it is finally ready to conclude a legally binding code of conduct. And the negotiations, as we all know, have been dragging on for 25 years. Beijing plans to resume the code of conduct negotiations next month, allegedly to commemorate the 30th anniversary of China's addition as an ASEAN dialogue partner. I, for one, am not particularly optimistic since both sides seem to remain far apart. According to one media report from late 2018, the single draft negotiating text for the COC does not cover China's further militarization of features in artificial island building, nor the potential declaration of a South China Sea air defense identification zone, among other things. And of course, we have Cambodia serving as the chair of ASEAN next year. The last time this happened in 2012, Cambodia tried to shelve the South China Sea issue on behalf of its Chinese patron. ASEAN in 2022 certainly won't be easy when it comes to the South China Sea. Finally, I want to briefly cover the US position on the South China Sea. Although the Senate never ratified UNCLOS, the US operates in the spirit of the international treaty. This position has facilitated close security cooperation and trust between the US and maritime counterclaimants opposed to China's historical territorial rights interpretation of the South China Sea. Washington has routinely sent warships through the region to demonstrate that the South China Sea is international water. The US has also conducted joint exercises with allies and partners to improve coordination in the event of a contingency. Washington has further provided military assistance to allies and partners in the form of maritime domain awareness capabilities, as well as Coast Guard assets. The US has also clarified its position on the South China Sea. In July 2020, to commemorate the 4-year anniversary of the Philippines arbitration victory, then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo shifted South China Sea policy from not taking a position on sea disputes to stating that the integrity and lawfulness of maritime counterclaimants EEZs must be respected. The Biden administration this year has reiterated that shift. Notably, however, the US still does not take a position on territorial features within the South China Sea. The US is also working in close concert with countries outside of the region, most notably Australia, India, and Japan, and together with the US, they make up the Quad. They emphasize the importance of maintaining a rules-based international order. In conclusion, trends in the South China Sea in general aren't good. China's military power is on the rise, and its growing diplomatic and economic clout bolster its confidence to get what it wants in this disputed region. The US is also responding to China by ramping up its own military activities in the region. And maritime counterclaimants are increasingly caught in the middle. Going forward, it will be important to see whether the US, in concert with willing allies and partners, can get China to dial back its assertiveness in the South China Sea. That is certainly the intent of the Biden administration, but thus far, China's bad behavior continues unabated. The recent Biden-Xi virtual summit did little to inspire hope that Beijing is changing its approach. What I think is needed is more than defense and military cooperation throughout the region, though this is certainly an essential ingredient. What is additionally needed is a deepening of political and economic cooperation to make maritime counterclaimants less susceptible to Chinese coercive activity and more trusting of America's staying power in and security commitments to the region. Without those critical components, maritime counterclaimants are likely to become more dependent on China and less able or willing to push back in the future. So thank you for listening. I look forward to your thoughts and your questions and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much also for keeping the time. And I think, well, you mentioned some good news, not too many, to be honest. Most of them were not so good. And particularly, you said the trends are not good, and you said ASEAN risks to be caught in the middle. Now we'll listen to Dr. Chang Banarit, President of the Asian Vision Institute, Director of Asia Pacific Secretary Think Tank 2022, and founder and chairman of Angus Social Innovation Park. And he will talk about exactly the role of ASEAN, I think, in a world which is more vulnerable and uncertain and complex. Please, Dr. Chang, you have the floor.
Very good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, allow me to express my sincere gratitude to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, which I graduated from the school back in 2002. So, xin chào. I'm honored and pleasure to be part of this very high-level, dynamic annual dialogue on the South China Sea. It's very hard for me to speak between the panelists from the US and China. So I try how to maintain my neutral positions here, balanced view on the South China Sea. First, I would like to set the stage of the nature and the landscape of the South China Sea that we are talking about. I applied the concept of VUCA world, which was coined right after the end of the Cold War and have been practiced, implemented across the business sector. Not so much anymore in international relations, the VUCA world. We have four letters here. V refers to volatility, which means the nature and dynamics of change that are unexpected and unstable. And look at the South China Sea situation. I think it is very volatile, right? Very unstable and unexpected. It depends on the behavior of the major power in particular. U refers to uncertainty. So I don't know how we can predict the geopolitics of the Asia Pacific and the South China Sea. So I think it's hard to predict, right? And I think we should expect for surprises in the future. So that is uncertainty. C stands for complexity. So we have to understand the complex multiplex of forces, multiplex of factors, and multiplex of vectors, right? So this confounding of issues really make the South China Sea far from solutions. So it's gonna be a long-term issue, and we need to learn to live with it, and meanwhile try to find solution. Perhaps solution is very important, I mean very far from now, but at least to prevent war or conflicts by accidents. The last word here in the VUCA world is ubiquity. This is very kind of an ambiguous situation, because we have seen many misread, misperception and miscalculations, and this trend will continue in the future. And there's no clear kind of causal relationship. The cause and effect relationship are quite ambiguous in this regard. So this is the nature of the South China Sea, the VUCA world. So how we can navigate through this VUCA world in the South China Sea, I don't think it's easy. It's gonna be complex and difficult, but again, we try to be optimistic how we can find solutions. So look at the effects, the causes of tensions. A previous speaker mentioned about the US-China structural competition, especially by Kevin Rudd, that this is one of the key kind of the key root cause of regional tensions and future conflicts. So how can the US and China work together in order to maintain stability in the region is very crucial. And of course, as Pak Mati Netalakawa mentioned earlier, that US-China relation and competition, of course, is very kind of significant, but we need to look at other dynamics. So ASEAN and other regional countries in South Asia need to have a more comprehensive kind of strategy and outlook beyond the US-China competition. Well, it is easy to say, but it's hard to implement, frankly, because reality on the ground is very complex. Second point of the causes of tension, I think this previous speaker mentioned about the militarization of in the area. Either it is a mobile or immobile military facility or assets. That is another root cause of tensions and conflict in the regions. I think the third root cause is much more difficult to handle. Is the domestic politics and nationalism, and we can see the rise of this kind of nationalism across the region. So this is this trend, domestic politics, constrain the flexibility of foreign policy. In other words, foreign policy have been constrained by domestic politics and nationalism. So that add to the causes of tension. So to summarize, three root causes here: US-China competition, militarizations, and domestic politics and nationalism. So what are the effects of these causes? Of course, the regional peace and security are under stress and strains, and less space for small and medium-sized countries, less space for ASEAN to maneuver in this context. There's a tendency, a trend of the formation of geopolitical fault lines in the regions. Some regional countries are forced to take sides against their wills and interests. So that is quite dangerous trend. Also, this tension create significant constraint on regional operations to address non-traditional security threats such as marine pollution, informal and illegal and irregular fishing, etc. So this is the effects of tension and instability in the South China Sea. So I would like to conclude with the future of ASEAN roles, as Pak Mati mentioned earlier. I'm a fan, I'm a supporter of ASEAN, but it doesn't mean that we are not critical of ASEAN, right? So look at the ASEAN role. We can put it into three keywords here with regards to the South China Sea. First, ASEAN can be a normative power. ASEAN doesn't have military forces, doesn't have material forces to shape the regional order, but ASEAN has a normative power in order to shape regional order and architecture. So ASEAN is good at norm setting and socializing. That is the critical role of ASEAN that really fundamental to regional peace and stability. So there are some key documents in terms of norms setting and socialization of norms. The declaration of the Code of Conduct almost 19 years ago. And this next year, we mark the 20th anniversary of DOC. So that will be a significant moment for ASEAN and China to celebrate, to commemorate, to reflect on what they have achieved in terms of implementation of the DOC. And what are the loopholes? What are the gaps in implementing the DOC? Another norms is of course the TAC, the Treaty of Amity Incorporation, which is in place in the 1970s. So how to enforce this TAC? Another important norm is the Code of Conduct. And the Code of Conduct perhaps is beyond norm. It becomes a more rule-based, a kind of behavior setting. So it's higher standard than norms, right? So become rules. This is something we expect to see the COC. It must have higher legal standard than the DOC. So I hope that the party to the negotiation of the COC should also stress this principle of rule, international law, and the conflict resolution management based on international law. Because international law is the foundation of peace and stability. And that is our expectation to see the COC, right? And another norms recently developed spearheaded by Indonesia is AOIP, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. So this is a norm set by ASEAN, right? In order to kind of manage geopolitical rivalry and to claim the ASEAN centrality. But as Pak Mati mentioned earlier, ASEAN need to earn centrality. It is not granted, it's not given. And centrality is a matter of necessity. It's not a matter of choice. So that ASEAN need to earn. And how ASEAN can earn centrality? First, ASEAN need to have unity, work together closely, promote mutual understanding, trust, and partnership, and have a common position on certain international issues of common interest and concern. That is where the most important role of ASEAN, normative power, norm setting and socialization of norm.
Thank you, Dr. Van Ariet. I think we are just over 10 minutes. Excellent. I think your thought is very clear. Thank you for your useful intervention about the role of ASEAN. Now, as we know, one of the big merits of DAB when organizing this conference is to listen to all parties. So after the American vision, after the ASEAN, Cambodian vision, now we are returned to Chinese view. So Dr. Ding Duo is Associate Research Fellow of the National Institute for South China Sea Studies and Deputy Director, Research Center for Oceans Law and Policy. Dr. Ding obtained a master and PhD in law in Korea, and he had a lot of research on this activity of international law. So without further ado, Dr. Ding, please, 10 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to share my screen. So there seems some problem with my computer. So would you please okay, thank you. And first, good morning, everyone. I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for having me in this meeting. I'm happy to have this great opportunity to share my views on the South China Sea issue in this session. It's great that scholars from many countries could keep talking to each other through internet during this pandemic. but in-person way is quite unique. And I hope that the pandemic can be controlled soon, so we can go back to the days when we sit together and talk. Next slide, please. Since 2020, despite the difficulties caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, China and the ASEAN countries have conducted effective dialogues on drawing up COC and measures to implement functional cooperation under the DOC. It has been widely admitted by the littoral states that the cooperation rather than conflict fulfills the interests of both China and ASEAN. However, there have been disturbing changes in the maritime situation in the South China Sea. For example, the military competition of the South China Sea, mentioned by many participants, which is led by the United States and followed by some extra-regional countries, has intensified. Next slide, please. And in response to China's territorial and maritime claims and activities in the region, the US has been working closely with its alliance and partners to contain and counter China's efforts. And the US also have been enhancing its deterrence surveillance in the area. Both the scale and the frequency of the military activities in the South China Sea conducted by the US have increased. We all know, for example, that the nuclear submarine of the US has hit Ansi Mountain in the South China Sea. But where exactly did it occur? This is important because it might have been within the claimed jurisdiction of one or more South China Sea coastal states. All coastal countries bordering the South China Sea claim 200 nautical miles exclusive economic zones. According to UNCLOS, foreign vessels exercising their rights in a country's EEZ must have due regard for the rights and the duties of the coastal states. China and the South Asia countries rely on fish as primary sources of dietary protein and income generation more heavily than anyone else. About half of the region's population gets more than 20% of its animal protein from fish, and South China Sea fishery could have been endangered if there was any radiation leakage from the vessel. Next, please. Quad and AUKUS is another example. The US-driven anti-China security partnership have raised the likelihood of a US-China clash in the South China Sea. From Beijing's view, the Quad and AUKUS are the US strategic moves to counter what it sees as the China's threat to its hegemony in Asia. Regarding the AUKUS security alliance, some states may be supportive, like Singapore, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Some states are opposed, like Malaysia, and there are those who are concerned, including Indonesia. Others remain silent, such as Brunei and Laos. But in the event of a conflict between China and the US, ASEAN members also will be the losers, directly and indirectly. At some recent international academic conference, some scholars from ASEAN countries expressed their concerns about the military competition between China and the US in the Asia-Pacific region. The emergence of US-led security mechanism in the South China Sea will make the regional situation more complicated. ASEAN countries also need to assess the negative impact of relevant mechanism on the situation in the South China Sea. And how to deal with the geopolitical competition in the South China Sea is an issue that deserves consideration now by all countries in the region. China has many options in dealing with the US, the Quad, the AUKUS, but perhaps the wisest approach is to avoid a military conflict, exercising its tried and true patience. ASEAN often affirms that its aspirations to centrality in regional security affairs, and ASEAN members are trying to avoid choosing between the two powers. While some ASEAN members may be more ideologically aligned with the US and prefer its security protection, they also have long-term economic and geopolitical reasons to develop a cooperative relationship with China. The question is how much respect and understanding the US can show for the wishes of ASEAN countries in its security policy in Southeast Asia. Next, please. Another example is about the regional order construction. The DOC signed in 2002 made arrangement on practical maritime cooperations among the littoral states. And based on the DOC, the COC will offer a solution to building a more effective and stable framework for practical maritime cooperation and crisis management. Now, Beijing and Washington are competing for the leading role in regional governance. The COC negotiation is seen by Washington as Beijing's attempt to exclude the US from framing a regional order. Conversely, Beijing sees Washington as undermining the negotiation process by influencing countries to divide the negotiation parties over issues such as the 2016 South China Sea Arbitration Award. China and ASEAN countries have shown their determination to manage the disputes by having a COC, in particular during the time when it poses challenges to each government in terms of economic and social recovery. For the long-term peace and stability of South China Sea, it is important that the COC is effective in ensuring that relevant parties exercise self-restraint, promote confidence-building measures, implement cooperative activities in the low sensitive areas. At present, with stability that is both relative and fragile, the South China Sea is at a crossroads towards either more stability or turbulence. The more complex the situation, the more regional countries should maintain the momentum of maritime cooperation, since no one will benefit from a volatile South China Sea. On November 14, China's State Councilor and Foreign Minister Wang Yi met with diplomatic envoys of the ASEAN countries in Beijing, noting that next year marks the 20th anniversary of the DOC. He expressed the hope that the two sides will take the opportunity to advance consultations on COC based on the comprehensive and effective implementation of the DOC. Next, please. Half a century has passed since the emergence of the South China Sea issues. History has clearly shown that in situation that where the legal disputes cannot be resolved in a short period, cooperation in the common is a common interest of the regional states. China and the US should avoid conflicts and misjudgments in the South China Sea and improve the military-to-military communication mechanism. For the countries in the region, factional maritime cooperation in low sensitive areas can bring practice and is a feasible way to deal with the current external interference in the South China Sea and the insufficiency of political mutual trust. Potential area for practical cooperation between China and the other parties of the disputes include agriculture, marine environment protection, and marine scientific research. Given that the South China Sea is one of the most important maritime transport routes in the world, maintaining navigation safety is critical to ensure the safety of global supply chains. So it's also feasible for the coastal states to establish a cooperation mechanism for the governance in areas such as navigation safety and the maritime search and rescue. And this is my presentation. I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ding. Exactly 10 minutes. Very, very well done. A very interesting points. Next speaker is Vice Admiral Koda. He's a graduate of Japan Defense Academy and is a retired admiral. He used to be Commander-in-Chief of Self-Defense Fleet in 2008, and then he's a very expert writer on maritime affairs. He will talk about the Japanese view on the South China Sea. Besarmir Koda, you have the floor.
Yep. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Also, thank you very much for DAV and the organization that helps to realize these conferences. And also every year I enjoy these South China Sea conferences. Okay, let me go into the subject. So my title is the South China Sea, Japan's view, but at the same time, the sailor's view. So I have some similar, but a little different, the perspectives on South China Sea. And of course, South China Sea has been a kind of the world attractive issues, especially since the 2015, when the Chinese reclamation attempts on some of the coral atolls in the Spratlys became under the world, the reports. And after that, the much larger pictures, that means the US-China competitions in economy becomes the big picture of the world security. And South China Sea is one element of these US-China confrontations. But this does not mean that South China Sea is a subject of forgotten. Still, the South China Sea is a key element, especially in the security in this region. And also after 2015 or 16 period, there are some new elements. For example, the COVID-19, Quad, AUKUS, we already discussed, or the latest one is the Europeans' involvement. Some European navies started sending their forces or ships to this area to show their intent to maintain the freedom at sea. So these are the new developments after the 2015. So when I take those elements into account, there are several things I can stress. And one condition elements we need to understand is the Chinese still ongoing effort to modernize its navies. China has been building its robust naval forces, including the series of construction of carriers, the very large missile destroyers and large destroyers, very capable frigates, and the larger replenishment tanker at sea, and also submarine forces. And those very modern and robust Chinese naval forces are supported by Chinese other branch of militaries, especially the rocket forces, and some intel and the high-tech support forces that would try to control the new domains like space, cyber, and other areas. So the rapid and jump increase of the Chinese naval capabilities and other military capabilities would be the primary elements when we consider the security in the South China Sea. And in South China Sea, there have been the three major elements. One is the Chinese unilateral and self-righteous claim of the major part of the South China Sea covered or surrounded by so-called 9-dash line. This is already discussed, so I'll skip here. But the second subject is the territorial disputes among the maritime features. Sometimes we used to call some of those maritime features as island. But 2016, the PCA rulings prevent us, I think, from calling those objects not calling islands, but so we'll call them as a maritime features, but coral atolls or reefs, sandbars, and rocks. There are many territorial disputes among the coastal nations and China. And this is the second element. And the third element is the free use of the high sea. And those three major elements are not independent. Those three elements interrelate each other. For example, China says 9-dash line is my water, as if it were the Chinese territorial waters, where Chinese domestic law would be in effect. So this has the direct impact of the free use of the sea or territorial disputes. And territorial disputes say, what's the definition of the territorial sea? There are so many disagreements between the disputing countries. And free use of the sea, high sea, where are the high seas? And what are rules in the EEZs? There are no common agreements. So this really complicates the nation's effort to solve and settle the issues. So for sure, these problems, three major problems in South China Sea remains unsolved, even after next 10 or 1 decade or 2 decades or so. But anyway, we need to pay largest attention. And one other thing is Japan or the US or India is not an outsider of the South China Sea issues, because South China Sea is a sea for not only the coastal nations or China. South China Sea is the sea for all, everybody. As long as there are some areas of high seas. So we are free to use that one. And we have to maintain the rights of the use of the high seas. And US, I'd say for last 200 years, Japan, after its modernization, 150 years, has been operating in South China Sea. This is not a new thing. And UK, for example, hundreds of years ago. So high sea or freedom of sea or high sea should be recognized and maintained, and should be the common principle of the world nations, including the ASEANs or China. And the two other things, one is the COC. This is also discussed, but when the ASEAN nations are trying to formulate COC, there should be two principles that should be taken into account. One is the fundamental thoughts of the COC should be in full compliance of the UNCLOS. Because sailors are very simple brain persons, easygoing persons. So sailors do not want to have many different rules at sea. Today, sailor is able to make their lives only knowing three rules. One is the UNCLOS, second is the rule of the road, and third is the safety. But we do not want any other different rules specific to certain areas. And the second thing is, if the COC is a rule, try to exclude the geo-outsiders like the US or Japan or India. We do not agree with that. Those are the basic two principles should be incorporated into the formulation of the COC. And could you put my slide on? And one last thing is, the geography of the South China Sea. We need to be careful. We tend to see the South China Sea only from the inside, but we also need to have a view from the outside. And when we combine two views together, we see some specific features of the South China Sea. Says, issue of the South China Sea is the choke points. Taiwan and Philippines, there is a Bashi Strait, and south of the Mindanao Strait, those are the strait deep enough, and Lombok Strait. Those are the outer choke points, good for submarine operations. And there are three internal choke points in between Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia, and also the Indonesian archipelago, two choke points. And key thing is, for security or even the commercial passage who controls. Of course, everybody should have the rights to use those choke points freely. But this could be the serious focal point in the future security of the region. So when we discuss the security, especially the security of the South China Sea, or even the security of Indo-Pacific area, who controls the area, especially the choke points. And choke points are not under the control of US or China. ASEAN nations and Taiwan are the nations to control those choke points. So we need to take this fact into account. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Koda. Very much to the point. I really appreciate when we have some maps like this, so we put that spot on the issue. Last but not least, we have Professor Stephen Nogi, who is a senior fellow at Macdonald-Laurier Institute and a senior associate professor at the Department of Politics, International Studies, International Christian University. He is as well a research fellow at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute and a visiting fellow with the Japan Institute for International Affairs. So you will talk about regionalism with Chinese characteristic versus institution rule-based regionalism. Professor Nogi, the floor is yours. 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you very much to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. It's always wonderful to work with the Academy. The professionalism and empirical way of engaging in research is always refreshing. Thank you. It's always a hard, following Admiral Koda is always a difficult task, but today I'd like to address, I guess, this idea of regionalism with Chinese characteristics versus institution rules-based regionalism, and how competition is shaping regionalism and manifesting as friction rather than cooperation, which was the theme of today's panel. And I want to do this by addressing, I guess, three key questions. Is how does China envision the South China Sea and the region in general's evolution to reflect Chinese characteristics? How does that vision reflect Chinese understanding of its national interests? And thirdly, what is the relationship between the US-China strategic competition and China's vision for the region? I've structured my talking points using these, I think, three questions, because I think it's very critical for us to understand how China really envisions the region evolving moving forward. And I think it's quite simple. If we look at the five principles of peaceful coexistence that for decades leaders have talked about in terms from China, they stress that China has a strong preference for bilateral, non-legalistic approaches to dealing with challenges between states. And in particular, when we look at the South China Sea, China has a strong preference for bilateral engagements with its partners, non-legalistic approaches to solving territorial disputes. And this is fundamentally, I think, incompatible with an institutional rules-based regionalism favored by the stakeholders within the region. Former Prime Minister Rudd this morning in his opening speech stressed this in the shift of our Chinese friends away from a more conflictual approach in the South China Sea to focusing on bilateral cooperations with each of the claimants within the South China Sea. And this is intentional. By forming stronger bilateral relations and engaging in joint resource exploitation within the region, it creates challenges in terms of ASEAN moving forward as a coherent institution that can really have consensus on a code of conduct within the region. And this is, I think, really how we can understand regionalism with Chinese characteristics, is this focus on bilateralism, focus on non-legalistic approaches to dealing with challenges within the region. And I think that this creates challenges for dealing with the challenges within this region. As Admiral Koda suggested, the stakeholders within the South China Sea are not just the ASEAN members in China. The stakeholders include any country that is involved in using sea lines of communication for the transport and import of goods, energy resources. That includes Japan, South Korea, Australia, Canada, and many other countries. We all have a stake within the region because what happens in the region affects our economies and affects how we engage in trade and diplomacy within the region. In terms of my second point is, how does this reflect China's understanding of its national interests? Clearly, China understands its national interests to be prioritized through forming strong bilateral relations within the region, ensuring that blocs don't emerge within the region that can act as a balancing mechanism. And here, I think that China has a strong national interest in ensuring that ASEAN does not work, the ASEAN consensus decision-making process does not work on issues that are sensitive to China. And as a result, it continues to practice what I call divisionism or fractionalism on issues that are sensitive to China's security. The last question that I want to address was, what is the relationship between the US-China strategic competition and China's vision for the region? Well, quite simply, China understands the South China Sea to be its backyard, and the United States, and I think like-minded stakeholders within the region, understand the South China Sea to be international waters that are meant to be governed by international law through legalistic approaches to understanding how the region should be governed. And with that, there is a fundamental division or divide between the interests of the United States and the interests of China, and frankly, the interests of other stakeholders within the region, including Southeast Asian countries, as well as extra-regional players. On a positive note, because this conference is very much about sending a positive note, I think that the response to the competition within the region has really brought together a complex and comprehensive approach to try and multilateralize and internationalize the South China Sea challenges in the region. And I call this a layered approach to building institutions within the region. We've seen Japan, Australia, India, the United States, the EU, adopting Indo-Pacific visions or strategies or guidelines, which at the heart of these strategies is focusing on rule of law, transparency, building institutions that will govern how the region manages challenges such as challenges within the South China Sea. In this layering process, what we see is the stakeholders not only choosing a security approach to institutionalizing the region, importantly, they're taking a trade approach, a diplomatic approach, developmental approach. And all of these are meant to strengthen the strategic autonomy of Southeast Asian countries. On the trade front, we see the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the Comprehensive Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership as bringing critical stakeholders within the region. And those stakeholders will be vested in ensuring that the South China Sea is governed by international law and a shared understanding of how to behave within the region. With the various Indo-Pacific strategies, they're also investing in infrastructure connectivity to help build the capacities, the intra-ASEAN integration, so ASEAN can function with more strategic autonomy in terms of choices on how it manages the challenges of the South China Sea. This could include a joint code of conduct of how to engage in the South China Sea, but this is critical. By strengthening Southeast Asia's integration or intra-ASEAN integration, they can function in a much more coherent and again, strategically autonomous manner. Diplomatically, we see growing investment within the region. And as our previous speaker mentioned, there's investment in the Quad and AUKUS. AUKUS as a deterrence mechanism, but AUKUS as a long-term anchoring of the United States, the UK, and Australia into the Indo-Pacific region, which includes the South China Sea. By anchoring the United States within the region, we do have a balancing mechanism to deal with the largest of China and its asymmetric power differences with Southeast Asian countries. Lastly, I'd like to focus on this aspect of diplomacy. And today's conference is very much about diplomacy, providing an opportunity for the stakeholders within the region to discuss the South China Sea, discuss positive aspects of how the region can develop and how to develop and deal with the challenges within the region. Dialogue with all my colleagues on the panel really reflects an important step in building shared understanding, talking about the issues within the South China Sea and the Indo-Pacific broadly, and what are the potential crosswalks in terms of cooperation moving forward. Here, I'd like to go back to my final point is that this multi-layered process of institution building within the Indo-Pacific using trade pillars, security pillars, developmental pillars, and lastly, an investment in diplomacy within the region will be critical for the region to continue to deal with the challenges of the territorial disputes within the region and finding possible avenues for cooperation, but also bolstering and investing in international law. So it's international law governing the disputes within the region rather than Machiavellian might is right approach to dealing with challenges within the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Nagy. Very good, very on time. So now we have half an hour, 30 minutes of Q&A. I'm sure there are a lot of questions that you have in your mind, but we received already something online. So while you're thinking about other questions, and maybe I will start with some of the questions we received. One is for Mr. Min Long, is to Derek Grossman, and China and the Philippines are finalizing steps to jointly exploit oil and gas in contested waters in the South China Sea. Could you comment on this move and the potential trend of joint development between China and other individual Asian countries?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So that's been ongoing for a while. And there has been no successful conclusion to it because China and the Philippines have disputed claims in the exact waters that they would do a joint exploration in. So what has happened is they always talk about the potential for joint exploration, but when you kind of, so that's at the very kind of superficial level. But when you peel away the layers of the onion, it quickly becomes clear that the details are difficult to determine without knowing who first has sovereignty over the region, and therefore who is going to lead the exploration, who is going to allow the other country into their region. Okay, so Duterte came into office in 2016, kind of riding high on a pro-China policy, and a big part of that pro-China policy was to get a joint exploration expedition into place, and it hasn't happened. And now keep in mind that he is, at least in recent memory, the most anti-American and pro-Chinese Philippine president, and he still couldn't pull that off. So it's hard to envision how a future Philippine leader figures that out without recognizing or at least acknowledging China's sovereignty over the South China Sea, the disputed areas in the South China Sea or West Philippine Sea.
Thank you so much. The floor is open, of course, for questions, but I have a couple of others. Yeah, somebody, Captain Shishen Tian, you raised hand, you want the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my questions. Just a short comment within 1 minute. I think many speakers focus on China, so I have only one short remark. In the history, there have been rivalry relationship between UK and France, Germany and France, Sweden and Denmark. But finally, they achieved permanent peace with prosperity. There are differences between and among China and its South China Sea neighbors. However, maritime neighborhood is a shared and unchangeable identity among China and ASEAN countries, individually or as a whole. A lasting peace, stability, and common prosperity is the only common destiny for China and ASEAN countries. I understand that for the purpose of a big power competition, the US want to describe the situation in the South China Sea as worst as possible, to describe China as threatening and dangerous as possible, so that there is a reason for their presence or involvement. In the worst scenario, if armed conflict arises, other outside stakeholders could fight and leave. Whatever aftermath and consequences would only be left for regional countries to swallow. We have seen the tragedy of Korean War, Vietnam War, and Afghanistan War. The regional countries with common neighborhood identity would not want to see any of them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I invite those who want to intervene to make questions, please, not just to make only comments. Another question I have to Mr. Ledugan. China may leading on all fronts in remote sensing system in the South China Sea, from undersea to the water surface, air and space, include China Maritime Survey Fleet. Although China says it serves their civil purposes, it thinks that it affects on military, how ASEAN and other nations should respond to it. So any one of the panelists who want to say something, maybe some Admiral is better placed than others to respond on this, I think, but I mean, feel free to respond if any panelist wants to say something.
Yeah. So perhaps I am the first person to make some comment. You know, every nation or every military in today's operational environment, so surveillance and reconnaissance and intel collections are the key for the successful operations, even in peacetime. So it's natural for China or any other countries to allocate a certain amount of resources in this area. And key is how to use. And the Chinese may not agree with me, but you know, Chinese ambiguity, both in policy and operations of the new domain areas, really causes some of our concerns. Say China says, okay, this is for the underwater natural resource surveillance. But at the same time, those data or intelligence could be used for other purposes like the military. So there should be some, you know, the clear transparency in the Chinese maneuvers. And most of the questions we have today is basically in this regard. So the more transparency in China's side will be desirable and necessary. And in that context, you know, China may say the same is true in the democratic nations. No, because under the legislation, every military in democratized nations are strictly binded by the domestic regulations how to use those intelligences. So there are a clear demarcation between the democratic nations and totalitarian nations. That's my view. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Admiral. So before opening the floor here in the room, just the last question. Dr. Ding Duo wants to reply. Dr. Ding, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to make some response to Mr. Grossman. And in his presentation, he mentioned some unilateral activities, some of from the Chinese side and some from the other coastal state side. But in my view, that such kind of activities, no matter which countries it is, whether it's unilateral activity itself or countermeasures activity itself, it reflects a fact that the relevant disputes in the South China Sea have not been resolved as a matter of international law and as a matter of state practice. That is in the territorial disputes and the maritime delimitation disputes. And no matter how the arbitration award is determined, and this is quite similar with the disputes between Great Britain and the Mauritius. And before the disputes resolved, the states concerned should take several measures. From my view, the first level is to avoid escalation of disputes and avoid serious maritime conflicts. And the second is not to hype individual isolated incident and to control maritime crisis and their possible negative effects. And the third level is to shift attention from disputes to maritime cooperation, which can be functional cooperation in low sensitive areas. But the most important thing, I think, is an objective and rational understanding of the South China Sea issue. First, the disputes cannot be resolved in a short period and is quite complex and sensitive. And relying on a third-party compulsory settlement or just compel China to accept the arbitral ruling is not an appropriate way to solve the disputes. And the second, competition among major powers, armed races, and the intervention of external forces have not played a constructive role in the peace and stability of the South China Sea. On the contrary, these factors will make the security situation in the South China Sea more complicated and also affect the centrality of ASEAN and its own unity. And the third is the party must have determination and confidence to jointly maintain the peace and the stability of the South China Sea. This requires political wisdom and the self-restraint of all countries, not only China. The dispute issue is not entire relationship of the China and ASEAN countries involved. And the maintaining peace or stability in the South China Sea is not solely responsibility of China alone. If the situation on the South China Sea become chaotic, and the biggest victims will be the coastal states, not America, not Japan. They might be indirectly influenced, but they will be not the biggest victims. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ding. You mentioning the idea of mechanism to prevent incidents. So I have a question from one of the Young Leaders Program, Vo Han Han.
Respond to that since he critiqued my presentation? I'll be brief.
Yes, but try to be brief because we have a lot of stakeholders, so it cannot be just among two. So please, just very briefly, yes.
And I think having these types of conferences, this is the exact reason, so that we can have a frank exchange of views. And I, respect your viewpoint, but I respectfully also disagree. And there are numerous reasons for that, but suffice it to say that I find it highly odd that China would consistently say it upholds a rules-based order, but yet when the ruling came down in 2016, against China decided to essentially say, well, we don't agree with it and we're just going to do whatever we want. So therein lies a huge contradiction that I think Beijing has not been able to really reconcile. And one other point, and there's a lot of other points, but one other point is that regardless of the legality, who owns what in the region, right? China is not respecting its neighbors when it comes to the South China Sea by using gray zone operations, for example, using Chinese fishing militia to surround and intimidate an inhabited island that the Philippines has de facto administration over, for example, right? So this type of behavior is something that I think the Biden administration and administrations before were trying to push back against. But it's not just military. As I said, military is an important ingredient, but there's also political and economic and other components to it as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I was mentioning it's a mechanism, so we have an interesting question from one of the Young Leader, Vo Han Han. A question for Dr. Valerie Chiang. There is an argument that DOC was a failure due to its lack of efficacy. What is your opinion about this? And can we learn from the DOC to promote a more substantive and effective code of conduct?
Thank you for the questions. Different country may assess the achievement of the DOC in different way, but look at the fact on the ground, it means that DOC has not been effectively entirely implemented on the ground. So who should be blamed? I think just look at the facts on the ground. So learning from that, I think the code of conduct need to have a more effective and comprehensive enforcement mechanism, and also kind of monitoring and assessment mechanism in order to shape the behavior. It's about norms and rules are used to shape the behavior of the state in the South China Sea so that peace and stability can be sustained. So that is an expectation of the COC is the enforcement kind of mechanism of the commitments that they have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to open the floor here in the room, so to hear if we have any questions from the room here. Who's the icebreaker? Don't be shy. Well, if not, we still have some questions, so we go ahead with the other ones. So, Nyok, sorry. Professor Nagy, you want to say something?
Yes, there was a question in the text box, and it's from Li Hong, and she asked, now we see the Quad and AUKUS and other potential initiatives in the Indo-Pacific, and she writes, this means that there will be more players in the South China Sea. Do you think this will make the South China Sea issue more complicated, or are these initiatives, or how can these initiatives coordinate to have all claimants, particularly China, practice restraint in the South China Sea? So in my view, I think that bringing more stakeholders into the region gives Southeast Asian countries or ASEAN more partners to work with to strengthen their strategic autonomy. And that means to make choices and to cooperate in ways that they may not be able to if they are divided. And I think that whether it's the Quad, and I think the Quad is really fundamentally shifted towards the provision of public goods to the region, that means that those public goods can be provided to strengthen the intra-ASEAN integration. And the more integrated ASEAN is, my view is they'll probably approach issues in a much more coherent and way. And that means, likely taking a similar position on a code of conduct in the South China Sea or how to manage their bilateral relations with China. Again, I'd love to hear our other participants discuss this as well. AUKUS is more sensitive, and I think it was Dr. Ding mentioned this, that certain stakeholders such as Vietnam or Singapore may welcome AUKUS, where others are more hesitant about AUKUS, potentially nuclearizing the region. But again, bringing in more institutions into the region and more stakeholders means that ASEAN has more choices and more potential partners to deal with some of the challenges within the region. So it does become more complicated, but again, it gives weaker states more choices, more resources, so that they can deal with the asymmetry that exists between China and Southeast Asia. Again, I'd love to hear the voices of Admiral Koda or Dr. Grossman or Dr. Ding and our other participants as well.
Thank you, Professor, for your reply. If anyone else is interested, any of the panelists want to step in, more than happy to listen. Any panelists wishes to make any comments?
Yeah, okay. May I? May I?
Yes, Admiral Koda, please.
Yeah, they say I was pointed, fingered out. So just a quick comment on AUKUS. I think the US, especially US and Australia, needs to make more positive approach to ASEAN nations to explain what that is, what are the aims, how they operate, what's the role in maintaining and securing the stability of the region. AUKUS still needs a lot of businesses to do to have the ASEAN nations understand the real nature and objectives. If the US and Australia, and perhaps UK, fail to establish this objective, AUKUS will be just the dragging things, not the accelerating things. This is my short comment as an allied friend to Americans and Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral.
Can I just—
Anyone else?
Yes,
please.
So, because I did mention Quad in my talk, but I didn't mention AUKUS. Well, let me just say that when we see these types of extra regional activities, whether Quad, AUKUS, or other things, it signals to me that the extra regional countries don't quite think that ASEAN, I'm going to be very frank on this, don't think that ASEAN is getting the job done, right? And so these countries now outside of the region need to take it upon themselves to get that job done, all right? So the Quad is underscoring the need for a rules-based international order. And the Quad has signaled a willingness to work together, either directly or indirectly, on China-related issues. And AUKUS, everyone calls it a military alliance. It's not, okay? It is a defense agreement, all right, to work on the nuclear-powered submarines for Australia, but also a host of other things that may come in the future to improve interoperability between the US, UK, and the US, or US, UK, and Australia, all right? Implicitly, that is also against China. So this is, by the way, I'm not someone who's out there saying all of this is great, because I don't want to see conflict in the region. I think that increasing militarization, frankly, is bad for the region. So I would like to see other approaches adopted in the future. But ASEAN really needs to get its act together to figure this out. Otherwise, other countries are going to say, well, we're just going to protect our own interests and you're going to have to follow along.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now we have another interesting question by Zialok. So will the current US presence in the South China Sea make the situation in the South China Sea even more tense, or is it necessary to create a balance in this area? This is not a very easy one, but I think very interesting. So who wants to step in to start replying to this? No one of the panelists want to try this one?
Can you clarify the East China Sea as the name for how Vietnam describes the South China Sea, or are you talking about the East China Sea in terms of the Senkaku Islands?
No, it's the South China Sea. East Sea here in Vietnam is South China Sea.
All right, I wanted to clarify that.
So you want to reply? Dr. Ding? Dr. Ding? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. And from my view, the military presence of the South China, of the United States in the South China Sea objectively intensify the tension of this region, because the military competition between China and the United States, not in this region, but also in the West Pacific, in a much larger scale, can be influence the security situation of the West Pacific. That's my opinion here.
Thank you. Any other panelists?
So I'll just step in. I think that, in fact, I would agree with Dr. Ding. It complicates the situation in the South China Sea because it's not accompanied by a trade footprint and a bigger diplomatic footprint. To bring real stability to the region, it's not just going to be a military presence, it's going to require a comprehensive engagement within the region. And this is perhaps China's strength in terms of signing the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, forming strong bilateral relations with Southeast Asian countries, and using the BRI to extend influence within the region. I think if the United States and outside extra-regional partners and players would like to bring stability to the region, it can't just be through a security footprint. It has to be a comprehensive diplomatic, economic, and security approach to the region. So in this sense, I would agree with Dr. Ding. It's not enough just to have a military presence. We need that comprehensive approach.
Thank you. Admiral Koda, you want the floor?
Yes, that's correct. You know, I think the general thoughts, I agree with both the speakers, but at the same time, you know, the reality is a little different. Say, China is making a kind of the self-righteous maneuver in South China Sea, you know, backed by its military power. And also, as I'm repeating, but South China Sea is not the local water that simply belongs to the coastal nations and China. No, that's the high seas. Nothing different from Atlantic Ocean or Indian Ocean or any other smaller seas with the high seas. So every nation should have the freedom to operate anything under the UNCLOS. So this principle should be maintained. And so say simply, pointing out the US and you are the nations who making the trouble in South China Sea. It's not the fundamental objective of the UNCLOS. Every nation has the freedom to do so. So that's my point.
Thank you so much. I have another interesting question by T. Trin to Mr. Derek Grossman. If China and US succeed in managing their competitive relation after this US-China virtual summit in November, will there be any implication for South China Sea dispute and ASEAN countries as a whole?
Thanks. Yeah, I think I mentioned that in my remarks, although very briefly. So we now, the Biden-Xi summit was a couple of days ago now. And we have a readout from both the Chinese and the US side. And a lot of it was frankly agreeing to disagree. Not really many deliverables. I think relaxation of visas was one, but nothing really sort of headlining that you would say, oh, this is great. The two sides are now in agreement on something pretty major here. South China Sea certainly was not one of those items. And so, unfortunately, I think that we are in this strategic competition for the long haul. I think it was encouraging, though, to see that President Biden had said that he reiterated what his Deputy Secretary of State had said a number of months ago, that there should be guardrails, quote unquote, in the relationship. So, extreme competition is what he talked about earlier in the year, but certainly we don't want extreme competition to completely spiral out of control. And I don't think China wants that either. So at least from that kind of very general level, that's a positive thing if we're looking for positive things in this conference.
Thank you, Derek. Very, very good. Positive news. So Dr. Yang Yan, you asked for the floor. You want to raise a question, please?
Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I comment on the previous discussions? Yes. Well, basically, I have 2 points. First one is regarding maritime militia that one speaker mentioned just now. I personally, I do know that under the Chinese national defense law, maritime militia is a part of China's armed force. And yet I do aware that many of the stories of the Chinese maritime militia in the South China Sea are fake stories. And I think that making up those fake stories will only stirring up the tension in the South China Sea. For example, I don't think that China's maritime militia has inhabited any of the Philippines occupied features in the Spratleys. I think most of them are fake news. Also regarding the Chinese, the CCG, the Chinese Coast Guard, I think that like the US Coast Guard and many other maritime law enforcement agencies in the countries, the Chinese CCG is both an administrative law enforcement agency and an armed force. And I think that the US Coast Guard is having the same dual role. It is both a branch of the US Armed Forces and the largest and most advanced maritime law enforcement forces in the whole world. And also the provisions of China's Coast Guard law regarding the use of force and use of police equipments and weapons neither violate the rules of international law nor exist current state practices. And also since its entry into force since this February.
Thank you. Do you have a question? Sorry, can you please, because we have just 1 minute, can you go to your question, please?
Okay, I have only just 2 comments to the previous discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So we have the,
Can I
maybe the last question, if we have any here.
Okay, I think she was referring to my presentation though.
Oh, sorry, yes.
I just say I never said that China was using fishing militia to take over features. I never said that. They established a de facto operating presence. So it's essentially winning without firing a shot. That's the definition of gray zone operations, which kind of instills in the minds of others that they've lost. All right, and that's what China also did at Scarborough Shoal.
Okay, thank you for this this comment to the comment. Anyone else? Yes, Professor Nogi still.
I just want to comment on the Chinese Coast Guard law and why it is quite destabilizing for the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Frankly, it allows the Chinese Coast Guard to use force in areas that really are under the administrative control of other countries. So if we're talking about the East China Sea, of course, we're talking about the Senkaku Islands, which by international law are strongly suggest that it's under Japanese administrative control. So it's an extension of domestic law into the international, into the sovereign territory of another state. And arguably this can be used in the South China Sea as well, using the Chinese logic in terms of their claims in the 9-dash line area. So this is highly destabilizing, and I think that we really need to reflect upon how the adoption of this Coast Guard law in January 2021 really creates challenges in terms of how states respond to Coast Guard. Do they how do they manage the use of force in their waters by a Coast Guard vessel? And I think this is highly destabilizing, and it's something that we should be discussing because it has potential to spiral into a conflict within the region. I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. I think we are, well, time now is over. So I want to thank all the speakers. Please just join me with a very nice round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. You had some good news, some less good news, but I think it was very good exchange of views among different people. So I think it was very useful and successful. Thank you so much again. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Okay, before we move on, I would like to make 3 reminders, very small reminders. The first one is that we have some snacks and coffee serving outside. So feel free to get yourself a cup of coffee and get some refreshment. The second reminder is that for our online participants, for our online delegates, when you submit the questions in the Q&A box, please clearly indicate your name, your affiliations, or your countries. That way we can assure that we will not miss any questions, and also the moderator and the caretaker can notice your questions faster. And the third one is that for this year conference, we are going to have the live commentary sessions for the first time ever. The first commentary will be at 1 p.m. conducted by Dr. Nguyễn Nam Dương from the DAV and Professor Lê Văn Cương, former directors of the Institutes for Public Security Study in Vietnam. It's at 1 p.m. So feel free to go back to the room at 1 p.m. or attend the virtual room at 1 p.m. for the live commentary. And with that, I would like to move on to session 2. 30 years after the Cold War is another one brewing, and how to prevent one from breaking into conflict. And for these sessions, it is our honor to have Her Excellency Ambassador Elsbeth Ackerman from the Embassies of Netherlands in Vietnam as the moderator, and Dr. Nguyễn Nam Dương, who is our host for the first live commentary, as the caretaker. So please take it away.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and a very early morning to some of the speakers, I guess. Thank you very much for joining us. In this session, we will hear different perspectives on the daunting question, whether or not we are in the upshot to another Cold War. Every speaker in this session has a unique understanding of the perspectives, motives, and ambitions of international, regional, and national stakeholders that are part of the global landscape, the multilateral system, and the Indo-Pacific and the South China Sea in particular. They will share with us their insights on potential frictions, and they will suggest instruments to prevent or resolve them. Thus, They will help us better understand how to manage a situation that is potentially cold, turning to potentially hot. I would like to thank the Diplomatic Academy for your leadership in addressing this very complex issue. I think it's exemplary for the constructive and proactive role that Vietnam is taking in this issue of interest of so many. Before giving the floor to the first speaker, allow me to remind both speakers and members of the audience that we only have 1.5 hours for a topic on which we could dialogue days. And that as your moderator, I also have the ungrateful task to be your time manager as well. So please forgive me in advance. So with further ado, and not entirely according to the paper program that is in front of you, I would like to first give the floor to Ambassador Bilahari Kausikan, former permanent secretary of the Singaporean Ministry of Foreign Affairs and chairman of the Middle East Institute of the National University of Singapore. Mr. Kausikan, you will reflect on some scenarios involving the South China Sea to illustrate that the US-China competition is not a Cold War, but far from easy. The floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, let me apologize because I have to leave at, say, 12:10 sharp for another appointment. So I'll be very brief and direct to the point. I think we are undoubtedly in a phase of intense US-China competition. I do not think that the recent summit a virtual summit between President Biden and President Xi is going to fundamentally change the trajectory of US-China relations. What they said is what one expects them to say at the first meeting, and it's entirely unrealistic to think that one summit meeting will fundamentally change things. Although we are certainly in a phase of intense competition between US and China, I think it is wrong to characterize this, as so many people have unfortunately done so, as a new Cold War. It is not a new Cold War, and to use the trope of a new Cold War to describe US-China competition is intellectually lazy and in fact misleading. Why do I say this? If you cast your mind back to the period of US-Soviet competition, you will see it is fundamentally different. The US and the Soviet Union led two different systems, and their competition was to see which system would prevail. By contrast, the US and China are both vital, irreplaceable components of a single system, connected to each other and to other parts of this system, other economies of this single global system, by supply chains of a density, of a complexity, and of a scope that is unprecedented in history. Supply chains of this nature have never before existed. And this is a fundamental difference. They compete within this single system to see who will dominate it. Competition between systems is not the same as competition within a system. And that is why the trope of a new Cold War is inappropriate. It doesn't mean that competition is any less intense, but it is much more complex. Let me give you two quick examples to illustrate the complexity. I think we all know that semiconductors have emerged as a serious Chinese vulnerability. The Chinese have been trying to build and manufacture high-end semiconductors for quite a long time, but without any appreciable success so far. And I think it's going to be very difficult for them to do so, because the semiconductor supply chain is one of the most complex supply chains that exists. And very vital nodes in this supply chain, certain kinds of machine tools, certain kinds of materials are held by the US or its allies. Our moderator is from Holland, and the Netherlands certainly controls one of a very vital node in this semiconductor supply chain, without which it is practically impossible to manufacture high-end semiconductors. At the same time, I think we should note that China is about 40% of the world semiconductor market. And it is not possible for the US, much as it may like to do so, to cut off its own companies and the companies of its friends and allies from 40% of a world market without doing grievous damage to its own companies or the companies of its friends and allies. So I think you see the complication. So the complexity of the relationship between the US and China is both an instrument of competition and in a way conditions and limits that competition or makes it at least more complicated. Let me give you an example related directly to the South China Sea. China often says that it is not interfering with freedom of navigation in the South China Sea. That is a rather disingenuous argument because there is a fundamental difference between freedom of navigation enjoyed by all as a right enshrined in international law and freedom of navigation conferred as a favor or by a major power. But it is nonetheless not entirely wrong in the sense that I don't think China has, at least not to my knowledge, interfered with merchant traffic. The pressures it has deployed in the South China Sea are certainly against the weaker powers, the weaker claimant states, and dangerous incidents between the US and China have been rather infrequent. And I think this is the reason for this is quite obvious because China is dependent on those trade routes, and if it were to get into a confrontation over those trade routes with a major power like the United States, it will hurt itself as well as other countries. Now, I don't think that war by design between the US and China is very likely. Of course, in any system of sovereign states, you can never discount the possibility of competition turning into conflict. But I stress the point, war by design. In other words, war or conflict as an instrument of policy. Insofar as China has been provocative, it has been against weaker states. And as I said, dangerous incidents involving the US and China have been, to my mind, rather infrequent. I doubt, of course, accidents can always happen. And when I think President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken talked about putting guardrails on the competition, that is what they meant, to try to lower the probability of accidents. I think actually if accidents should happen, both sides will try their best to try and contain accidents. The danger of conflict is not between the US and China in the South China Sea, but between China and the claimant states, all of which are weaker than China. I'll end here and turn it over to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Cao Zikan, for these very interesting insights. Bearing in mind that you will have to leave before this, the panelist sessions and interventions end, if there are any questions for Mr. Cao Zikan, please let us know, and we will try to accommodate them in between the upcoming presentations. So having said that, let me please turn to Dr. Zach Cooper, Senior Fellow of the American Enterprise Institute. Sir, it must be pretty early for you. I understood that you will reflect on the drivers of current international relations and how they may play out in topical or interstate coalitions. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here with all of you. I wish I could be there in person. And like Bill Hari, unfortunately, I have a hard stop at about 12:10, 12:15. So I'll be very brief. But what I want to talk through is actually something very similar to what Bill Hari said, which is I don't think the Cold War is a good comparison for what's happening right now with the US and China. And let me build on what he said by arguing that actually, if you look back at the Cold War, especially the Cold War that many Americans think about in Europe, there are huge differences between the current competition we have between the US and China and the old US-Soviet competition. And so let me just lay out a couple of those and explain why I think they're important and why we shouldn't use the Cold War analogy. So first, if you think about the Cold War in Europe, you had two competing blocks, and those blocks were very similar within each one of them. So obviously you had NATO and the Warsaw Pact. NATO tended to be democratic. The Warsaw Pact tended to be socialist or communist. They had two totally different political and economic systems, therefore, and they were differentiated by the blocks that they were in. They also had two very different geographic boundaries, right? They were literally divided by the Iron Curtain, and each of the blocks was worried together about one major military threat. So for NATO, that was an invasion by the Warsaw Pact and the Soviets through the inter-German border. And this motivated not just West Germany, not just France, it motivated the entire NATO alliance. If you look at Asia today, you don't see any of these kinds of similarities. Many of the countries that the US shares many interests with are not democratic. Many of them are not fully capitalist, and almost none of them share the same geographic concerns. So if you think about the countries the US talks about partnering with most often in East Asia, you've got Japan, which is worried most about the East China Sea, South Korea, which is worried most about the Korean Peninsula, Taiwan, which is worried most about the Taiwan Strait, Vietnam, which is worried most about South China Sea issues, especially related to the paracels. The Philippines worried most about issues like Scarborough Shoal and the Spratlys. And you can go all the way around to India, which is worried most about its border in the Himalayas. These are totally different geographic concerns, and with countries that have very different political and economic systems. So unlike the Cold War, where you had two relatively cohesive blocks in the European arena, you're not going to get anything like that in Asia over the next few decades. In fact, what I've argued and what I'll just talk about briefly here is that I think you're going to see different coalitions emerge on different issue sets. And I think there are at least four. The four I have in mind are security, economics, technology, and global governance. And I think if you think about how those four lay down over the South China Sea, you'll see that on the South China Sea is absolutely critical on security issues, on economic issues, and on the rules of the road for global governance. So it hits three of the four coalitions. But that doesn't mean that it's easy to build these coalitions. And I think this is where what Bill Hari said is so important. In many ways, this is a much, much more complex system than the one that existed during the Cold War. And I think many Americans, when we default back to this Cold War terminology, we actually oversimplify the current competition, because it's going to be impossible to think about countries aligning in every one of these areas with either the United States or with China. Very few countries are going to do that, maybe only a handful. Most countries are going to be aligned on certain issues and not on others. And when the United States pushes too hard for alignment on all of them, as I think we sometimes have, we're going to see some pretty severe pushback, even from our friends. And so I think what's so challenging about this new dynamic is that many Americans come to this with a Cold War construct, because that's what so much of our history and strategic thought has come out of. But in fact, the new era we're entering is entirely different. And it's one in which we have to be much more flexible and much more nimble. And this requires exceptionally careful policymaking. And I don't think I'm going to shock anyone in the room there by saying that American policymakers are not always exceptionally careful in how they speak and act in the region. And even if we were, this would still be incredibly difficult. So I think when we talk about this Cold War landscape in that way, it actually oversimplifies the challenge that we have, which is much more complex than I think we tend to appreciate. And because time is short, let me just say one more thing, which is the challenge now for the Biden team, I think, is to prioritize not country by country, but actually country by country and coalition by coalition. So does the United States need country X in coalition Y? that is a really hard problem. So, sometimes friends in Southeast Asia say that they don't want to be forced to choose. And I think the United States is going to have to make sure that Southeast Asian friends and others don't feel forced to choose. But when countries have already made a choice, the United States is going to have to do everything it can to get those countries on board with reinforcing the rules that we want to see in the security arena, in the economic arena, in the technology arena, and on global governance. If we can do that, then I think the US is in a very strong position to uphold the parts of the order that are most important and consequential, and in fact, potentially to convince China to moderate its behavior. If the US can't do that, if it can't build these coalitions, I think this is going to be incredibly difficult. And too often the United States has approached this in an overly unilateral manner. So let me hand it back and just be very brief, but looking forward to the discussion from everyone here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. And it seems that of the 5 speakers that we have, there are now 2 that tend to say a hard no to the question that is at the base of this session. And thank you very much for pointing out that we should never, ever in international relations simplify situations that are complex by nature. Let's see if our next speaker, Dr. Anna Kureva, who is attached to the Department of African and Asia Studies of the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, shares the perspective of the former 2 speakers. Mrs. Kureva, I understand that you will touch upon competing visions for the regional order in the Indo-Pacific, and you will focus especially on Russia's position, and that might, let's say, in the light of the base question of this session, be a very interesting starting point. So thank you, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. That's a great honor for me to be here. For sure, I do agree with the previous speakers that we are not witnessing anything like a Cold War. And I also find it quite misleading to name it this way. And of course, despite a number of attempts by Trump administration to initiate a kind of decoupling from China, it's more likely that we witness a kind of targeted decoupling in specific issue areas that can be regarded as a security concern. They could include telecommunication, artificial intelligence, big data, biotech, and maybe the areas which have been highlighted by COVID-19 pandemic, such as pharmaceutical industry, but it seems really not likely that we are going to witness any real major decoupling that will be somehow reminiscent of the Cold War as well. So as far as competing visions are concerned, it's quite clear that we do have a number of competing visions for the regional order. And probably the first one I would like to touch upon is represented by a China-centric order. And here the Belt and Road Initiative and the Community of Common Destiny for Mankind as a kind of its ideological framework serves clearly a number of economic and geopolitical goals, and probably a final result would be, of course, kind of co-development and joint investment and a lot of cooperation, but also it has been designed to put China at the dominant position in the regional order and restructure the order according to its preferences, including the security aspects, the political aspects, and economic aspects, such as value chains as well. And we can see that asymmetrical economic interdependence that emerges as a result of China's massive investment actually provides China with a huge leverage to at least to make other countries more willing to support its foreign policy and core interests, especially if the countries want to continue receiving the public goods that are provided by China. Clearly, we have alternative visions, and the free and open Indo-Pacific could be considered as such. there are many ideas behind that, but probably we could reflect on the growing interconnectedness of the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, and also the idea, the goal to prevent China from acquiring dominant positions in this particular region. However, we could point out that there are different versions of the Indo-Pacific, clearly, and there is a number of common principles. Most of the countries who envision its share, such as freedom of navigation over flight, and also probably most states share, or at least favor that the American presence in the region is one of the means to provide a deterrence vis-a-vis China. However, we can clearly see that there are differences between Indo-Pacific strategies and visions for the Indo-Pacific between among different states in the region. So we don't have here a kind of a coherent notion, but there is a number of principles, and it's kind of clear that there are more inclusive versions and less inclusive versions of the Indo-Pacific. As has already been mentioned, regional powers really wouldn't like to choose between the US and China, and Russia would also be the one that wouldn't really like to form a kind of a full-fledged military alliance with China. However, we could say that hedging strategies that used to serve quite well to many of the regional states, they have become increasingly challenged with the rise of US-China strategic competition, and it has become much more difficult to use them. Probably we could describe the regional order as polycentric because there are different centers of power. They are not equal in terms of their capabilities. Also, as
Sound muted.
Also in many ways pluralistic, but at the same time, the order is being contested. And although US and China undoubtedly constitute two major centers of power, there is also a number of other major powers and middle powers, which are more or less aligned with some of these powers. But at the same time, even the American allies, and especially non-American allies, they are also
Sound muted.
Aware that they should play their own roles and also have slightly or even more clearly articulated different versions of the Indo-Pacific from the American one. And especially India, although it has developed kind of a profound alignment with the US and Japan, it seems not to be ready to become a full-fledged ally of the United States. And also, we do have middle powers. Of course, Japan would be one of the major powers here. Also, middle powers such as South Korea, Australia, Indonesia have their own perspectives on the Indo-Pacific, and also emerging middle powers such as Vietnam, which actually adds to the complexity of this regional order. And the relationship between the states, among the states of the region, could be said to be represented by alliances, alignments, and loose coalitions. These kind of alignments and coalitions, they have been subject to different changes as a consequence of regional dynamics and domestic politics, and probably we are going to see it more or less this way. Such alignments as the Quad and AUKUS also characterize kind of a flexible and issue-based partnerships that are concentrated around a number of common goals and principles. And these dynamics, on the one hand, make the order contested and thus kind of unstable or not that stable. But on the other hand, it allows for more flexibility, more freedom for maneuver, and greater autonomy for foreign policy decision-making of many of regional states. And here, I think Russia's position is in many ways similar to other major powers, but it's also quite unique. On the one hand, Russia is a great power on the global scale due to its military capabilities. However, in terms of economic and technological power, it clearly falls short of both the United States and China. Geographically, 2/3 of Russia's territory belong to Asia, and Russia is also a Northern Pacific power, which makes Russia one of the regional players as well. However, Russia's actual presence and involvement in the Indo-Pacific is kind of limited. and it falls short of being a formidable economic actor here in the region. For a long time, Russia's policy in the region remained kind of multi-vector or diversified, while strengthening relations with China. Russia at the same time wanted to maintain close relations with other states such as India, Japan, also South Korea. And Russia has always supported the central role of ASEAN and ASEAN centrality. And for a long time, Russia was trying to avoid conflict with the United States in Asia. We can clearly see that Russia's relations with China represent a deeper alignment in the form of strategic partnership, and there is a number of goals that the two share. Of course, a crisis in the relationship between Russia and the United States, and also heightened strategic competition between the US and China, overall prompted the two states to heighten their military cooperation, to take more steps to improve interoperability and broaden cooperation in the strategic sphere. At the same time, Russia and China are not clearly going or ready to enter a full-fledged alliance with security guarantees, as it will hamper their autonomous decision-making. And Russia doesn't really think it's necessary to comply with China's policies in Asia. It retains strategic neutrality in territorial disputes, including the South China Sea. And Russia also values very much its security partnerships with such countries as India and Vietnam, especially, which are considered very valuable strategic partners. So it is not really going to sacrifice its national interests for the sake of China's. Russia would also like to see the regional order polycentric and not really dominated by any of the major powers. So if we ask why it is so, it is because Russia also wants to be one of the centers of power, although in terms of its capabilities in the region, it clearly falls behind other major powers. We can say at the same time that Russia's own strategy has recently been concentrated more on the continental space, the Eurasian space, rather than the maritime one, with this idea of the Greater Eurasian Partnership. And the last point, in order for the escalation of the regional conflicts not to spin out of control, it seems that it's very important to prevent a downslide to kind of a rigid bipolar order that will leave the states no other option than to choose a side, to pick up it very clearly. So it seems that supporting connections and loose coalitions between the powers that would like to see inclusive in the Pacific could be a step in the right direction. Even if the states cannot really agree upon the rules of the game, at least discussing principles and norms guiding the regional order should be very important. And supporting multilateral institutions, especially the ASEAN-centric one, is also one of the ways forward here. The last thing, I think that Russia has clearly the potential to play a role here with its capabilities in terms of maritime security and also non-traditional security threats, and could serve a kind of a bridge to connect the Indo-Pacific with the Arctic and Eurasia. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That was really very insightful, and I applaud you for almost keeping it within the 10 minutes. It's probably so that you will receive a number of questions, and thank you very much for highlighting, let's say, the Russian perspective of this relation of competition that we see from a global perspective and also in this region. Let me move on to the next speaker in our esteemed panel, Dr. Sushan Liu, postdoctoral fellow of the Brookings Institution, where she focuses her research on Chinese foreign policy, especially crisis behavior and decision-making, maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, and the United States relationship with Asia. Dr. Liu, you will, in your address, focus on the role of ASEAN. And the floor is now yours.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Thank you for inviting me. It's a great honor to be on this panel with other distinguished co-panelists. Let me share my screen. So can everyone see the screen? Okay, good.
Yes, we can see it.
I will build on the insights of my co-panelists in concurring that there are a lot of countries that do not closely or perfectly align with want to choose sides between the United States and China. So here I would chime in from perspective of build back the buffer by empowering ASEAN, which is with buttressing from other middle players to prevent hot conflict and Cold War. So like many of have already been noted by my co-panelists and other distinguished speakers that ASEAN is currently facing the growing U.S.-China strategic competition. It is facing emerging risk of split or even polarization, which in turn could profoundly undermine the institution's traditional role as a geopolitical buffer, because one major lesson that Southeast Asian countries has learned from the Cold War is the split of the region between two blocks, the communist and non-communist blocks during the Cold War, and also a proxy war was fought on the soil of Vietnam. So in the post-war era, ASEAN has built its strategy. In the post-Cold War era, ASEAN has built its strategy surrounding the so-called this very well-known hedging strategy, or enmeshing, or double binding, or soft balancing, where and such a strategy has really achieved remarkable success in bringing stability and the development to the region, and also won ASEAN the reputation as a middleman, a honest broker, a bridge between the great powers and the geopolitical buffer. But nowadays, as the keynote speech I cited here delivered by Singapore's Prime Minister Lee Hsien Loong at the 2019 Shangri-La Dialogue, ASEAN is facing a crisis, institutional crisis that it might be pushed to choose sides between two major powers, but for smaller countries, it doesn't want to be pressured into choose sides. So I think that brings to the question of ASEAN is facing a daunting task to rebuild and reinforce its role as the geostrategic buffer and amidst the growing competition between the United States and China. And also, I would argue that the best way for ASEAN to help, that's also the best way for ASEAN to help mitigate the growing U.S.-China U.S.-China tensions and prevent hot conflict and new Cold War in the region. Since a lot have been said on the internal side that ASEAN need to strengthen its institutional cohesiveness, unity, and maintain the principle of consensus-built decision-making at a time when consensus and collective neutrality becomes even more difficult to secure. I think I'll address briefly on more on the external side, which will comprise of a multi-pronged approach. On the one hand, in managing its relations with two major powers, the United States and China, ASEAN need to continue to leverage its relations and influence with both countries. And as one of the panelists from the first panel mentioned, ASEAN does enjoy this normative power. And at the same time, ASEAN need to rally support from other middle players that do share ASEAN's worries and objective of not being pressured into choosing side. So first, in dealing with the two major powers, in terms of dealing with China, on one hand, I think Mr. Derek Grossman mentioned the two incidents, the 2012 Scarborough Shoal standoff and 2014 HD 981 incidents. Actually, a comparison of the two cases shows that China's past behavior really demonstrates that Beijing cares as much about its image of non-belligerency as its reputation, as well as its reputation for itself. And in South China Sea, when Chinese actions are resisted by a concerted ASEAN effort, I was seen back in 2014, which contrasts the case back in 2012. That ASEAN quickly put out a joint statement expressing its great concern about what was happening in the parasols. Beijing would more likely to modulate its behavior. And according to my conversation with Chinese interlocutors when conducting my research, in the words of one of Chinese interlocutors, the ASEAN has long been a showcase of China's naval diplomacy and intention to rise peacefully. So once ASEAN begins to openly criticize China, China will really lose its moral high ground. So ASEAN does enjoy this moral normative leverage vis-a-vis China, and it needs to continue to meet Chinese oversteps with unity and thereby maintain an effective reputational deterrence. At the same time, I think the ASEAN need to communicate clearly to Beijing when Chinese assertive behavior has helped squander opportunities for reparations and provoke Southeast Asian countries to lean further toward the United States. And I think this becomes even more important nowadays for ASEAN to fill this void in issuing such kind of wake-up calls to Beijing, or such kind of warning to Beijing, as it seems that analysts in China are becoming increasingly more reluctant to speak out against Beijing's often self-defeating foreign policy actions, and also criticism from U.S. side are often viewed with suspicion. So I think that puts ASEAN in a good position to fill this void and issue and warning. Just like people, if you hear criticism from someone you detest, you might not want to take it and view with suspicion. But if it comes from someone that you view as a friend, you might want to take it more seriously. And also, and on the other hand, in ASEAN dealing with the United States, I think ASEAN needs to make clear to Washington that America's pressure for pressuring or treating Southeast Asian countries as instruments or derivative of competition with China will be met with resistance or even pushback. And since that the 2019 ASEAN Outlook on Indo-Pacific comes as a response and pushback of ASEAN to the US Indo-Pacific strategy came out just 2 weeks before the ASEAN released its version. And also ASEAN need to encourage the US-led regional groupings like Quad to go beyond the security and military-centric approach and shift toward a greater role in providing public goods and provide attractive alternative to China's economic influence in the region, as already discussed by quite a few of the panelists. And here I would like to toss out some initial steps for tension and risk reduction that ASEAN can try to broker right now. Because as we talk about the principles, positions, and more strategic issues, I think more actionable policy options need to be tossed out there. I think for ASEAN, it can try to broker a deal, but on one hand, encourage China to make a pledge of not pledging China to.
Dr. Lu, I'm going to advise you that you still have 2 minutes to finalize your presentation. I'm sorry.
I'll wrap up. Okay, I think China can, ASEAN can encourage China to make a pledge of not declaring a South China Sea ADIZ, a pledge of not conducting extra land reclamation and not fielding additional military assets to its land features in Spratly, a pledge of respecting the freedom of navigation for foreign military vessels. And for the United States, I think ASEAN need to encourage it to substantially reduce the FONOPS while making a pledge of not fielding in intermediate range missiles to the first island chain. And these measures does not require, assumes the region will operate under the in the circumstance of trust deficit, but the Biden-Xi virtual summit will open up some transit, a feasible window opportunity. And also none of the commitment is irreversible. So if one side cheat, the other side can almost immediately resume part of or all of the actions. And ASEAN also enjoys presumably the strength in numbers and the moral high grounds for being the weaker or the normative power. And these steps can also be the building blocks toward negotiations on strategic issues such as demilitarizing land features and arms control to be worked out later. I think for middle players, a lot has already been discussed. I think ASEAN need to work with Japan, Australia, EU, and other, as well as other middle powers. But there's one challenge for ASEAN is to convince these players to balance their multilateral approach that seeks to deter China through security coalitions with multilateral diplomacy, intended to increase region resilience and prevent conflict. So I'll stop here. Just look forward to further exchange and discussion in the Q&A.
Thank you, Dr. Liu, and I'm terribly sorry for cutting you short, but there will be a Q&A session afterwards in which we can absolutely continue to discuss about all the good advice that you gave to ASEAN in both its internal as well as its external relations and future engagements. Bearing in mind that Ambassador Kausikan is in a time squeeze, I have a question that he might answer before he needs to step out. It's a question of Chin. Last year, Ambassador Kausikan, you said Southeast Asian countries needed to consider revoking ASEAN membership for Cambodia and Laos for allowing an external power to exert influence on them, a thinly veiled reference to their proximity to China. Do you still keep this idea? Ambassador? I think the ambassador has already left. Well, okay, so we'll find another way of posing this question to him. And then without further ado, let me introduce to you the fifth speaker of this panel, Dr. Sang-Hyun Lee, president of the Sejong Institute in Korea. As I understood, Mr. Lee will reflect on defining factors for the global security landscape, US-China strategic competition, and the way that plays out in the Indo-Pacific, as well as mechanisms to mitigate tensions, manage crises, and engage in tackling global challenges. Mr. Lee, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Kaman, and I appreciate Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for inviting me for this excellent panel. So I'm pretty much in line with the previous commentators that current situation may not exactly be the same as Cold War that we have witnessed in the 20th century. So many speakers already mentioned that US-China is engaged in really serious strategic competition. But I agree that current situation may be much more complex and complicated. But as a regional country, South Korea, I would like to emphasize the point that South Korea feels the impact of US-China competition more seriously. As we know, South Korea is a US ally, but has also a very close economic relationship with China. So if this US-China strategic competition continues in the long time in the future, perhaps South Korea and many other countries that maintains a relationship both US and China may be quite difficult. So we see serious US-China strategic competition. And on top of that, there are more factors that make the current global situation much more complicated. First of all, we have COVID-19, more than 5 billion people already have died so far. And global economy is not yet fully recovered. And also we see missing global leadership. So I would say that combined effect of all these phenomena is kind of a systemic fragmentation. Means that current global order is not functioning properly. So with that background, US and China are now engaged in a full strategic competition. We know that US-China strategic competition started with the trade war, but these days US-China is competing almost every front, values, systems, ideology, everything. And in that competition, Indo-Pacific is emerging as a center of global politics and it is becoming an increasingly important region of the world. So in other words, Indo-Pacific is a main competing ground between, for example, US Indo-Pacific strategy versus China's Belt and Road Initiative. And even we see a Quad plus, and even AUKUS on one side, and China's expanding maritime assertiveness in other sides. And looking at this progress in Indo-Pacific and US-China strategic competition, South Korea is trying to maintain its strategic reaction to this recent development. For example, South Korea's New Southern policy has a close connection with the Indo-Pacific strategy. And in the ROK US summit held in May, both Korea and the United States confirmed that Korea supports ASEAN centrality and ASEAN-led regional architecture. And South Korea agreed to expand the regional coordination on law enforcement, cybersecurity, public health, and promoting a green recovery. And also South Korea explicitly mentioned that we will oppose all activities that undermine or destabilize or threaten the rule-based international order, and commit to maintain an inclusive, free, and open Indo-Pacific. So South Korea pledged to maintain peace and stability, lawful, unimpeded commerce, and respect for international law, including freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea and beyond. So having said that, already many people, many experts are concerned that whether or not this US-China strategic competition may develop into a new Cold War. And as I have said in the beginning, current situation is much more complex, but if we believe US-China continues this strategic competition far longer from now on, perhaps we cannot guarantee the possibility that it will develop into a new Cold War. So then how can we prevent a Cold War turn into a hot one? I would like to point out 3 points. First, it seems to me we need more and more center of gravity besides the US and China in international politics. We can characterize the Cold War was a systematic confrontation between the two hostile camps. So to avoid the recurrence of the Cold War, the world must be prevented from being divided into two hostile camps, which means that we have a third, fourth set of gravity in international politics beside the US and China. Which means that we need a little more multipolar system, which is more needed for the time being than the bipolar system. And in that sense, it is quite important for middle power countries, including ASEAN, to form a third power to buffer the tension in the competition between great powers. Second point, of course, regional stability and security is important. So I would urge US and China has to talk about crisis management mechanism or sort of a de-escalation procedure. Ideally, US and China should agree to pledge to not unilaterally alter the status quo in Taiwan or South China Sea, and both need more communication channels and mechanisms to avoid conflict, especially in the South China Sea. In these components, already many people indicated that we need a code of conduct. Luckily, in the US-China summit, both countries agreed to the importance of strategic stability among two countries. But I would say that that kind of mechanism, crisis management or de-escalation mechanism, should be expanded to the Indo-Pacific region. And the third point is that then what should we do? Collaborating to fight against the greatest risk of our times. I'll say with many C's: COVID-19, China, carbon, even cybersecurity. So we should expand cooperation in non-traditional security area, such as digital connectivity, trade and economic regional architecture, and also many other issues in the Pacific region. So in that, if we make progress on these issues, perhaps we can avoid current US-China strategic competition develop into a new Cold War. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. That was very interesting. And with that last remark, I see that you have answered one of the questions that was posed online by Leduc Ang, where he referred how can global challenges like COVID-19 influence the current relationship between competing blocs. He's referring to a new Cold War, but I think that almost all speakers underlined that we don't talk about a new Cold War, but something different, more complex, more multi-layered than the Cold War as we know it from before. We have a number of speakers who are in a time frame, and I would love to do them justice, as I would like to do you justice. So Mr. Cooper is in a time squeeze, as is Mr. Lee. No questions for them online. If there are questions from the room for either of those two esteemed speakers, I would like to ask you to raise your hand, identify yourself, and pose your question. And please do not be shy, because I think the topics that were handled in this session are interesting enough and elaborated upon enough to be straightforward. Yes, Dr. Sun, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I'd like to pose a question to Dr. Cooper. You talked at length about how different it is, these episodes of geopolitical competitions to the previous Cold War. I wonder if you see similarities, features as well. The arms race, the push and pull of geopolitics. What else do you see as similarities in this geopolitical competition to the previous Cold War that we need to be mindful about? Thank you.
Well, it's a great question. So I do think there are similarities. I do think there are things that we can learn from the Cold War, but we just have to be mindful as we do it that there are real differences as well. So let me just lay out a couple quickly. So one is that if you think about the military balance, look, there's an incredible amount of focus here in Washington on one specific scenario increasingly, which is a crisis over the Taiwan Strait. And that's something similar to the Cold War, right? If you think about the time and effort the United States put in to working with NATO, thinking about an invasion through the Fulda Gap of Western Europe, that really motivated the United States and its allies and partners in that case. And I think we're seeing the United States consolidate around a Taiwan scenario being the most concerning challenge. And just like in that case, the United States had to make some very difficult decisions about where it was going to put its priorities. How much of its resources was it going to devote to Europe? How much was it going to devote in the Middle East, in Asia and elsewhere? And I think we're seeing those same kinds of tensions emerge now. What's really different, however, is that a Taiwan crisis, as I said at the outset, is really not going to involve that many countries, most likely. You know, I've written a bit about the fact that I think if there was an invasion of Taiwan by China, the United States would probably take action, Japan might, and that might be about it. Very different than the kind of scenarios we talked about in the Cold War. So that's one of the big differences. But you know, a similar strategic focus within the United States on one defining scenario, I think, is emerging and really driving a lot of the debate here. The other thing I'll say, and this may be controversial in this group, is that I do think there is a bit of an ideological component to this competition. And I know that that makes friends in Asia, especially in Southeast Asia, a bit uncomfortable. And I don't think it's great for the United States to talk too much about that ideological competition. But I think we have to realize this is nothing like it was during the Cold War. China doesn't have a particularly attractive ideology abroad. And the United States is not at the moment trying to demonstrate that China's form of government is not going to be effective. But I think you've seen in the last couple of years, both the United States and China recognize that it is going to be very, very difficult to have this competition without having an ideological component. And both are talking more and more about why their systems are effective and successful and why they believe their systems are better in the long run. So it's a different kind of ideology than in the Cold War, but it is ideological nonetheless. And I think we'll hear more and more about that over the next few years. And it's why I very much agree with Dr. Lee's comments that, yes, we saw a little bit of an improvement in the tenor of the relationship the last few weeks between the US and China, especially with the Biden-Xi summit. But I think this is more of a short-term improvement, not a long-term one, because these structural problems are still there in the relationship. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. Very insightful. Mr. John Bradford has joined us as a discussant to this session. Mr. Bradford is a senior fellow at the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, and in particular, he is attached to the Maritime Security Program. Mr. Bradford, I would like to invite you to take the floor and reflect on what has been said by the 5 panelists. And while they are still amongst in this panel, would you have any special reflections for Dr. Lee or Dr. Cooper? Please address them, after which we will turn to questions that came in for the other speakers. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for that kind introduction and providing me the opportunity to engage with these esteemed speakers. I think that if I can start off and just look at the question, I think the speakers, especially Ambassador Belahari, Dr. Cooper, and Professor Kriva, did a great job of explaining why this is not another Cold War. We've only had one Cold War, so it's difficult to call it a typology. But if you were to call it a typology, this really doesn't fit because it's very different. And so therefore, I think I agree with what the speakers have said, that continuing to use those words create intellectual traps where we may have false analogies and intellectual biases. But the second part of the kind of question, and I think it's actually the more interesting one, is how lessons of the Cold War can help us understand and develop better rules and mechanisms. And I think this is important because in many ways, the later parts of the Cold War were relatively well managed by rules and mechanisms. But I'm a bit more pessimistic in this case. So, I mean, if you look at rules, UNCLOS was developed during the Cold War. It is a product of the Cold War. And China agreed to UNCLOS. But as speakers throughout today's panels have shown, in many ways, China is not following those rules. It's disregarded the decisions of the 2016 tribunal. At the moment, it continues to harass the gas development programs of Malaysia and Indonesia. It's a bit ambiguous, but it seems that the new maritime traffic safety laws, domestic legislation that restricts freedom of navigation in the South China Sea in some level. And I'm sure that Chinese speakers, Chinese delegates to this conference would point out that they believe those rules are unfair, or they might point at violations that other states make. But what that tells us is that the rules made during the Cold War exist and are helping, but are not being universally followed. I think the mechanism side, crisis management mechanisms, is also very interesting. The common history that we commonly understand about the Cold War is that when the Soviet Navy was on the rise and the United States Navy on the decline in the late 70s, it was Russia that initiated a demand to create INCSE and other mechanisms. In the late 90s, when the Chinese Navy, although not nearly as strong as it is today, started to reemerge, it came and asked for an INCSE. It started the requests that led to 1998's development of the MMCA. Yet MMCA isn't really working. If you just look at 2020, the U.S. Military counted 9 incidents of unsafe and unprofessional behavior in March through May 2020 alone. And then the United States says that China is not being faithful to the agreement by not going to the December 2020 MMCA agreement. So again, maybe MMCA is not the right fit, but clearly it's not working. And I give a third example, which would be CUES. And the CUES is a post-Cold War development, but it follows a similar trajectory. CUES was an Australian initiative developed in 1999 under French leadership. It went into a full draft by 2004, and it was never fully implemented, although it was endorsed because largely of Chinese restrictions or objections. By 2014, China showed the leadership to turn CUES into a, while not binding, much more authoritative document. Yet, despite CUES, we still have incidents at sea in this region. So I'm fairly pessimistic that new rules or new mechanisms are going to solve this. If they are, they need not to be drawn from the Cold War, but from our current reality. And I think this is where the panel has brought the most to the argument. Professor Kriva did a great job of describing the various different coalitions and alignments which are developing. I thought Professor Liu did a good job of talking about how those alignments and coalitions, especially ASEAN, could better leverage their intrinsic strengths to manage crises and develop a more rules-based order. I would also refer to her previous works on the role of non-state and sub-state actors. I think that's invaluable because I think that what we've seen so far is that when states are in control of the situation, they control escalation and de-escalation. We've seen that in the last 15, 20 years, but the problems are encountered when they're hemmed in by non-state actors. And then the last sentence, because I don't want to take too much time, is I just think Dr. Lee did a great job of talking about the value that additional players bring as they stake their interest in the South China Sea. And the question I'd have to everyone, perhaps the folks that are leaving first, is, are there any concerns about the growing internationalization of the South China Sea issue, the growing involvement in statements that are being made by European powers, by Korea, et cetera?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradford, for this reflection on what the panelists brought into the discussion, and also sharing your own perspectives on the current state of play. So we just saw a very kind message of Dr. Lee to all of us that he had to leave the session. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for joining us today. We will let you know that it was much appreciated after the session. Mr. Cooper, is there anything that you would like to share before you need to leave?
No, I would just say one final thing. I think the remarks that the panelists have made and that John Bradford made have been exactly right and very insightful. And I would just add, I think one thing that we haven't talked about, but what is really important, is that the Cold War was largely bipolar, and we're just not in a bipolar world anymore, right? As a basic starting point, we are in a multipolar world. I don't even think we know exactly how many poles there are, right? I mean, we could have a discussion on this panel about, whether Europe as a whole counts as a pole, whether Russia counts as a pole, whether India counts as a pole. I think that would be a very fruitful discussion. But the point stands that at the end of the day, we don't actually have two blocks aligned against each other. We have a much more varied set of countries with very different interests and characteristics. And so I think that richness has really come out in the panel, and I'm very happy to have been able to be here. And I'm sorry that I have to leave early.
No problem at all. It was great to have you. And I think apart from reflecting on what was said during this panel, you also made a very interesting suggestion for a new dialogue. So I look at Mr. Sun and his colleagues of the DAV to take that on board for the next time to discuss the current landscape of the world that is not bipolar, but multipolar. And the question is, how many poles are there actually? So that's for next time. Now I would like to give the floor back to Dr. Anna Kireva. You have a question from Woho Hang An. Chang'an, I think it is. In recent years, Russia-Chinese relations are getting warmer. Deepening ties means Russia should take on a supporting stance for China in the South China Sea. Could this thus affect Russia's approach to South China Sea disputes? Dr. Anna, are you able to briefly reflect on that?
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a great question indeed. Of course, we can clearly see that Russia-China security relations have been on the rise, and there has been increasing military cooperation between the two. However, I would say that Russia still strives to maintain autonomous decision-making and also to diversify its relations with Asian partners. And here for the South China Sea specifically, one of the basic elements of Russia's position has been supporting international law and UNCLOS in terms of resolving the disputes in the South China Sea. And also Russia has been arguing for negotiating a code of conduct, a meaningful one. And also we can see that these statements on the role of UNCLOS and international law, they actually are included in all declarations between Russia and ASEAN and Russia-Vietnam for that matter. So I guess here Russia still would like to take a neutral stance. And also it's not really likely that Russia would, for example, acknowledge officially the 9-dash line or really adhere to China's policy. So I guess it's still to maintain its neutrality and argue for a peaceful resolution of the dispute according to the international law. And also it supports the freedom of navigation over flight, as also has been mentioned in many Russia-ASEAN declarations.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna. I said at the beginning of this session that apart from being your moderator, I'm also obliged to be your time manager, and it is time. We had a lot of food for thought, and I think the DAV has now prepared actual food to re-energize us or energize us for this afternoon's sessions that will be chaired by the Ambassador of Australia and the Ambassador of Singapore, and that will be undoubtedly very, very interesting. Thank you very, very much for your active participation, audience, the ones here at the DAV, but also the audiences online. And esteemed panelists, I also said time will probably be too short to do you justice, but I think you really give us a good insight on your line of thinking and your insights, and we will make sure that we read up your researches, and we hope that we will be able to meet you again in the future for further discussion and dialogue. Thank you all very much. Sin Kaman.
Thank you, Her Excellencies Ambassador Elsbeth Ackerman. Thank you, Dr. Nguyễn Nam Dương. And our morning sessions have been wrapped, and the lunch is now readily served on the first floor, Building M. So this building, so please go to the first floor for the lunch. And I have one announcement.
In the afternoon, as some guests will leave the room, we have some space upon the gate into the big conference room. If you would like to join us in the big conference room.
Theo dõi trên livestream Facebook lúc 1 giờ có buổi bình luận trực tiếp, và đây cũng là lần đầu tiên Hội thảo Biển Đông có bình luận trực tiếp ngay sau các phiên. Xin cảm ơn quý vị ạ. Thank you so much. So see you in session 4. Please go back to the room at around 1:50 because session 3 will start at 2 p.m. Okay. Enjoy your lunch.
Recording stopped. Hello, hello.
Cảm ơn thầy.
Alo. Xin chào quý vị khán giả, chào mừng quý vị khán giả đã quay trở lại với Hội thảo Biển Đông lần thứ 13. Bây giờ chúng tôi xin được tường thuật trực tiếp buổi bình luận đầu tiên trong các kỳ Hội thảo Biển Đông. Buổi bình luận này sẽ do giáo sư Nguyễn Nam Dương đến từ Viện Biển Đông và Thiếu tướng Lê Văn Cương đến từ Bộ Công an tham gia bình luận. Xin mời giáo sư ạ.
Thưa các quý vị đại biểu, như vậy phiên khai mạc và hai phiên đầu tiên của Hội thảo Biển Đông lần thứ 13 đã kết thúc sáng nay. Đây là hai phiên có chủ đề vị trí của Biển Đông trong bối cảnh toàn cầu và 30 năm sau chiến tranh lạnh liệu có thể nổ ra một cuộc chiến tranh lạnh mới. Tại các phiên họp thì đã có nhiều nhận xét đánh giá của các học giả và nhiều câu hỏi về tình hình Biển Đông hiện nay, về vai trò của các nước lớn cũng như sự biến động chiến lược toàn cầu. Để giúp chúng ta hiểu sâu thêm về những vấn đề này, Học viện Ngoại giao, ban tổ chức có trao đổi với ông Lê Văn Cương, nguyên Viện trưởng Viện Khoa học và Chiến lược Công an bên lề Hội thảo Biển Đông. Xin hỏi ông Lê Văn Cương, ông có nhận xét gì về hai phiên Hội thảo Biển Đông thứ 13 sáng nay?
Về cái Hội thảo quốc tế Biển Đông, kỳ hội thảo lần thứ 13. Trong 13 Hội thảo Biển Đông tôi dự 10 cuộc hội thảo. Nhân cuộc hội thảo Biển Đông năm 2013 này để lại cho tôi 3 cái dấu ấn đặc biệt. Cái dấu ấn thứ nhất, cái lựa chọn chủ đề, nhìn lại quá khứ vì một tương lai tươi đẹp hơn. Tôi nghĩ đấy là một cái sáng tạo của Bộ Ngoại giao, của Viện Ngoại giao. Ta chọn một cái chủ đề này bao gồm một cái phổ rất rộng, mà là cái tâm điểm quan tâm của mọi quốc gia trên thế giới này. Cái hội thảo diễn ra vào cuối năm, vào đầu thập niên thứ 2 của thế kỷ 21. Các quốc gia muốn hay không muốn đều phải nhìn lại quá khứ và hướng tương lai cả. Cho nên ngay cái tên của hội thảo Biển Đông lần 13 này đã cuốn hút rồi, đã tạo một cái dấu ấn đặc biệt, không phải chỉ của Việt Nam đâu, cộng đồng quốc tế, bạn bè, đối tác của chúng ta đều quan tâm cả. Thế cái điều thứ nhất tôi thấy là cái lựa chọn cái tiêu đề là Biển Đông nhìn lại quá khứ, hướng tới một tương lai tốt đẹp hơn. Tôi cho rằng đấy là cái thông minh sáng suốt của Bộ Ngoại giao, trực tiếp Bộ Ngoại giao lựa chọn. Chính cái chủ đề này đã tạo ra được một cái hấp dẫn và cuốn hút của tất cả các học giả trên thế giới này. Đấy là điều thứ nhất mà tôi nghĩ rằng là có lẽ cái dấu ấn quan trọng nhất đầu tiên mà để lại cái hội thảo Biển Đông Quốc tế 13 là như vậy. Cái dấu ấn thứ hai là chính là các đồng chí lựa chọn cái chủ đề nhìn lại quá khứ vì một tương lai tốt đẹp hơn. Vì thế chúng ta là lôi cuốn được tất cả, mời được tất cả học giả, các nhà khoa học gần như trên khắp thế giới này. 5 nước hội đồng thường trực Hội đồng Bảo an Liên Hợp Quốc: Hoa Kỳ, Trung Quốc, Nga, Anh, Pháp, các cường quốc như Nhật Bản, như Ấn Độ, như là Đức, kể cả các cường quốc tầm trung như Australia, Hàn Quốc, ASEAN, và chúng ta không một số ai cả. Mời các bạn Campuchia tham gia nữa đấy ạ. Canada. Cái chủ đề này được cuốn hút tất cả, lôi cuốn sự tham gia của tất cả cộng đồng quốc tế và vấn đề Biển Đông. Đây là cái dấu ấn thứ hai. Chúng ta ít khi mà tập hợp một lực lượng đông đảo, có thể nói cả 5 châu 4 biển hướng về Việt Nam, tìm ra một cái giải pháp ổn định an ninh Biển Đông. Cái điều dấu ấn thứ hai của tôi là như vậy. Cái thứ ba là cho dù cái trục, cái phổ chiều ngang rất rộng, những cái trục chính vẫn là cuộc cạnh tranh và đối đầu Mỹ Trung. Cái cuộc hội thảo này hay ở chỗ ta bàn vấn đề Biển Đông, bàn rất rộng, bàn cả kinh tế, bàn cả an ninh, bàn cả quốc phòng, bàn cả du lịch, bàn cả khoa học, cả môi trường, vân vân. Cái phổ rất rộng. Những cái trục thời gian diễn ra xung quanh cái trục mà cuộc đối thoại đối đầu Trung Mỹ. Cái đây chỉ 3 hôm thôi ạ. Ngày 15 tháng 9 vừa rồi, Tổng thống Joe Biden đã gặp Chủ tịch Trung Quốc Tập Cận Bình. Chính cuộc gặp thượng đỉnh của Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc cùng đưa hơi thở vào cuộc hội thảo này. Tôi cho đấy là cái tuyệt vời đấy ạ. Tức là đảm bảo được cái không khí thời sự thực sự. Cái hơi thở của thời đại nó phản ánh vào trong cuộc hội thảo này. Tôi cho đấy là một điểm rất hay. Cái điều thứ ba cảm nhận cái cuộc hội thảo Biển Đông 13 này chính là một cái không khí cởi mở, chân thành, thẳng thắn. Tôi cho phát biểu như vậy là thẳng thắn, không có né tránh gì cả, nhưng cũng không có những cái thái độ, những biểu hiện cực đoan. Chính cái thành công là chỗ này. Tất cả mọi người đều lắng nghe quan điểm của mình trên tinh thần xây dựng, mong một tốt đẹp hơn cho khu vực này và cả thế giới. Không có một ý kiến nào mang tính cực đoan. Đâu đấy các hội thảo trước kia đều có, cuộc hội thảo này không có. Cái điều thứ ba tôi nhận thấy là cái thành công thứ ba ít ra là thể hiện trên cái tinh thần thái độ tham gia. Tất cả học giả của tất cả nước tham gia vào đây đều phải tinh thần xây dựng, cởi mở, thẳng thắn và chân thành. Không có một ý kiến nào tôi cho rằng là để làm cái dấu ấn gì đặc biệt cả. Mà trước đây thì ít nhiều cũng có. Thì đấy là vì tôi nghĩ rằng là cái cuộc hội thảo Biển Đông lần thứ 13 này, từ cái tiêu đề này càng chỉ tập hợp tất cả những học giả trên thế giới, đến cái trục thời gian, tất cả mặc dầu cái phổ rất rộng. Trước đấy ta bàn chủ yếu là cạnh tranh, là hợp tác, là giải quyết tranh chấp Biển Đông. Cái trục chính trước đấy là thế. Bây giờ ta mở rộng ra cả khoa học, cả môi trường, cả du lịch, cả an ninh phi truyền thống và truyền thống nữa. Nhưng mà cái trục thời gian vẫn là xoay quanh cái quan hệ Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc. Chính cái hay là chỗ này, cái hơi thở của thời đại nó phản ánh ngay trong cuộc Biển Đông này. Thì tôi cảm nhận như vậy.
Vậy xin hỏi ông Lê Văn Cương, ông đánh giá như thế nào về cái vai trò, vị trí của vấn đề Biển Đông trong bối cảnh chiến lược toàn cầu đang thay đổi? Đây chính là phiên 1.
Vâng. Qua cái 2 phiên này thì tôi thấy thế này này. Còn cái điều cảm nhận của tôi mà làm cho tôi yên tâm hơn. Qua cái hội thảo này, tất cả học giả, kể cả học giả Trung Quốc, học giả Hoa Kỳ, các học giả của Ấn Độ, của Nhật Bản, của Anh, của Pháp, của Mỹ, của Australia, của Hàn Quốc, của Singapore và Campuchia nữa. Tất cả tôi nhắc hết được, đều khẳng định một điều: Biển Đông không phải là cái biển quan hệ của Trung Quốc và ASEAN, không phải. Biển Đông là biển thế giới. 33% thương mại toàn cầu đi qua Biển Đông này, với một năm là khoảng 5.200 tỷ đô la. Biển Đông có lợi ích của tất cả quốc gia. 5 cường quốc ủy viên thường trực Hội đồng Bảo an có lợi ích ở Biển Đông. Cả châu Âu có lợi ích Biển Đông, cả châu Mỹ có lợi ích Biển Đông, châu Á thì khỏi nói rồi, châu Đại Dương có lợi ích Biển Đông. Cái nhận thức đầu tiên mà tôi cho thống nhất, Biển Đông không phải là một cái khu vực cô lập của chỉ mấy quốc gia không này đâu, nó là vấn đề toàn cầu, vấn đề quốc tế, gắn liền với lợi ích của tất cả cường quốc trên thế giới này. Đây là cái nhận thức tôi cho rất hay, nền tảng. Từ nhận thức như vậy thì ra đến hai vấn đề mà tôi cho các học giả để trình bày có sức thuyết phục. Đã là vấn đề toàn cầu thì dứt khoát trong quá trình giải quyết những vấn đề trên Biển Đông, cả trên không, cả trên biển và dưới lòng đất, phải giải quyết đa phương. Song song với đa phương là có cái song phương. Song phương không thể giải quyết được vấn đề Biển Đông. Biển Đông toàn bộ vấn đề. Toàn bộ vấn đề kinh tế, vấn đề xã hội, vấn đề môi trường, vấn đề khoa học, chứ không phải chỉ có an ninh tranh chấp, chủ quyền biển đảo, không phải đâu. Vì thế, từ cái nhận thức như vậy, tôi cho một cái điều thứ hai các học giả nêu ra hội thảo này là gì? Nó là vấn đề toàn cầu, phải giải quyết bằng biện pháp đa phương. Tất nhiên song song và song phương. Có những vấn đề chỉ cần hai nước ngồi với nhau thôi ạ. Nhưng nói chung, nhìn tổng thể cả Biển Đông thì dứt khoát phải là đa phương. Thậm chí tôi nghĩ rằng sẽ lúc Liên Hợp Quốc phải tham gia vào đây nữa, chứ không phải chỉ có ASEAN đâu ạ. Hiện nay đã có tiếng nói của Liên minh châu Âu vào đây rồi. Và sớm muộn tôi nghĩ rằng là đến lúc Liên Hợp Quốc phải có vai trò Biển Đông, nó là vấn đề toàn cầu. Vì thế cái giải quyết tranh chấp này phải tiếp cận từ cả đa phương, trên góc nhìn toàn cầu, trên góc nhìn tổng thể, không chỉ có an ninh tranh chấp, chủ quyền đâu ạ. Kinh tế, môi trường, sinh thái, cả trước mắt và tương lai của loài người này. Đây là cái điều thứ hai mà tôi thấy là các học giả đã có cái đánh giá rất hay. Cái điều thứ ba, vì nó là vấn đề toàn cầu, cho nên dứt khoát tất cả các cuộc vướng mắc tranh chấp ở Biển Đông, dù dưới góc độ nào hết chăng nữa, góc độ quốc phòng, góc độ an ninh, chủ quyền, hay là kinh tế, hay môi trường, hay khoa học, đều phải được giải quyết trên cơ sở luật pháp quốc tế. Mà trong đó cái UNCLOS 1982 là cái luật cơ bản. Không một học giả nào phản đối việc giải quyết tranh chấp bằng luật pháp quốc tế trong UNCLOS. Thì tôi nghĩ đây là cái điều tuyệt vời. Lần đầu tiên trong một cuộc hội thảo mà chúng ta đã kéo tất cả cộng đồng quốc tế nhận thức rõ hơn vấn đề Biển Đông. Nó là vấn đề quốc tế, phải giải quyết song phương và đa phương. Đồng thời, cái nguyên tắc tối thượng của quan hệ quốc tế hiện đại là dựa trên nền tảng của hiến chương Liên Hợp Quốc và luật pháp quốc tế. Trong đó UNCLOS, thì tôi nghĩ đây là vấn đề rất hay, là cái mới. Một cái điều nữa, trong quá trình thảo luận đấy thì các học giả đều thể hiện một cái thái độ xây dựng, tiếp thu những vấn đề của nhau. Cho tôi cho cái thái độ rất hay. Và đặc biệt, nói gì thì nói thôi ạ. Cái thảo luận Biển Đông này, cho dù là ta bàn về quá khứ và nhìn tương lai, thì lấp ló sau lưng đấy vẫn là quan hệ Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc. Cái hay là chỗ này, tất cả các diễn giả đều đưa cái không khí của thời đại vào, có thể là thời mới nói. Thì cho đấy là cái tuyệt vời, cái thành công. Và Biển Đông được đặt trong một tầm nhìn khác, một cách tiếp cận khác, là vấn đề toàn cầu, là vấn đề quốc tế, phải được giải quyết trên phương diện song phương đa phương, phải trên cơ sở pháp quốc tế, từ hiến chương Liên Hợp Quốc đến công ước luật biển năm 2. Thì tôi cho đấy là một cái thành công lớn đấy ạ. Bởi vì khi mà có nhận thức như vậy thì rõ ràng tất cả quốc gia mức độ khác nhau và có trách nhiệm tham gia vào đảm bảo khu vực này ổn định, hòa bình, phát triển, trong để có lợi của bản thân mình. Vì thế cho nên tôi nghĩ cái không khí lần này rất hay, nó khác với mọi lần hội thảo trước, là có những ý kiến khá gay gắt chuyện này chuyện kia. Lần này không, xây dựng hết, kể cả những ý kiến của các học giả nói về Trung Quốc cũng rất đúng mức. Ý kiến học giả Trung Quốc tôi cho là cũng xây dựng. Đây là cái thành công quý tụ lắm, có nhận thức chung những vấn đề quan trọng như vậy. Thế còn tất nhiên đi vào những vấn đề cụ thể thì có thể khác nhau, cái chuyện nó bình thường thôi.
Vâng, chiến tranh lạnh đã kết thúc được 30 năm. Vậy thì hiện nay mọi người đang nói về có khả năng có xảy ra một cuộc chiến tranh lạnh mới. Vậy thì theo ý kiến của ông, cái khả năng này có thực tiễn hay không?
Qua cái hội thảo tại cái hội thảo Miền Đông 13 này thì là nhiều học giả. Như vậy là có đến 8 học giả, kể cả học giả Hoa Kỳ, học giả Trung Quốc, học giả Nhật Bản, học giả Ấn Độ, học giả Nga, châu Âu có đề cập đến vấn đề chiến tranh lạnh. Sáng nay tôi thấy cái thảo luận này là thú vị. Những cái bài học rút ra từ chiến tranh lạnh để nghĩ tới sắp tới đây, liệu có một cuộc chiến tranh lạnh với phiên bản 2.0 giữa Hoa Kỳ và Trung Quốc không? Thì hầu hết các học giả đều trả lời nó không có cơ sở, không có cơ sở. Nhưng tất nhiên cái phạm vi một học giả chỉ trình bày 12 phút thì họ có thể nói hết được. Nhưng mà tôi xin nói rõ thế này này, những cái điều mà các học giả mà chưa trình bày cụ thể, cái lý sự tại sao là không có chiến tranh lạnh Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc được, là vì thế này, cái bối cảnh toàn cầu hiện nay dưới tác động của hai cái sự kiện, một là toàn cầu hóa về kinh tế, thứ hai là cuộc cách mạng khoa học công nghệ, gọi là cuộc cách mạng công nghiệp lần thứ tư 4.0. Chính hai cái toàn cầu hóa kinh tế với thành tựu của cách mạng internet này làm cho con người hành tinh nó gần gũi nhau hơn rồi, và thậm chí là không dễ dàng tách khỏi nhau được. Tôi chỉ nói về một mặt kinh tế thôi ạ. Trước đây 2 năm có lần cựu tổng thống Hoa Kỳ Donald Trump cũng đã có ý tưởng đưa ra là tách nền kinh tế Hoa Kỳ khỏi Trung Quốc. Tất nhiên cái ý tưởng của ông cũng có mặt hợp lý chứ phải không, xuất phát từ cái suy nghĩ của tổng thống Trump, nhưng mà thực tế không thể tách được. Làm sao mà tách được khi mà nền kinh tế xâm nhập vào nhau đến tận cùng ngang cùng ngõ hẻm trong đời sống xã hội của Hoa Kỳ, nhưng sản phẩm Trung Quốc có mặt trên tất cả mọi đời sống của Hoa Kỳ. Ngược lại, công nghệ và sản phẩm Hoa Kỳ là có mặt trên Trung Quốc thì làm sao tách được. Cho nên các học giả nói rằng là sẽ không có cuộc chiến tranh lạnh Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc với phiên bản 2.0. Nhưng mà tôi nghĩ thế này, tôi tiếp cận vấn đề này dùng góc nhìn khác mà sáng nay các ông giả chưa tiếp cận. Có chiến tranh lạnh Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc 2.0 có hay không phải xuất phát từ Trung Quốc và Hoa Kỳ. Bản thân Hoa Kỳ bây giờ tổng thống Joe Biden và ngay cả những người kế nhiệm sau này cũng vật lộn xoay trần ra để vực dậy nước Mỹ cả về kinh tế, cả về chính trị xã hội. Hoa Kỳ đang chồng chất những khó khăn, nền kinh tế trì trệ 5-7 năm nay chưa có cái dấu hiệu phục hồi và phát triển mới. Cái nền chính trị xã hội chưa bao giờ bị chia rẽ như hiện nay cả. Cái điều thứ ba, quan hệ Hoa Kỳ với đồng minh bạn bè chưa bao giờ lỏng lẻo như hiện nay. Trên về phía Hoa Kỳ, chắc chắn tổng thống Joe Biden và những người kế nhiệm sẽ không bao giờ có ý tưởng triển khai một cuộc chiến tranh lạnh 2.0 với Trung Quốc cả. Chắc chắn là không rồi. Hoa Kỳ không có thể yên tâm chuyện này được. Và tổng thống Joe Biden nói rằng không làm được. Trên xét trên phương diện là về sức mạnh tiềm lực, cái khả năng vai trò vị toàn cầu Hoa Kỳ hiện nay hoàn toàn không có khả năng tham gia một cuộc chiến tranh 2.0 với Trung Quốc. Về phía Trung Quốc, Chủ tịch Tập Cận Bình cũng đã nhiều lần nói rồi, và 15 tháng 9 vừa rồi cái đêm 3 hôm cũng đã nói thẳng thắn về tổng thống Joe Biden là gì? Dứt khoát sẽ không có một cuộc chiến tranh lạnh giữa Hoa Kỳ với Trung Quốc. Mặc dầu tổng thống Hoa Kỳ không nói, mặc dầu Chủ tịch Trung Quốc không nói ra, nhưng bản thân Trung Quốc họ hoàn toàn không mong muốn có một cuộc chiến tranh xảy ra được. Bởi vì khi chiến tranh lạnh xảy ra thì cái môi trường quốc tế của Trung Quốc cực kỳ khó khăn. Trung Quốc tạo ra cái thần kỳ từ năm 1978 đến bây giờ, có cái tài thao lược của ông Tập Cận Bình, có cái nguồn năng lượng của 600 triệu người được giải phóng, Nhưng một cái điều kiện quan trọng mang tính quyết định, đây là môi trường quốc tế. Hoa Kỳ và Tây Âu mở rộng cánh cửa đón Trung Quốc vào. Trung Quốc thu nhập được hàng ngàn tỷ đô la vốn, tất cả những công nghệ tiên tiến nhất của G7 năm đấy rồi. Trung Quốc phát triển thần kỳ, có một nguyên nhân cơ bản là cộng đồng quốc tế nhất tư bản vào đây. Bây giờ nếu chuyện đó xảy ra, chắc chắn tất nhiên là không phải như trước, nhưng cái môi trường quốc tế khó khăn nhiều. Cho nên về phía Trung Quốc chắc chắn không bao giờ họ muốn cùng như thế lành cả. Ít ra trong một thời gian ta có thể hình dung được là 10 năm tới sẽ không có như thế lành. Cái điều này yên tâm.
Vâng, rất cảm ơn ông Lê Văn Cương đã giúp chúng ta hiểu biết sâu sắc hơn về các vấn đề đã được nêu trong hội thảo sáng nay. Vâng, trước khi kết thúc phần bình luận, cá nhân tôi xin giới thiệu cuốn sách mới nhất của tác giả Lê Văn Cương, Phiêu lưu trong vùng cực tối của thế giới, Nhà xuất bản Chính trị Quốc gia Sự thật năm 2021. Và bây giờ xin mời tất cả quý vị đại biểu tiếp tục tham dự hội thảo. Xin cảm ơn ông Lê Văn Cương.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, dear excellencies, please be seated for the next sessions. The next sessions, our session 3, will convene soon. And please, just a few housekeeping rules before we start session 3. In case you're not here in the morning, please put your devices in silent mode. And please practice also the COVID safety guideline. We have masks and hand sanitizers outside. And for your mic, when it's your turn, please press the button in front of you if you want to address an issue or raise the questions. And for our participants in others rooms, from conference room 2, 3, and 4, if you feel like having a questions during the Q&A, please raise your hand, and the coordinator and the technical team in each conference room will help you accordingly. And for our participants online, once again, thank you so much for sticking with us through the morning. And we appreciate a lot of comments and feedbacks on our live streams on Facebook and YouTube. But please, if you have a questions, please clearly indicate your names and your affiliations. And with that, I would like to welcome you to the session 3 of the South China Sea Conference. Session 3 is about legal issues, cementing the legal order in the South China Sea. And for these sessions, we have the honor to invite Her Excellencies Ambassador Robin Moody from the embassies of Australia in Vietnam. Please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to have been invited back to the South China Sea Conference again this year. And I'm particularly pleased to have been invited to moderate the session this afternoon, which I think will be a very interesting and hopefully dynamic discussion. So the Australian Embassy in Hanoi is very pleased to be supporting the conference once again, and I am honoured to be part of the discussion today with such a diverse group of academics and officials who bring such a tremendous range of experience. And I am particularly pleased to moderate this session, which is focused on the legal order at sea, including the landmark 2016 South China Sea Arbitral Award. This is not only a topical issue, but it's a critical topic, as international law and the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea remains the bedrock framework for all conduct in our oceans. In recent times, we've seen rules, norms and laws in the maritime domain continue to be challenged, and therefore it's essential that we continue dialogue to reinforce our shared understanding of international law. And this is crucial to maintaining peace and stability in the South China Sea. During the panel discussion today, speakers will discuss the legal order in the South China Sea, including by looking at various challenges in this field. And in covering this topic, speakers will look at the arbitral award and discuss how countries have used the ruling as a reference point to advance positions. Our speakers will also offer predictions about the future order at sea and how the legal framework may evolve. Today's discussion comes at a very important time. 2021 marks the 5th anniversary of the South China Sea Arbitral Award. So I'm very much looking forward to hearing from our panellists about how this ruling has shaped countries' understanding of UNCLOS, the international legal order. Today, we are very privileged to hear from an impressive lineup of panellists, many of whom will be known to members of the audience. In the interest of time, I won't go through their detailed biographies, and I'll leave you with the details in the conference pamphlet. But I will just list who we're going to hear from in the coming hour. First of all, Professor J. Batongkapal from the University of the Philippines, followed by Dr. Ling Ting Hui, Deputy General Secretary of the Taiwanese Society of International Law, Chinese Taipei. Professor Nishimoto Kentaro will speak next from Tohoku University. And then we'll hear from Dr. Yan Yan, Director of the Research Centre of Oceans Law and Policy in the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. And finally on our list of speakers, Mr. Andrew Murdoch, who is a Legal Director at the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office. And our discussant this afternoon is Dr. Joanna Mossop, Associate Dean for Research in the Law Faculty at the Victoria University of Wellington. Before I invite Professor Batongkapal to commence, I'd like to remind all panellists that you'll be given 10 minutes for your presentation, and I will gently remind you if you go over that threshold. In the interest of time, I'll save questions until after we've heard from all of our panellists. Thank you. And so now it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor J. Batongkapal from the University of the Philippines. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for inviting me again to this conference. I will just share my screen, and we will talk about one particular aspect of the legal order, which I think is of interest to all of us, since it could be argued that this is one of the main reasons why we have these disputes in the South China Sea. So we'll talk about the South China Sea Arbitration Award and offshore petroleum exploration and development since that time. Now, this is just since I have only 10 minutes, I'll go very over 3 points: petroleum exploration activities in the South China Sea, the arbitration award and relevant jurisprudence and laws, and some guidance on assessing the legality or legitimacy of activities based on what we can glean from the law and jurisprudence. First of all, just to briefly remind everyone with respect to developments in petroleum activities in the South China Sea, especially in the last 3 years, we have seen, of course, that historically there have been many attempts or many activities on the part of the littoral states to try to explore and exploit petroleum resources in their continental shelf areas, proceeding from their near shore and expanding further outward. And perhaps it is because it has reached a point where the petroleum activities have really gone much further out than ever, that the disputes with respect to petroleum exploration and development have intensified somewhat. Now, in 2019, particularly, we have seen a number of activities, not just the regular petroleum development that has been proceeding in the past few decades, but some activities which have raised concern because they appear to be unilateral activities undertaken in the exclusive economic zone of other states, meaning states that are not of the same, EEZs not of the same state. And we see here in 2019 the incidents recorded about the seismic exploration, apparently of the Hayang-DC 8, and activities also not just on the Vietnamese side, but on the opposite side, in the Malaysian side, close to the Malaysian coastline, near around the Luconia Shoals. We've also seen the following year additional activities again on the Malaysian side near Luconia Shoals, but then also expanding into the area that has been jointly claimed by Malaysia and Vietnam as being part of their extended continental shelves, and other activities. Another activity later on, particularly on the Malaysian side of the South China Sea, there in the Malaysian EEZ, outside of that jointly claimed area. And then just this year, we've seen again a repeat of these activities, again closer to the Malaysian side, particularly the Kasiwari gas field. And the new development perhaps is it is now expanded onto the Indonesian side in areas that are included within Indonesia's exclusive economic zone area, and implicitly the continental shelf beneath it as well. So these activities give us a kind of a snapshot of what our concerns are with respect to petroleum development in the South China Sea. Now, the international law on this, however, is not as clear-cut, not as visible as the illustrations that I've showed you based on what has been produced by the CSIS, Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative. Of course, our starting point will always be UNCLOS, and of note is that in addition to recognizing the rights of coastal states to their continental shelf areas and the right to explore and exploit them, it is always notable that we should highlight the paragraph that stresses that in areas where there are overlapping continental shelves, the law basically encourages the states concerned, in a spirit of understanding and cooperation, to make every effort to enter into provisional arrangements of a practical nature, and during this period to not jeopardize or hamper the reaching of a final agreement. This underscores what has been called a dual incentive. First is to incentivize cooperation through provisional arrangements, and second, to disincentivize unilateral action by actions that jeopardize or hamper the reaching of final agreement. Now, jurisprudence has also supported this. In the fisheries jurisdiction case in 1974, the tribunal emphasized that states have mutual obligations to undertake negotiations in good faith for an equitable solution. So again, trying to promote negotiations and cooperation, hoping that they will see the wisdom of arriving at an equitable solution. And in the Aegean Sea case, one major issue was the unilateral drilling activities. And in that case, the tribunal stated that seismic exploration activities per se, the use of seismic surveys, do not involve the establishment of drilling installations or the actual appropriation of natural resources or create the risk of physical damage to the seabed or subsoil, and therefore they may be permissible. However, note that this indicates that if there are drilling operations or there is appropriation of natural resources or there is risk of physical damage, then it impliedly would not be permissible. Now, in the Guyana-Suriname case in 2007, this was in a way reinforced because, again, the tribunal stressed that the parties should try to negotiate in good faith, and that means they should be prepared to make concessions in pursuit of a provisional arrangement. And this underscored the idea of meaningful negotiations, not negotiations just for form, just for the sake of doing them, but actually intended to produce an equitable result. It also stressed that it's not permissible for any party to undertake any unilateral drilling activity, as this would cause prejudice to the other party's rights. And again, although just in passing, it seems that seismic surveys were considered as legally permissible. Now, there are the case also stressed again the importance of good faith negotiations, and interestingly, it also stated that states really should not resort to self-help or to threats, especially against the operations of the other country, even if they do have disputes. Now, in the provisional measures, the request for provisional measures in the Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana case, interestingly, it was the tribunal was asked provisional measures about these continuing exploration, continuing drilling, and it was stated by the tribunal that the drilling basically causes permanent physical modification, which cannot be restored, which cannot be attended to with compensation and reparation. And it also indicated that even the acquisition and subsequent use of geological information could create a risk of irreversible prejudice to the rights of one of the parties, especially if it turns out that those rights actually belong to that party. And so again, drilling particularly was thought to be contrary to international law. And however, seismic surveys were not still not ordered to be suspended. Okay. In the South China Sea Arbitration Award, note that the additional guidance we get is with respect to some of the submissions of the Philippines that were concerned with China's protests and actions against Philippine petroleum activities in these areas indicated on the chart. And the activities, the conduct that China had were basically diplomatic statements to the service contractor asserting their claims, and actions by Chinese vessels ordering the survey vessel to halt operations and leave the contract area. The first two actions were not deemed to be in contravention of international law. However, note that in the case of diplomatic communications, the presumption was that China was acting in good faith. So it may be asked whether in the aftermath of the arbitration, China can still be considered in good faith, given that it now is aware that the tribunal has ruled that it has no lawful claim to historic rights over these areas, at least on the Philippine side. With respect to the second conduct, merely informing the contractor about its claim is also not in contravention of international law. However, there is an indication that it might be in contravention if there is evidence that it tried to induce the contractor to cease operations, essentially interfere with them, and or indicate adverse consequences if they did not comply, if they declined to cease operations, or even just requesting them to refrain from operations. So there seems to be the implication that notification, but with an additional inducement or possible threat, would be contrary to international law. And then finally, with respect to the actual interference with the petroleum exploration operations, the tribunal is very clear that directly inducing the exploration vessel to cease operations and to depart using law enforcement vessels was a breach of the Philippines' rights to its continental shelf. But again, this was reached only because the tribunal was able to make the finding that the continental shelf did pertain to the Philippines. So what can we then derive from this? This is my last slide. Well, basically, the guidance in assessing, therefore, these activities in the South China Sea can be summarized. That there is a duty to undertake negotiations in good faith and try to reach an equitable solution. Parties must be doing this, must be undertaking this. They must avoid the appropriation of natural resources or the infliction of physical damage to the seabed and subsoil and causing permanent prejudice. They should not resort to self-help and threats in doing so. They should provide information, prior information, and seek the cooperation of the other party at the very least, and they should not induce or interfere or indicate adverse consequences in case of non-compliance against the contractors or those entities specifically undertaking these petroleum operations. And lastly, they should not themselves unilaterally impose their own understanding of rights, and instead seek or use the peaceful modes of dispute settlement provided in UNCLOS. These provide us basically with the guidance that we can use to assess the legitimacy of actions in the South China Sea. But probably one final note that I may mention, this seems to bode well for the Philippines, considering that it is a party to the South China Sea arbitration. It seems that with respect to the other parties, although they may refer to the reasoning of the tribunal, no, they do not have the benefit of the binding of tribunal award on them and the other party. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. A great start to the discussion this afternoon, and thank you for taking us to such practical examples and previous experiences, and in particular for reminding us of the importance of discussion, dialogue, and operating in good faith. So a very interesting start to this afternoon's discussion. And now I'd like to call on Dr. Ling Ting Hui, Deputy General Secretary of the Taiwanese Society of International Law, Chinese Taipei. You have the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Good afternoon. And today I just share my observation about the tribunal's opinion about the archipelago space lines in the arbitrations. I remember 5 years ago, and the tribunal said any countries cannot claim the territory using the strait baselines or the archipelago baselines in the territory area. So I think this is very important for in the future for the claimants to claim their territorial sea baseline in the territory, and especially this is some signals for everyone to think more. And the strait baseline using here is right or wrong, or maybe we don't have the answer. We don't have the answer, but we can have some brainstorm to think more. So the tribunal said it cannot agree the Spratly Islands should be enclosed within a system of archipelago or strait baselines surrounding the high tide features of the group, and accorded an entitlement of 2 maritime zones as a single unit. Next. Next slide. Okay. So this is the Philippines archipelago baselines, and the tribunal said the Spratly cannot be used on the archipelago baselines. Even the Philippines is an archipelago state. But if you use the archipelago baselines in the Spratly, the water to land would greatly exceed the 9 to 1 under any conceivable set of baseline. Next slide. And China is not an archipelago state, but China is a continental state. And China's municipal law use the strait baselines, but in 1996, Chinese government declared a series of strait baselines, especially on the coastal and on the peninsula. Next slide. This is the peninsula strait baselines. So the I mean maybe the tribunals mention about that, even mention about the Spratly, but I think mention about the peninsula too. Okay, next slide. This is the Denmark strait baselines on the Faroe Islands. Next time. Next slide. This is Ecuador, Galapagos Islands strait baselines. Next slide. The same is the strait baselines. So the tribunal said that maybe international practice used the strait baseline, but he still think the Spratly Islands cannot use the strait baselines. Next slide. This is why the U.S. Navy challenged the Peninsula Strait baselines, and you can see in 2016, October 21st, the USS maybe the two U.S. Navy and the UK's Navy challenged the strait baselines, and Let's draw the normal baselines or low tide baselines on the braces. Next slide. Next slide. And this is the 钓鱼台 straight baselines. The PRCs declared it in 2012. But the water to land is 31:1. So it's exceeded the archipelago waters limitations. Next slide. And because Taiwan adapted the normal baseline and the mixed baselines, and you can see in 钓鱼台or Senkaku Islands, Taiwan used the normal baseline, and the Pratas Islands using the two dash normal baseline and the 2- straight baseline. We use the mixed baseline, and the land, the Scarborough Shore, we use the normal baseline. Next. But for the mainland China, because we are a very spacious political relations, so we also have domestic law, municipal laws about the governing relations between the peoples of the Taiwan and the mainland. So Article 29 of this law, we create the restrictive waters and the prohibit waters. Next. So this is Ituapa Taiping Islands. We declare the restricted waters and the prohibited waters. Mostly the restricted waters is 6,000 meters, and the prohibited waters is 4,000 meters. Next. And this is the Jinmen and Jinmen Islands. We also use the restrictive and prohibited waters. Next. And Mazu and Dongyu. And next. Next slide. Okay. Liang Islands and Wuqiu Islands also use the restricted and prohibited waters. We don't declare the territorial sea baseline over there. Next. And this is Dongyu Island near the Kinmen, and you can see the Jinmen and the Mazu locations over there. And because it's in the mainland China's straight baselines, so we don't want to challenge some political issues, so we don't declare the territorial baselines in Jinmen and Mazu. Next. This is the scenarios in 2019, and here's 4 scenarios. One is the using the whole futures and to draw the baseline, but it is the whole futures is existed archipelago islands ratio, and the next is the same. Next slide. And the third scenario is to use the high tide futures, but the water to land ratio is still exceeded. And the next one is use the closely grouped high tide futures, but at the same the archipelago or the water to land ratio is still exceeded 9:1. Next. So the tribunal quoted Article 7 of the UNCLOS, said the coastline is deeply intended and cut into, or if there is a fringe of islands along the coast in its immediate vicinity, the method of straight baselines during appropriate points may be employed in drawing the baseline from which the breadth of the territorial sea is measured. But especially the drawing of baselines, straight baselines must not depart to any principle extend from the general direction of the coast, and the sea areas lying within the lines must be sufficiently closely linked to the land domain to be subject to the regime of international internal waters. Next. Next slide, please. Okay, and the Article 7, items 5 of the convention, not the next, okay. I come back to the Article 7, items 5 of the conventions regulated where the method of straight distance is applicable under paragraph 1. No, please come back. Okay. Account may be taken in determining particular baselines of economic interest peculiar to the region concerned, the reality and the importance of which are clearly evidenced by long usage. So the criteria provided in the conventions concern the geographical and the economic test. So questions that may arise in where the coastal state can apply the method of straight baselines solely on the basis of the economic and or geographical element. In the Angela Novaes Fishery case in 1951, the ICJ said the economic interests are not the only reason to justify the use of straight baseline. But the next debatable issues relates to the ambiguity of the criteria for drawing straight baselines, identifying deeply indented coast or a fringe of islands. Next.
Dr. Ling, I might just ask you if you could perhaps start to wrap up, as we've already gone over your 10 minutes, and hopefully there'll be time for further questions to expand your points later. Thank you. But I'll give you a minute to wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, so I said the conclusions. Then next slide. I think it is the next slide. Okay, the ICJ's view in many cases, especially in Kota-Bari case, also stated the method of straight baseline, which is an exception to the normal rules for the determination of baselines, may only be applied if a number of conditions are met. This method must be applied restrictively. So my conclusion is in contrast to the straight baselines and the articulate baselines. The original normal baselines seemed proper for islands in the South China Sea. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lin. And thank you for taking us to such a specific example of the application of the arbitral ruling on archipelagic baselines. You have made some very interesting points, and let's hope we get some questions from the floor to draw those out. I'd now like to invite Professor Nishimoto Kentaro from the Tohoku University. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In my talk for the next 10 minutes, I would like to point to the issue that there seems to be an emerging difference of views between China and other states with regard to the role of UNCLOS in providing the legal framework for the South China Sea. This is an issue that is illustrated by the exchange of views that China and other states have conducted in the form of exchange of note for routes in relation to the submission of Malaysia to the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf in 2019. And this development should be very familiar to all of you having an interest in South China Sea issues. And I understand there was a session in last year's conference referring to it as the Notes Berbals debate. And this so-called debate was sparked by China's objection to the submission in Malaysia and resulted in a situation where a large number of states, including those from outside the region that you see on the slide, sent notes in response to the one from China. And China had responded to these notes, and all of the notes are now in public domain. And the notes addressed specific issues concerning the interpretation of UNCLOS, such as the validity of historic rights claims, or the drawing of Straits baselines around offshore archipelago, as just discussed by the previous speaker. And many of the notes also expressed concerns about China's non-compliance with the award. And although this development was in response to the specific submission by Malaysia, we can regard this development as reflective of the role that the arbitral award has played in providing a reference point for understanding the legal order in the South China Sea. And while the debate relates to many different specific issues regarding the law of the sea, I would like to focus on the fact that in the more recent notes, China has been emphasizing its view that UNCLOS does not provide a comprehensive legal order for the oceans, and that UNCLOS has continuously been improved and developed. And I have now on the slide the note from China, which was sent in response to the notes from the UK, Germany, and France. Here we see that China does attach importance to UNCLOS by stating that China treats UNCLOS with a rigorous and responsible attitude, and also by saying that all parties should faithfully, comprehensively, and correctly interpret and apply the rules of the law of the sea, including UNCLOS, in an objective and just manner. However, we also see that the reference here is to the law of the sea, including UNCLOS, in the sentence that I just referred to. In addition, there is the explicit statement that UNCLOS does not cover everything about the maritime order. And to support this argument, China refers to paragraph 8 of the preamble of UNCLOS, which provides that matters not regulated by this convention continue to be governed by the rules and principles of general international law. And there is also a statement near the bottom of the paragraph saying that UNCLOS has continuously developed and improved, and that the ongoing negotiations for the BBNJ agreement is an important effort for the development and improvement of UNCLOS. And if we take a look at China's notes in the order that they were issued, it seems that China initially did not make such sweeping statements about the role of international law other than UNCLOS. Of course, China had been referring to, for example, international law, including UNCLOS, and UNCLOS and general international law in relation to its maritime claims, and also in relation to the drawing of strait baselines enclosing archipelagos, presumably based on their argument that customary international law provides justification for these claims. In contrast, the reference to general international law in the note in the previous slide was not about a particular legal issue, about the legal framework itself. And I see this as a very important development, as general international law, when used in this manner, can be used as a backdoor to allow arguments that are plainly contrary to UNCLOS, perhaps by inventing rules of customary international law. And as a matter of law, these arguments on general international law and also on the improvement, so-called improvement of UNCLOS, are difficult to justify. And in this regard, it is very interesting to see that the most recent note from New Zealand in August 2021 directly addresses these issues, in addition to other specific issues concerning the interpretation of UNCLOS and China's non-compliance with the award. The note states that New Zealand underscores the universal and unified character of UNCLOS, and also states that UNCLOS was intended to settle all issues relating to the law of the sea, which is referring to another paragraph also contained in the preamble. And there is also a very important statement that while matters not regulated by UNCLOS continue to be governed by the rules and principles of international law, this is not relevant to the establishment of maritime zones or to the rights and responsibility of states within those zones, which are comprehensively regulated by UNCLOS. And further, on the issue of improvement of UNCLOS, it is pointed out that multilateral agreements relating to the maritime sphere negotiated subsequently to UNCLOS broadly implement and are consistent with UNCLOS and do not derogate from the overarching rules that UNCLOS provides. And so, as stated in New Zealand's notes in a very clear manner, UNCLOS contains clear rules on maritime entitlements, and it was precisely the finding of the arbitral award that UNCLOS provides a comprehensive legal regime for the EEZ, superseding any historic rights claims. And moreover, although the UNCLOS regime may be under continuous development, through such steps as the negotiation of implementing agreements, such processes are collective efforts for the formulation of rules that are consistent with the overall framework of UNCLOS. So in this way, China's arguments aimed at devaluing the constitutional role of UNCLOS for the maritime order do not seem to have much merit and do not appear to have any chance of attracting support from other states. However, it needs to be pointed out that such arguments may have a serious implications for the legal order of the South China Sea, as it raises questions regarding China's commitment to the rules contained in UNCLOS. Of course, it is the reality of international society that states may have very different views concerning the interpretation of a convention or the rules that apply to certain situations. But I believe it is quite rare for a state to downplay the significance of a very commonly accepted legal regime or to hint that what enjoys very wide support is in some way deficient and is in need of so-called improvement or further development. The notes per vals I addressed show that there is wide international support for maritime legal order based on UNCLOS. And such support is also reflected in the annual Oceans and the Law of the Sea resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. And so all parties to UNCLOS have an obligation, as China actually has stated in its note, to faithfully, comprehensively, correctly interpret and apply the rules of the Law of the Sea. However, the Law of the Sea not only includes UNCLOS, but is centered on UNCLOS. And I hope this is the way forward for the future of the South China Sea. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor, and thank you for keeping to time, but presenting such a succinct outline of the role of the award in prompting a deeper analysis of the role of UNCLOS, and for your conclusion that there is a common international position, which is that maritime legal order is based on UNCLOS, regardless of different interpretations that are around. Now, it gives me great pleasure to now introduce Dr. Yan Yan, Director of the Research, Oceans Law and Policy at the National Institute for South China Sea Studies. And we are very much looking forward to hearing your perspectives, Dr. Yan Yan. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me, first of all, let me share my screen. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. I think that there might be a little problem with my computer. I'm sorry. Let me just check again. Oh my God! May I try later, and then you can let the next speaker to.
Certainly, yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just
no, thank you. These things happen. So I don't want to put you on the spot, Andrew, but if you are ready to speak, I can certainly give you the floor. Andrew Murdoch, Legal Director from the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office, will speak next, and then we'll go back to Dr. Yan Yan. Are you there, Andrew?
Yeah, hi, just unmuting. No, that's absolutely fine. So very good to join you today for this conference. So I'm going to raise the issue of state responsibility in this context and drawing on some of the issues raised in the arbitral award. So let's start with the warships and government vessels on non-commercial service, as we know, play an important role in maintaining order in the maritime environment. As we know, they're afforded special powers within the convention to deal with, for example, piracy and rights of visit, and other conventions have drawn on that framework and given them special powers and enforcement abilities, such as the Drug Trafficking Convention, SUA, Migrant Smuggling Protocol, and others. And they also attract sovereign immunity, as we know, as a matter of custom international law and as provided for in the convention. Those ships also have rights provided for them, as we know, in innocent passage, transit passage, freedom of navigation in the high seas, archipelagic sea lane passage. But the convention, as we know, the package deal provides for a very careful balance and imposes certain conditions on the exercise of those rights, including for warships and those government vessels. So, for example, in the territorial sea, they have to ensure that they do not operate with prejudicial to the peace, good order and security of the coastal state, and of course the compliance by warship with relevant coastal state laws relating to that innocent passage, including generally accepted international regulations relating to the prevention of collisions at sea, and I'll come on to that. Transit passage, we know that they have to operate in normal modes, continuous and expeditious passage, and then there's the obligation reflected in Article 2.4 of the UN Charter on no threat or use of force against the coastal states bordering the straits. In the EEZ, due regard obligations to the rights and duties of coastal states, and on the high seas, again, the due regard to the interest of other states in their exercise of the freedoms of the high seas. What the award did was an important articulation of an aspect of the convention, Article 94 of the convention. This concerns the relevant responsibilities of flag states, and in particular, the responsibility for states, the conduct of warships and state vessels. So Article 94, for those that don't have a photographic memory, Article 94.1 requires flag states to effectively exercise their jurisdiction and control in administrative, technical and social matters over ships flying their flag. Subsection 3 goes on to clarify the scope of that duty to ensure and take measures as are necessary to ensure the safety at sea, including measures, amongst others, the use of signals, the maintenance of communications and the prevention of collisions. The precise scope of those obligations is clarified in subsection 5, and this is important. It says, in taking the measures called for in paragraph 3, each state is required to conform to generally accepted international regulations, procedures, practices, and to take any steps which may be necessary to secure their observance. So COLREGs, this is the collision regulations, 162 contracting parties representing more than 98% of the world's tonnage. A violation of COLREGs is, as a generally accepted international regulation, concerns the measures necessary to ensure maritime safety, therefore constitutes a violation of the convention. And this was the important link that was set out in the award, the fact that these detailed regulations and accepted standards, violations of which in this area of safety at sea, are a direct link to substantive obligations set out in the convention. So if we look back at the award and look at some of the behaviours the tribunal looked at, they looked at, for example, high-speed manoeuvring in close vicinity to other vessels, veering at close distances, where momentary decision-making lapses could lead to catastrophic collisions. There was also the risk of collisions, where there is one, risk of collisions, and there is an obligation to give way under those regulations. Vessels are obliged to take timely actions to keep clear, to obviously maintain a safe distance. And other actions, for example, of high-speed blocking manoeuvres, attempting to cut across the bows of other ships at very close proximity. What the tribunal did, having found as a factual matter that these incidents had happened, and these were the conduct of Chinese vessels, they were in breach, a direct breach of the collision regulations. They were effectively official acts of China because those vessels fell directly under the command and control of the Chinese government. As such, the tribunal found the conduct in question to be automatically attributable to China. Establishing state responsibility then in this manner for breaches of the collision regulations, and by implication, of course, other accepted international regulations, is an important development in maintaining order at sea and ensuring the safety of ships and crews. And of course, in the South China Sea Award, some vessels were clearly state vessels belonging to state administrative organizations. But the law of state responsibility as a matter of general international law goes a bit further than that. Without going through all the various permutations which we know are set out in the International Law Commission's draft articles of state responsibilities, if vessels are acting under the instructions of or under the direction of control of a state in carrying out the conduct, they also attract state responsibility. And so this obligation, as we've seen, and under Article 94 of the Convention, bringing in the Convention, the collision regulations, applies not just to state vessels, but those other types of vessels which are effectively under the direction or control of a state. Those could be otherwise described as private fishing vessels and other commercial vessels that are effectively being directed by the state in their activities. Now, since the award, as we know, the behaviour of certain states in terms of their activity and harassment and other dangerous activity at sea in terms of interfering improperly with the safe and lawful passage of other boats has not ceased. And so the reasoning in the award provides a basis for states to respond if they so wish. And as we know, there are a range of options available to states to do this. At the one end of respect, of course, you have the diplomatic protests, written, verbal, public, or otherwise. But of course, the Convention, as we know, provides other tools available to that state. Article 94.6, for example, provides a basis that where a state believes that a state has not exercised that jurisdiction properly in Article 94, then it can report those facts to the flag state, who is then under an obligation to investigate the matter and, if appropriate, take action necessary to respond to the remedy. That is a substantive normative obligation on the state to do that. And where, for example, there has been an incident of navigation causing loss of life or serious injury or serious damage to ships, there is a further obligation for an inquiry to be held under Article 94.7. And in terms of that, a slightly more prescriptive method in terms of carrying out. And as we know, not just the substantive obligation in 94, but also those procedural ones as well that I've just outlined, could give rise to dispute settlement, compulsory dispute settlement provisions, as has been taken in the arbitral award. And of course, where there are declarations excluding compulsory dispute settlement or recommendations, obligations, those may not necessarily be that relevant where the activity is not found within the nature and confined to that optional declaration, for example, the kind of military activities. Of course, there is also the International Maritime Organization, and regard could be had to what methods an option can be included there in terms of IMO audits or other processes and procedures to bring that to the attention of the IMO. In conclusion, I wouldn't necessarily limit it to what you've got in the current jurisprudence in terms of those issues of state responsibility, but thought may be had to where the advisory opinion of ITLOS in 2015 could be taken. And this had regard to obligations of flag states beyond those vessels that they have state responsibility over, but more importantly, that all their vessels entitled to fly their flag. And this would, of course, require flag states to deploy adequate measures and means to use their best efforts through their necessary administrative measures to ensure all their vessels do not breach coal regs with associated appropriate sanctions for breaches. And that is an area, I think, of developing jurisprudence that we may well see. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Very comprehensive account of how the awards provided a wider range of options for responses to states' behaviour and the impact it will have on international jurisprudence. So a very useful summary, thank you. And now going back to Dr. Yan Yan, and you're welcome to take the floor again. And we have your screen up before us now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I hope it works this time. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this year's conference again. It's my maybe 3-4 times of participating in this conference. And honestly, I do like the sub-theme of this year's conference, look back and look back for a brighter future. So, today I will start with with exploring how we can achieve a brighter future by looking back the South China Sea in the past 5 years. I will look at the legal order, the rules and the state practice in the back 5 years, and also to see how we can work for the brighter future, to echo the theme of the conference. Well, first of all, I would like to say that I would like to comment a little bit on the previous speaker, Professor Cantallo's comment on China's saying that China devaluating the role of the UNCLOS. Well, honestly, I personally, as a legal scholar, I won't undermine the huge contribution of the UNCLOS has made of the peaceful human use of the ocean. And it does establish a new international marine legal order and provides a basic legal framework for human uses of the maritime space and conducting maritime activities. However, it is often a common knowledge to know that the UNCLOS is a package deal. Thus, it has many vague and ambiguous language. And there also exist many vacancies, and that requires other countries and regional arrangements to fill in. And that's why, that's where I wanted to start with today's presentation, and to how to guarantee a brighter future. I personally think that only the UNCLOS is not enough. We do have the baseline clause, the Article 7483, Article 121, Article 123. They're all highly relevant to the South China Sea dispute and the South China Sea region. However, we still need detailed arrangements of our region by the countries of our own to fill in the gap, to create our own state practice to guarantee a brighter future. Well, so far we have the 1976 Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, we have the DOC, we have the COC, and we also, all the ASEAN member states and China signed the Code of Encounters, the Qs, back in 2014. I think these regional arrangements are our practice to fill in the gap where UNCLOS left. Okay, and then next, let's look at the South China Sea in the past 5 years. It's my personal feeling that from the session this morning, the opening session, session 1 and session 2, it makes me feel that China is everything to blame in the South China Sea, that China is everything China do is wrong, and it makes the South China Sea in tension. But if we look at look back this 5 years, we see we touch upon these very core issues of the South China Sea dispute, which is the territorial sovereignty dispute. We see that even with the arbitral tribunal's ruling in place, it doesn't matter whether China's position is accepted or not. The problems, the disputes of the sovereignty still remains unresolved. Well, China's position is pretty clear that it does not think the court has jurisdiction over the case, and thus it won't accept or recognize the ruling. And I don't want to repeat that because that position is consistent and it won't change in the future. But now I really wanted to have a whole picture of the last 5 years South China Sea situation. And the first thing I wanted to say here is that territorial sovereignty dispute remained unresolved. But we do see some efforts made by coastal states of the South China Sea trying to fill that up, like the bilateral consultative mechanism established in the year 2017. And then we have already conducted 7 meetings between China and the Philippines. And that is the bilateral way of negotiating how to deal with the disputes that are the real disputes among the two states. And also on the outer side of the maritime jurisdiction dispute, we see in the past 5 years, conflicts generated from the competition of resources, including fisheries resources and oil and gas resources, are rising. We also see some efforts in this area that like the joint and development and oil and gas exploration cooperation between China and the Philippines, the MOU we have signed on 2018 are all in this level. And also we see on the other side, those less sensitive areas and also the navigational issues that most of the extra-regional countries are concerned with are still there. And we see that during the past 5 years, there are more extra-regional countries involved. We see Germany, British, UK, France all send their warships to navigate through the South China Sea. And I don't think China has interfered with any of their navigation when they're traveling through the South China Sea. So therefore, here I wanted to say that even with the arbitration ruling in place, the fundamental dispute of the South China Sea still remains unresolved.
Dr. Yang, we think we've lost you. You may need to refresh your screen. We'll just pause the clock while we get this issue sorted out. Dr. Yan Yan, if you can hear us, we're just trying to resolve this technical issue. We hope to have you back very shortly.
Hello, Chair. I'm Yan Yan's colleague. I'm from NASIS.
Yes.
There is some problem with her internet, and the technical guys are working on it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank
We'll
you.
just give you a minute. If necessary, we'll move on to our discussant and come back for Dr. Yan Yan to finish. Thank you. Okay, well, unfortunately, we're having to wait a little while. If I can just check with the organisers, I might just turn to our discussant and then we'll go back to Yan Yan to finish her comments. But before I do so, and we were interrupted in the middle of a very interesting presentation, and we may have her back. Just let's see. Not yet. Okay, so perhaps.
Sorry, I'm sharing my screen.
You're back? Great. Welcome back. We look forward to hearing the rest of your presentation, and we've stopped the clock, so you still have around about 4 minutes to speak.
Sorry, I don't know where I left, but okay, just this PowerPoint. I think that most serious conflicts in the South China Sea for the past 5 years doesn't even involve the Chinese people. Like, for example, last August, there's a serious conflict between Malaysia law enforcement agency and the Vietnamese fishermen, and they have used force and caused one Vietnam fisherman die. And also between Vietnam and Indonesia, there's a several conflicts on this fishing issue. And also there are more than 200, I think around 200 Vietnam fishermen were detained by the Indonesia law enforcement agencies back in the past 2-3 years. But we also see several incidents involve China, like for example, last of April, Vietnam fishing boat bumped into a Chinese Coast Guard vessel in the Parasols. And also we see the US-China warship has a close encounter back in the year 2018. So look at all these conflicts in the South China Sea in the past 5 years. I do think that all the coastal states have their share of responsibility. It's not only China to blame. And also I'll be really brief here to look at what US involvement in the South China Sea. We have been talking a lot about this in the previous sessions. I think the US have already involved from the military field, diplomacy, law, economy, and everything here. It's one of the main challenges in the South China Sea. And also we have some positive progress in the South China Sea as well in the past 5 years under this Article 123 of UNCLOS and also the 2002 DOC. We have joint SAR exercises, bilateral consultative mechanisms. We also, China, ASEAN, and US ASEAN all conducted naval drills together. These are the security cooperation that we have in the region. And also, if we look at the COC negotiation, actually since 2013, we achieved quite a fast pace back in the years. But it's a pity that due to the pandemic that the negotiation was postponed. But luckily this year we held in June, we held a face-to-face negotiation in Chongqing. And I think that the second reading is now ongoing. So looking for a brighter future, how can we guarantee a brighter future? Does UNCLOS is enough for a brighter future? Well, I personally do not think it is enough. Well, I never undermine the UNCLOS contribution to human use of the maritime zones, but of the ocean. However, I think that international law itself, together with the regional arrangements such as DOC and COC, can help all together to bring us to a better future, and also to deal with the basic and the fundamental dispute, which is the territorial dispute of the South China Sea. We still need direct negotiations of the parties directly involved. And finally, I really wanted to say that pointing a finger to each other won't help to achieve a brighter future. And also pointing all your fingers to China will be even worse. So I really look forward for all these three mechanisms to work together to help us to bring us into this brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan Yan. It's good to hear from you, and thank you for bringing those perspectives to the discussion, and in particular reminding us of different perspectives on how the award is perceived, how it intersects with other processes in the region, and also the complex range of issues which continue to shape the discussions that we're having, not least of which, of course, is the impact of COVID on discussions in the last 2 years. So thank you for that. So before I turn to our discussion, just to summarise that this afternoon we've heard from our speakers about a wide range of issues in the legal framework that governs the actions of states in our oceans and seas. It's been a very useful and dynamic set of presentations which have taken us from practical references to petroleum activities which provide a snapshot of concerns in the South China Sea, through to the awards application to the use of archipelagic baselines and how this has been applied in the last 5 years. We've also tracked across a consideration of whether the award has put the centrality of UNCLOS at stake, with a fairly clear conclusion from our presenter that it has not. And then onto a consideration of how the awards provided a wider range of options for responses to states' behaviour and the impact of this on the development of international jurisprudence. And then finally, a different set of perspectives on how the award interacts with other processes and discussions in the region. So a very rich start to our discussion. And now I'd like to invite our discussant, Associate Dean Joanna Mossop from the Law Faculty at Victoria University of Wellington in New Zealand, to make some comments, and we'll then move to questions. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. We've been very lucky indeed to hear from 4 great experts today, all with very different perspectives on the Law of the Sea Convention, the South China Sea arbitral decision. I think if there's one thread that runs through all these papers is the recognition that there are very serious differences of opinion among states, and not just about the interpretation of UNCLOS, but even the role of UNCLOS itself in the dispute. Now, that first type of dispute about the interpretation of UNCLOS rules was, of course, anticipated by the negotiators of the convention. And this is the key reason for the inclusion of Part 15 of UNCLOS, which provides for both voluntary and compulsory forms of dispute settlement. Part 15 was subject to a lot of discussion, and in the end, the goal of peaceful resolution of disputes was seen as so important, the negotiators made the courageous decision to allow some categories of dispute to be subject to compulsory jurisdiction. Make no mistake, this was a carefully negotiated set of provisions, and importantly, it was agreed to by all the participants at the conference. History up to that point had shown the potential chaos caused by bitter disputes over the content of the law of the sea. And so one of the important legacies of the negotiations was the ability for states to take another state to third-party dispute settlement if they believe the state has violated UNCLOS. One consequence of this is that the balance of power was taken out of the disputes under the law of the sea. The smallest state could bring a case against the most powerful in a neutral forum. It's also important to note that some disputes are excluded from compulsory jurisdiction. However, international law clearly states that the decision of the tribunal, so long as it has jurisdiction, is binding on the two parties to the dispute. And tribunals and courts have what is known as compétence de la compétence. That is, it's up to the tribunal to determine which matters are within its competence. And most states have accepted that approach. China's refusal to appear in the South China Sea arbitration, plus its apparent determination to pull away from any recognition of the binding nature of compulsory cases, puts a key part of the convention at risk. I've heard Chinese academics and diplomats arguing, for example, that consent is an important part and necessary for any case to proceed. Of course, this ignores the fact that by ratifying UNCLOS, it has already given consent to the entire convention, including the dispute settlement clauses. And of course, this is how we have compulsory dispute settlement clauses in other treaties as well. What does concern me as an international lawyer is the idea that a state with economic and military power can seek to rewrite rules that they disagree with. Now, I'm the last person to argue that UNCLOS is perfect. Of course it's not. But UNCLOS was a deal that was negotiated as part of a package precisely to prevent any picking and choosing that may arise. So what does this mean for dispute settlement under the law of the sea? Has the tribunal undermined the stability of the dispute settlement regime? On the one hand, the decision is a rich source of law on a range of subjects, and those topics have already been discussed on this panel today. It has certainly kept law of the sea lawyers employed for a while. On the other hand, the decision has made China feel under attack, and this has led to a sense of grievance that has motivated China in seeking to ensure the system is better aligned to its view of international law, especially in a part of the ocean that China sees as its backyard. And I somehow wonder whether the tribunal had sufficient regard to the political context of the dispute. Would I prefer it that China respected the decision of the tribunal? Of course. Does the failure of agreement on a particular matter lead to the undermining of international law? Of course it doesn't. In many areas of the law, there is no ability to take a matter to compulsory dispute settlement, and political and diplomatic skills are brought to bear. However, I do think that in the past 5 years, the law of the sea has been more tested than at any time since the convention was negotiated. UNCLOS was meant to bring an end to contestation over the basic rules of the law of the sea. And for the most part, it has been successful. And one hopes that this current dispute does not unravel what was a remarkable achievement. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mossop. I think probably a defter roundup of the discussion that I was able to give, but thank you for highlighting all of those points. And now I'd like to open the floor for questions. We have about 25 minutes remaining, and I'm sure there are many questions both here on site and also on the screen. But I'd like first to turn to the room that we're sitting in. I understand we have some well-informed commentators who may wish to pose questions. So could I ask you first to raise your hand in the room here, and then we'll start to look at questions coming in online and from the other rooms. And we may need to turn online. Yes, we do have a question. Ms. Lanang.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to have two questions. My first question going to Jay. If the activities that cause physical damage continue to exist in the South China Sea, according to the cited jurisprudence that you quote in your presentation, what are the options, the legal option for the little state in the South China Sea, please? And my second question go to LinkedIn. In your presentation, you mentioned about the restricted and prohibited waters. To what extent the water are in line with archipelagic water provided in Article 49 of UNCLOS? And the second part of the question for LinkedIn, if setting aside the sovereignty issue regarding E2ABA, if I'm correctly seeing your map, I saw only the restricted and prohibited water demonstrated in the map. That means that Taiwan in the same view that E2ABA doesn't have EEZ, please.
Professor, would you like to respond?
Yes, sorry, I thought there would be another one. Yes, just to answer the question. Thank you, Lanan, good to see you as well. Well, the tribunal's decisions, of course, mostly stop at that point of declaring whether these activities could be deemed as possibly wrongful or unlawful. That implies that if they are if these activities are undertaken, then I think this is also connected with one of our speakers' comments earlier. Then it implies that the state which has carried out a wrongful activity would bear international responsibility for whatever consequences arise from that. So theoretically, the coastal state which suffered the damage could pursue reparations perhaps, or could engage the dispute settlement processes under UNCLOS. And I think most of the comments on the jurisprudence indicate that really the first recourse really should be towards those dispute settlement mechanisms. So naturally, it will give them cause to enter into negotiations to demand compliance with obligations. And then that also means that if negotiations are not successful, then they could resort to the corresponding compulsory dispute settlement mechanisms if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. We now have a question online from Captain Xishen Tian. Please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity. Captain Tian from the Global Governance Institution based here in China. My question goes to my friend Murdoch, Mr. Murdoch from UK. You mentioned about the obligations of the states in terms of the warships or public vessels. So my question is, if the warship is acting in self-defense function, or if the public vessel is acting in function of law enforcement action, does this have to respect the obligation of COREX in terms of whether the criminal warship, criminal vessels? Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you very much, and good to see you again, Captain. I think in terms of it very much depends on the circumstances. We've seen it in public vessels carrying out law enforcement activities, and I think there's a difference between kind of self-defense and law enforcement activities, depending on the legal framework, then all actions should still be taken to regards to kind of the minimum necessary action and making sure it's proportionate. And that could well be reflective of the kind of safety of life at sea issues in terms of how much force is used and the normal boarding requirements. But of course, if you're carrying out law enforcement activities, sometimes they will obviously involve carrying out boardings and the like, which aren't necessarily the things that you would normally expect to be carrying out with ships at sea, that are generally trying to avoid each other. So I think, yes, the rules in terms of would be adapted to carrying out legitimate law enforcement activities at sea, while still having that overarching principle that the actions taken have to be necessary and proportionate and with due regard to principles of humanity. And we've seen that in some of the jurisprudence of the tribunal early on in the MV Saiga case, where they looked at the rules on use of force. So I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, I must apologise. I didn't direct Ms. Lanang's second question to Dr. Lin Ting Hui. So there was a second part to the question. Dr. Lin, if you would like to respond.
Yes, thanks, Atlanta, and very easy to answer. The first question is our restrictive and prohibit waters is just for mainland Chinese people and not for foreigners. So it's based on the defense reasons and just think about the defense factors. So not for about the territorial sea or the EEZ or the contingency zone. So if we want to declare some areas of the restrictive waters or prohibited waters, maybe in the future we will based on our territorial sea law or the territorial sea and the contingency zones law. But if currently we just prohibit mainland Chinese fishermen or the peoples enter into these areas, and Itu Aba is very spacious because we just only declare the prohibit area, prohibit waters and the restricted waters, not declare the territorial sea over there. Even we didn't declare the territorial sea baselines over there. So that's why we always think about if we face the Finland's fishermen or the face the Malaysia's fishermen, how we can do over there, because maybe some legal or illegal problems over there. So currently, just for defense reasons, so the prohibit and the restricted waters not to declare the sovereignty or the sovereign rights over there just for the defense reasons. So I think for my personal view, I respect the tribunals said maybe Itu Aba have no right to declare the EEZ or continental shelf, but our government have a formal response for that, no acceptance of that. But I think the tribunals said will show their opinion and their view, and maybe will create some customary international in the future. So we need more cases. We need more arbitration cases. So that's why we always think about just like the Japanese Okinawa relief letter. We want just like the Marshall Islands to figure out the cases about to challenge the Okinawa reef status, legal status. But I think it's not very easy for that because the arbitration cases naturally developed when some states or some countries have their legal problems, but currently we just only want cases to say Itu Aba have no this sovereign rights. So I think in the future we can see the brighter futures that maybe Itu Aba have rights or not. Maybe my personal views I think I respect the tribunal said, but our government have some positions over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have a question in the room, I believe, Madam, on the left, conference room 3. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Việt Hà from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and I have a question.
I'm sorry, I was just inviting, we have a participant in the main conference room who has just taken the microphone, and then we'll go to conference room 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, my question was similar to Lanang's question to our colleague from Taiwan, and I find it okay with his answer. But I have a further comment relating to the comment from our colleague from China. She said that the award of the arbitral tribunal in the case between the Philippines and China did not help at all to settle any disputes in the South China Sea, including the territorial sovereignty disputes, the disputes over fishing and oil and petroleum exploration and exploitation, and even the passage of warships into the South China Sea. My comment is that our colleague from China seems to read too much into the jurisdiction of the arbitration. Actually, the case is only a case of interpretation and interpretation of the some of the articles of the UNCLOS relating to maritime entitlement, and also relating to some of the Chinese activities in the South China Sea. And of
sorry
course,
to interrupt. Can I just ask, are you going to put a question to Dr. Yang?
I'm making a comment. This is not a question.
Thank you.
I just want to comment on the comment made by our colleague from China. I think the award of the arbitral tribunal would make a very good contribution to the issue of the South China Sea if the parties to the case, including China, implement the award relating to historic rights, relating to maritime entitlement, and relating to the way baselines for the offshore archipelagos should be determined. And if those conclusions of the tribunal are implemented, there would be a very good chance for the disputes of the use of the maritime areas in the South China Sea to have a very good legal basis to settle, to be settled. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And could I ask that we keep our questions short, as we do want to hear from our distinguished panelists as well, who have given their time to this conference, but thank you for the comment. So now I have a question from Dr. Ding Zhou, who is on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Actually, I have I have a comment to my Japanese colleague, Professor Kitaro. You have made a very detailed analysis on the Chinese note to the CLCS, but I think there is a mistake in your logic. You mentioned that the Chinese government emphasis in the general international law is some kind of devaluing the rule of convention. But from my view, is just reminding the international community that in addition to the UNCLOS general international law, including customary international law, also regulates maritime matters which are not fall within the UNCLOS. And this is also consistent with the preamble and the spirit of the convention. That's my commentary on your presentation. Thank you. And another short commentary to Joanna and my Vietnam colleagues. I think we all know the position of Chinese government on the award of the South China Sea arbitration and the case. But from an academic perspective, the ruling, you mentioned that the competence, I agree with you. But even this, the Annex 7 Arbitral Tribunal's competence should not be exceeded its jurisdiction with cited in the UNCLOS. UNCLOS does not regulate matters of territorial sovereignty, and the disputes concerning maritime delimitation has been excluded from the compulsory procedure by China's statement in 2006. You mentioned, you comment that Dr. Yan Yan's presentation focused on the jurisdiction issue, but from our view, the jurisdiction is a precondition of the merits. If we talk about the merits, you talk about the interpretation of the UNCLOS. For me, the arbitral award is to some extent also was a judicial lawmaking activity. If we look at the interpretation to Article 121, the islands regime.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. And I am conscious that time is running out and we still have a number of questions awaiting, but thank you for bringing those perspectives. Could I just invite any of the panelists to respond at this point before I move to conference room 3, where the young leaders are waiting patiently? Would anyone like to speak from the panel? Professor Nishimoto.
Yeah, perhaps a brief comment with regards to the preamble of UNCLOS, which of course refers to rules of general international law. And so I think in essence, I do agree with the comment made by Dr. Ding Duo. But I think then the issue is, what are the matters not regulated by UNCLOS? And I think there's a big difference of views on that issue. And I think that will be my comment to the comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Yan Yan would like to make a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Well, can I answer the questions in the chat box for me?
Of course, certainly.
Thank you. The first question is regarding my my new article regarding Vietnam's land reclamation in the South China Sea. Well, actually, my answer to the chat box question is that I didn't mention China's China's reclamation work in the Spratleys is that because it already stopped the reclamation back in the year 2015, and also Vietnam is the first country to start the reclamation back in maybe 1980s. In the 1980s. And also I write this article just to show that, just to express that sometimes the Western media doesn't notice what other claimant states are doing in the South China Sea, and all their focus are on China. So I think that seems pretty unfair to me. And also another question regarding the my last PowerPoint regarding the relationship between UNCLOS and direct negotiation and the regional arrangements. And I think that I do agree with the some part of this question that some parts of these 3 mechanisms are overlapped. But here, in using this right circle, I wanted to emphasize that there are many things that are not overlapped. Like, for example, the UNCLOS has the Article 1 to 3 saying that the coastal states of the semi-enclosed sea should cooperate with each other. However, it doesn't give us a detailed mechanism helping us to follow. Thus, we need the DOC, we need the COC, and maybe establish a cooperative mechanism in the COC to fill in the gap. So in these areas, that's what I mean, that these 3 mechanisms can complement with each other. And these areas are not overlap with each other. And also my final comment is to the previous comment to me. I never say that the arbitration award did not help at all with the South China Sea. Like, there is one positive example is that, for example, taking the chance of the arbitration, China does publish several government documents. For example, the 2014 government's position on the case, and also on China Philippines dispute, and And also we have the 2016, July the 12th, we have this statement on China's maritime South China Sea claim and rights claim in the South China Sea. And that makes China's South China Sea claim more clearer. I think that's probably a positive thing. What I'm trying to say is that the disputes, the fundamental dispute remains there, so that for a brighter future, we still need to find a final solution to the dispute in the South China Sea. And that's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, Dr. Yan Yan. And now can I ask a final question as we're starting to run out of time. The young leaders who are sitting in conference room 3 would like to take the floor. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Việt Hà from the DAV, and I am a delegate in the Young Leader program. And I have a question for Dr. Yan. And I am very interested in your argument that the COC, as well as the codes and treaties, should fill the gap of the UNCLOS. So can you clarify more about what are the main gaps of the UNCLOS which we should fill while making the COC? Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I believe it was another question for Dr. Yan Yan. If you would like to respond, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm not on track 1, I'm just a scholar, so I didn't participate in the COC negotiation, but I did write quite a lot papers or articles on this issue. And I think that for the COC, already mentioned that we can establish like a maritime cooperation mechanism or regime under the COC to help to fill in the gap of the Article 1 to 3 of the UNCLOS. And also, the UNCLOS does not have specific rules on military activities at sea, like for example, intelligence gathering and other things. So I'm thinking maybe in the future in the COC negotiation, based on the state consent of all negotiating parties, maybe we can have more rules and provisions in the COC mentioning about the military activities in the region. But it all depends on what we, China and ASEAN member states, what we really want in the region, because we have to make the rules by ourselves to guarantee a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yan Yan. Now, I do have one question on the slides, which has come in from Lan Nguyen. So can I just check with you, Dr. Yan Yan? I think you can see that question. Would you like to respond to that with some further points? If you can see it, and then if you would like me to, I can read that out. It's about the betrayal of UNCLOS, bilateral negotiations and regional arrangements as distinct processes. I think perhaps you may have already addressed those points.
Yeah, I already addressed that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. So then thank you. So we have one final question then here in the room. If you could just keep it fairly brief. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the presentation. I actually just want to make a quick comment. I am from the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Hanoi. And because Itu Aba and the arbitration regarding Itu Aba or Taiping Island has been mentioned before, I would like to make a quick comment on Taiwan's position. First will be that
sorry, could I just interrupt and note that we only have a minute. So if you keep this extremely brief, thank you.
Okay, it'll be extremely brief. So I want to stress that Taiwan was not invited in the proceedings of the arbitration, and we do dispute the court's decision, and we argue that Taiping Island is an island that can sustain human habitations. And this being said, Taiwan does believe that disputes in the South China Sea should be settled peacefully according with international law, and we are willing to participate in all related consultation mechanisms. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping it brief. And on that note, if there are no further questions in person in the conference, thank you very much once again to all participants. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to our distinguished panelists who all offered such different perspectives, and for their comprehensive and articulate comments on the legal order in the South China Sea. From my perspective, having had the privilege of attending this conference twice as a moderator, I'd like to say that it again underscores the importance of dialogue as we grapple with the challenges and developments in the region. And I'm sure that all participants this afternoon, whatever different perspectives we may have on this important question, will agree that discussions are fundamental, that as academics and practitioners look to work together under the principles set out in international law, to contributing to the continuing peace, prosperity and stability of the region, that the fundamentally important element here is dialogue. And that at the end of the day, I think the one thing that we can all agree on is the centrality and the fundamental nature of UNCLOS as we address these important issues. So thank you once again, and thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Her Excellency, Madam Robin Moody's, and thank you, our speakers, for such a lively discussions, and also, of course, our caretaker, my colleague, Võ Ngọc Diệu. And now we will take a short coffee break for 15 minutes before we return to session 4 on history issues, and which is at 3:45. So please convene at the room before 3:45.
Hàng chờ này không cho phép các tổ đội có 4 thành viên.
Xin cảm ơn các khán giả đang theo dõi trực tuyến chương trình Hội thảo Biển Đông lần thứ 13 của Học viện Ngoại giao. Quý vị khán giả có thể theo dõi phiên bình luận trực tiếp thứ 2 sẽ được diễn ra vào 7 giờ tối ngày hôm nay với sự tham gia của tiến sĩ Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh, Phó giáo sư tiến sĩ Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh đến từ Học viện Ngoại giao, và tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục. Xin cảm ơn. Hello, Dr. Eric. Hello, Kauza. Hello, Professor Monique. Hello, Bill. Hello, Anh Đăng. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Great. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here on time. Yeah, right now they're taking a coffee break, so we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Bonjour Madame Monique.
Oui,
Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Oui, je
Et
vous
Est-ce que
entends.
vous trouvez le canal français pour la traduction français?
Oui, est-ce que
Sur-
vous m'entendez?
D'accord.
Vous m'entendez?
Oui, très bien.
Oui, alors je prends le canal français, oui. Mais voilà, c'est bon.
Rồi bà đang để rồi. Có rồi. Chers interprètes français, vietnamiens, est-ce que vous pouvez parler quelque chose en français pour tester le canal français pour Madame Professeure Monique, s'il vous plaît? Les interprètes, s'il vous plaît.
May I ask Professor Shamir Jandro, will you speak in French or in English? Or for that matter, in Chinese or Vietnamese?
I shall speak in French.
Okay, all good. Yeah, just to know. All good. And there will be obviously simultaneous interpretation into English and other languages. I hope.
Madame Monique, est-ce que vous entendez quelque chose dans le canal français maintenant?
Je vous entends, vous?
Seulement ma voix.
Oui.
Il n'y a pas les autres voix?
Non.
Ah, d'accord.
Alo, alo, phiên dịch tiếng Pháp có nghe thấy không ạ? Alo, xin lỗi chị, phiên dịch tiếng Pháp có nghe thấy không ạ? Chị phiên dịch tiếng Pháp có thể nói một vài câu để bà Monique có thể nghe thấy được không ạ?
Oui. Oui. Là, je vous entends, oui. Merci. Merci.
Em có thể thử nói một câu xong rồi để phiên dịch thử sang tất cả các thứ tiếng để phòng này nghe lại được bằng tiếng Anh được không ạ? Em thử nói một câu nhé. Xin chào bà Monique, rất vui vì phòng này phải nói tiếng Anh à? Okay. Good afternoon, Professor Monique. It's a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. Oui. Oui.
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you so much. Dr. Eric, so the questions, if any attendees raise their hand, you can feel free to call the names of the attendees who raised their hands, or I can also notify you via the private messaging on Zoom or on WhatsApp. Okay, I will try sending a private message on WhatsApp, on Zoom for you to see if you can receive it. All right.
I get it.
Okay, thank you. And Carlza and Dr. Hayden and Dr. Vũ Hải Đăng, I believe you have your slides ready to go.
Yes.
Okay. Please be seated. Our distinguished delegates and excellencies, please be seated. For our session 4 is starting very soon. Please be seated. Good afternoon, everybody. Dear Excellencies, our distinguished guests. So closely related to the theme of our conference today, looking back to a brighter futures. Right now, session 4 is going to look back at the historical moments in history with its implications on the South China Sea dispute. And for these sessions, we are honored to have former Executive Director of the UN Environment Program and former Minister of Environment and International Development, Norway, Dr. Erik Solheim, as the moderator. So please, Dr. Erik Solheim, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Vietnam and Asia. Good morning, Europe. It's my pleasure to moderate this important session. Let me just first say that I am a great admirer of Vietnam and what this incredible nation has achieved over the last few years. I was working for a number of years in the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development in Paris, and we made a stellar observation, and that was when we measured output of education in most nations in the world. Because it may not have come as a big surprise that Singapore and South Korea and some parts of China were at the top of the outputs. But what I think really surprised everyone was that the fantastic achiever was Vietnam. Indeed, 15 years old in Vietnam performed better in education than 15 years old in any European nation, or indeed the United States of America. If anyone had thought that, suggested that at the time of the Vietnam War, there would have been a laugh across the globe, I think. So it's a fantastic achievement. I visited Vietnam first time in 1979, just after the war. We went to Long Son to see the audience of the short border war between Vietnam and China, and it impressed us upon the enormous importance of peace. But of course, Vietnam those days was an incredibly poor nation, while now, according to the last statistics I saw, Vietnam is the second biggest rice exporter in the world and the second biggest coffee exporter in the world. So it's such fantastic achievements. And of course, based on these achievements, Vietnam will take an important place in the world, and South China Sea issues with China, Vietnam, and so many other actors are much higher on the global agenda. We have a very good title for our session, which is Looking Back to a Brighter Future for the South China Sea. When you study history, you know that history can always be used as a raw material for conflicts. Conflict entrepreneurs always find something in history to fuel new conflicts in the present. But history can also tell us the lessons how to keep peace, how to work together, how to reconcile, how to find joint systems and joint expressions of solidarity. So let's use this history lesson to find all the ideas as to how we can keep peace in the future, and how the nations around the South China Sea can prosper and how they can prosper together. We have a great panel to discuss how we can look into the past to create an even brighter future. There are 4 great speakers. The first is Carl Cha. Carl Cha is an independent researcher. He's of Chinese origin, but has spent most of his adult life in the United States. I followed you on social media, and your social media postings are very, very interesting and a great source of knowledge and perspectives on the relationship between China and the outside world. You are a graduate of the Caltech, and you are hosting the Silk and Steel podcast, which is focusing on China and the surrounding regions, history, culture, and politics. Please, Carl Cha, the floor is yours. We're looking forward to listening to your perspectives.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I will now present my slide, which I prepared for this occasion. I understand I only have 10 minutes, so I will try to be brief as possible. Oh, I didn't share my screen. Just a minute. Share my screen. And okay, so now you can see my screen. I will present my slide, and I will try to go through as quick as possible. The slide is a South China Sea from Chinese perspective. China is one of the most important claimant to the South China Sea, so I think it's important to understand the Chinese perspective to the South China Sea dispute. The dispute over sovereignty in archipelago are settled according to the Palma case under international law, and Palma's held that it's quite natural that establishment of sovereignty may be the outcome of a slow evolution of progressive intensification of state control. And China tried to establish a legal claim of sovereignty over Shisa, or aka Parasols, and Nansha, aka Spratly Islands, based on the historical records. And there have been unearthing of Han Dynasty pottery on the Taiping Island, aka Yitu Aba, in the Spratly Islands. The Southern Northern Dynasty's 6-year jug on the Parasol Islands, and a whole host of potteries, of tools of various sorts unearthed in the Parasols. As early as the 13th century record, Song Dynasty record, Zhu Fangzi, there was a mention of 10,000 li stretch of sand and 10,000 li of stone pool embeds south of Hainan Islands. And some say this actually refers to Parasol and the Spratly Islands respectively. And then during the Ming Dynasty, the Admiral Zheng He's fleet sails through the South China Sea, and they have mapped out the Parasol and the Spratlys. This is attested to by the various shipwrecks carrying the Chinese porcelain in the South China Sea. And in the Qing Dynasty map of 1810, it's marked this 10,000 li stretch of sand and 10,000 li stone pools / beds on the map. Now, by late 19th century, the Europeans start to show up. According to the book, Where in the World is the Philippines, by Debating its National History by Rudolf Sorvino, in 1883, the Chinese protested against the German survey of the Paracel and Spratlys. This is a result of the Chinese defeat by the French in the Sino-French War. And China was compelled to sign a peace treaty with France, which incidentally actually assigned the Paracel and Spratlys to China. In fact, in 1909, the Guangdong fleet under Admiral Li Zun visited the Paracel Islands along with 170 naval officers. They inspected 15 islands, set up stone tablets engraved with the name of islands, and hoisted flag and fired a salute as an assertion of Chinese sovereignty. At this time, French did not lodge any protests because they largely acknowledged that the South China Sea islands are Chinese territory. And this is asserted by the South China Sea in the Age of European Decline in the Modern Asian Studies 2006, that from 1910 to 1920s, France largely agrees the Paracel Islands were under Chinese sovereignty. Therefore, France did not protest in 1921 when the government of Guangdong province declared Paracel to be under administration of Highland Islands. And again, and this would change in 1930s as the Japanese encroachment of China began, and the France starting to get nervous that the Japan will start moving into South China Sea. So according to the China's claim of sovereignty over Spratlys and Paracel Islands, a historical legal perspective published by Case Western Reserve Journal of International Law, this was when France officially claimed South China Sea Islands, Paracel and Spratlys, and they sent their warship there to enforce their claim. What they found, though, according to a 1933 French publication, the French found that only Chinese, the natives from Highland Island, lived there. At the time, there were residents on the Southwest Island. There were residents living in T2 Island. 2 of them were children. This is Spratly Islands. There were residents living on Spratly Island. On Low Island, there were remains of a Chinese shrine, huts, and a well. On Itu Aba Island, although nobody is visible, a Chinese tablet is discovered with an inscription that a shipment of food was made to this island. So that's what French found. So French put a weather station, but they largely left the Chinese fishermen alone on the island. Make us long story short, the French occupation of Ireland was ended by the Japanese during the World War II. And at the end of Japanese surrender, China reasserted the claim to South China Sea. In fact, the Republic of China, with the help of United States, sent its fleet to South China Sea. And they landed on the Itu Aba Island of Spratlys, so to rename it to Taiping Island, naming after their flagship. And in 1947, the Republic of China government actually printed out their claim, formal claim over South China Sea. This is a famous 11-dash line all around South China Sea. This is also the claim that was inherited by the People's Republic of China after the Chinese Civil War, except that through bilateral negotiation between China and Vietnam, two-dash line was removed from the Gulf of Tonkin. So now it's just 9-dash line. This is kind of the historical perspective. It's important to also to note neither PRC government nor the KMT government on Taiwan was allowed to attend the Treaty of San Francisco in 1951 that ended the settlement of World War II because they're in a civil war. However, KMT government on Taiwan did sign a separate treaty with Japan regarding these islands on April 29th, 1952. Now, what I said before, that's the Chinese perspective. Now, this is a different perspective put forth by the Diplomacy on the Rocks, China and other claimants in South China Sea. This is a speech given at the Watson Institute of International Studies, Brown University, by the former US Ambassador, Chas Freeman. And what he said is, well, it's actually normal for the claimants to reinterpret history to fit their own to conform to the once foreign Westphalian notion of sovereignty. But it doesn't really matter which fishermen or how long they have spent on these islands, because It has nothing to do with asserting or violating sovereignty, because back then, those are not the operating concept in Asia. However, he did point out that China is the first to assert sovereignty in the modern sense to the South China Islands when it formally objected to France's effort to incorporate them into French Indochina during the 1884 and 85 Sino-French War. And Chinese maps have since consistently shown China's claim, first as a solid and then as a dotted line. And then you repeat the same history about how 1930s, when France formally claimed the islands, they found they built a weather station but did not disturb the Chinese fishermen, and then Japanese took it over from the France. And then in 1945, according to the Cairo and Potsdam Declaration, and with American help, the Republic of China accepts the Japanese surrender on Taiwan, and including Paracel and Spratly Islands. And this is what I covered just previously. The ROC actually established a garrison on both the Woody, now renamed Yongxin Islands, in the Paracel, and the Taiping Paracel in Taiping Island in the Spratlys. French protested, but they failed to dislodge the Chinese troops. So instead, they set up a small camp on the Pathao Island in the southwestern part of the Paracel archipelago. And in 1950, as a result of the Chinese Civil War, nationalist troops withdrew from Highland Island, and they also withdrew their garrison from the Paracel and Spratly to Taiwan. And also at the same time in 1954, France ceased to be a factor because by then you recognize the independence of both South and North Vietnam, and withdrew from Indochina. However, in 1956, a Filipino businessman, Tomas Coloma, put his own claim on all of South China Sea. That prompted in 1956 that prompted the both People's Republic of China to send a garrison in Woody Island in Paracels, and also the Republic of China on Taiwan to send a garrison on Taiping Island in Spratlys. And in 1956, North Vietnam formally accepted that Paracel and Spratly Islands were historically Chinese. But at the same time, the South Vietnam, they reopened the abandoned French camp on the Sang Hu Island, or the Pathao Island, and announced it has annexed Paracel Archipelago and Spratly. But because of the ongoing civil war, South Vietnam they actually did not occupy the Spratly Islands at the time. They only had this presence on the Pathao or Sang Hu Islands. And it's important to note on the Soviet War Atlas of 1967, the Paracel Islands were actually named with the Chinese name Xisha Qundao. This is the map of Soviet map. And so what is China's strongest claim? Well, in 1958, North Vietnam Premier Pham Bang Dong actually wrote an official letter to the PRC Premier Zhou Enlai, arguably acknowledging China's sovereignty over the island. In the letter, he stated his country recognized and supports the official PRC declaration on September 4th, 1958, of its territorial sea of 12 nautical miles. And in that declaration, China has asserted this provision applies to all territories of PRC, including the Paracel Islands and all other islands belonging to China. And in 1959, PRC actually set up the office of Xisha, Nansha, and Zhongsha Islands on the Woody Island of Paracels, and neither North nor South Vietnam protested against. So this leads to 1974, the Battle of Paracels, when South Vietnam, which had control of Pathao Island, discover activity of Chinese fishermen and try to evict them. That led to the conflict between South Vietnam and China, where South Vietnam was defeated and China gained all control of the entire Paracel Islands. Around the same year, however, South Vietnam sent its garrison to station on several of the Spratly Islands. And after the unification of Vietnam, the socialist Vietnam government now now they put forth the same claim on South China Sea as the South Vietnam government. So what we ended up with is this: it's a different claim lines in South China Sea. The red, the cow tongue is the China claim line, and this blue line is the Vietnam claim line with different reefs and atolls occupied by different group of people. And this is a close-up map. This is lead up to the present. So in 1988, China actually fought a brief naval skirmish with Vietnam, where it grabbed several of these atolls. Whereas the government on Taiwan, the so-called Republic of China government, still occupy Yitu Aba, or the Taiping Island. Now, this is important because Taiping Island is the only island that would qualify under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, qualify as human habitable, which would mean that you will be entitled to its own EEZ, exclusive economic zone. None of these other islets, reefs, they may be entitled to a territorial sea, but they will not be entitled EEZ under the UNICOS convention. I think this wraps up my talk. I just wanted to give a brief historical overview and to give the claim from the Chinese perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Char, for this very interesting overview of Chinese claims and Chinese interests in the South China Sea, starting with the Han Dynasty, I think, going through Song and up to recent developments. I think it was very, very interesting. Then we'll, of course, come back to this in the discussion after the other speakers. The next speaker is Dr. Bill Hayton. He is an associate fellow at the Asia Pacific program and the Chatham House since 2015. He has worked as a journalist with the BBC News for a long period of time and has been reporting from Vietnam and from Myanmar and from other parts of Asia. A couple of months back, I had the pleasure of reading this book, which is his book. It's called The Invention of China. It may be provocative to some Chinese nationalists for sure, but it also gives interesting perspectives to the debate on Chinese history and identity and culture. So recommend people to read this book. We've also written extensively about Vietnam, and I understand that in the pipeline you have a book called The Brief History of Vietnam, which will be published next year, and I can already now tell you I will be one of the buyers of that book. I will read it with great interest. Bill Hayton, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for those kind words, and I'm very pleased to hear that you enjoyed the book. Thanks to everybody at the DAV for their invitation and for their assistance today. My thanks to Carl.
And for all speakers, please stick to the 10 at the very maximum 15 minutes deadline, because otherwise we will not have any discussion afterwards. And I think people will have questions they want to ask. So please, Hayton.
Well, thank you. My thanks to Carl for reminding us of the gulf in historical knowledge between the version taught in Chinese schools and found on Wikipedia, and that now understood by active historians and researchers over the past 20 years. I fear that Carl has demonstrated the difficulties of relying on Chas Freeman for a sound understanding of South China Sea history. Also an honor to share the stage with Professor Chimilier Gentraux, whose book on the Paracels and the Spratlys, the English edition is now 21 years old, led me to do the research about which I'm going to talk today. Now, for some time, I've been interested in the emergence of the various claims, the history of how they came to be in the South China Sea. And for too long, a lot of nonsense has been talked about ancient claims, and I've been searching for evidence. So we know, as Carl pointed out, that there's documented evidence that the Qing state made a claim to the Paracels in 1909. But there's always been a question about whether this was the very first claim. And I think I'm now able to say that it was. My hunt started with Professor Chimilier Gentraux's book, which contains the text of a diplomatic telegram sent in response to that Chinese claim in 1909 by the French consul in Canton, Guangzhou. He reminds his boss in this telegram of an incident 10 years earlier during which he says the Chinese government rejected a claim for compensation for a looted shipwreck on the grounds that the Paracels were not part of the Chinese Empire. This story then entered the narrative of French and subsequently Vietnamese claims to the Paracels, but it seemed that no one ever checked the evidence for the story. All we had was an assertion from a decade later, until now. Now, at this point, I want to say something about the importance of doing independent research and why governments should protect the rights of people to think differently. This time last year, I was invited to take part in this conference, but I declined because the Ministry of Public Security had just arrested the brave Vietnamese journalist Pham Doan Chanh. 1 year on, Chang is still in jail facing ridiculous charges. I want the Ministry of Public Security to understand that Vietnam will get more support in the international community if it stops locking up brave people like Pham Doan Chanh. But back to the South China Sea. The story concerns not one, but two shipwrecks. The first, the German SS Bellona, was wrecked on North Reef in September 1894. The second, the Japanese-owned Himeji Maru, was wrecked on Bombay Reef in November 1896, 2 years later. All the crews were rescued, but the cargoes were not. Both ships were carrying cargoes of copper. Both were insured at Lloyd's of London through the British-owned but Hong Kong-based companies, the Bellona by the China Traders Insurance Company and the Himeji Maru by the Canton Insurance Office. Bad weather prevented the salvaging of the wrecks, and in both cases, what might be euphemistically called fishing crews from Hainan helped themselves to the contents of the wrecks, and this is where the diplomatic arguments began. In the 1890s, Hainan was a marginal place. There was minimal international trade and very few officials. This picture shows about half of the entire foreign population of the island in 1898. 2 British officers commanded a revenue cutter of the Qing Imperial Maritime Customs Service. There was a British consul, Pierce O'Brien Butler, a French consul, and a Mr. Otto, who represented a German shipping company, Schomburg. All of them would play a role in the disputes over the shipwrecks. At the time, Hainan was well known as a haven for smugglers, pirates, triads, Ming loyalists, and others who lived beyond the law. There were also fishing boats, including some that would make journeys regularly as far south as Borneo. The British surveyor James Horsburgh noted in the 1810s that some would go on fishing expeditions for 2 months as far as what are now called the Spratlys, sometimes leaving 1 or 2 crew members on the Paracels to collect sea cucumbers before collecting them later. But the question that the diplomats would soon face was whether there was any official interest in these islands. Now, we don't have enough time today to look at exactly what happened after the shipwrecks, but by early 1899, the insurance companies felt they had a case against the Qing authorities for, at a minimum, negligence in ignoring the theft of the copper ingots, as we can see from these pictures. These were from the original insurance documents at the time, and at a maximum facilitating the smuggling of the copper out of Hainan in collusion with the thieves. They petitioned the Governor General of the 2 Guangs, Guangzhou and Guangxi, demanding compensation of almost 190,000 Hong Kong dollars. Arguments about who was responsible for preventing the looting and accusations that local officials were complicit went back and forth between the insurers, British diplomats, and Qing officials for many months. This comes to the crucial letter. On the 14th of April, 1898, Tan Zhonglin, the Governor General of the 2 Guangs, wrote to the British consul in Guangzhou denying responsibility for the lost cargoes. A transcript of this letter, retained by the British consulate, is now available in the UK National Archives. Viceroy Tan asks, "Da hai mang mang, kong he bao hu." How can we protect what is in the high seas? You'll see the full letter on the left-hand side, and then I've highlighted the text on the right-hand side. The Viceroy is saying, in effect, that the Paracels are not his responsibility because they are part of Da Hai Mang Mang, which could be translated in this context with the colloquial expression, the deep blue sea. The argument continued for more than a year afterwards and was escalated to the British legation in Beijing and the Zongli Yamen, the Qing dynasty's foreign office. On the 8th of August, 1899, the Yamen wrote to Henry Bax Ironside, the secretary of the British legation, again to deny the claim. And here's the letter. Or here's a translation of a letter, I should say. The original was probably written on a scroll, which was too bulky to store. So what we have left are the transcriptions and the translations. In the British translation of this letter, and it's over 2 pages, which I put on the sides here, and then I've highlighted the key section. The Zhongli Yamen, the Chinese Foreign Ministry, says responsibility for compensation for the loss due to these unfortunate shipwrecks on the high seas lies with the insurance companies. Now, further research is required to identify the exact phrase used in the Chinese version, although it seems more than likely that the Yamen just repeated the same wording that the Viceroy had used the year before. Now, it's worth noting that at this time, the British government wanted China to recognize that it had responsibility for the Paracels so that it would settle the insurance claim. As a result, I don't believe that whoever transcribed or translated these letters had any interest in minimizing a Chinese territorial claim, rather the opposite. What is striking is that throughout this dispute, the Qing authorities were at pains to deny responsibility for or even knowledge of the Paracel Islands. An interesting element of the correspondence is that the way that the Chinese officials routinely refer to the shipwrecks as having occurred in the Qizhuyang, literally the Seven Island Sea. But where is the Qizhuyang? Investigating this question shines a fascinating light on an important aspect of the history of Chinese knowledge about the South China Sea and the misunderstandings that occurred as a result. If we look at this map, which was published in 1870 and presumably copied from foreign originals, we can see that there's absolutely no mention of the Paracels to the southeast of Hainan Island. There are, however, 2 groups of islands marked just to the northeast of Hainan. The upper one doesn't actually exist. If we zoom in, we can see a name, Qizhuyang, describing an area at the mouth of the Hainan Strait between Hainan and the mainland. But there's also another group of islands slightly to the south, but without a name. As we can see from this later Chinese map, these islands are named the Qizhu Dao, literally the 7 islands in English, but known internationally as the Taya Islands. Taya comes from the Malay word meaning 7. These islands were notorious during the 18th and 19th century as a hiding place for pirates and smugglers. If we superimpose a modern satellite photograph, we can see that these islands are only around 25 kilometers from the coast of Hainan. They're about 300 meters north of the Paracels. However, the meaning of Qizhuyang appears to have shifted considerably over time. We can see the name printed on many maps from many time periods covering very different areas. As late as 1933, during the diplomatic correspondence after the French annexation of the Spratly Islands, and I should say that China did not protest the French annexation of the Spratly Islands in 1933. The Chinese Foreign Ministry then is still talking about the Qizhuyang, but apparently without understanding where it is or the difference between the Taya or the Paracels or the Spratlys. As late as 1980, the Chinese Foreign Ministry was conciting documents mentioning the Qizhuyang as evidence for a claim to the Paracels, even though they are quite separate groups of islands. This confusion seems to have characterized Chinese responses to disputes in the South China Sea for decades. So what does this all mean for our understanding of Chinese claims in the South China Sea? My first conclusion, taken together with other evidence about which I've written in the past, is that we can now confidently state that no Chinese state ever made a claim to sovereignty or any other form of administration in the Paracel Islands before 1909. Yes, fishers fished and traders traded, but no officials thought about owning or administering the rocks and reefs until the early 20th century. And secondly, we need more research on the history of the Chinese name Qizhuyang and what it meant in different time periods. 2 scholars, Johannes Kurtz and Roderick Tack, have made some important progress, but a little more is needed. This would, I think, allow us to clear up yet another misunderstanding about the history of the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill Hayton. We got new nuances from your intervention. Carl Schaub brought Chinese perspectives as Chinese relationship to these islands throughout history, and you made the claim that there have not been the strong desire for sovereignty of the island. So, but these may not contradict each other. They may also complement the perspectives. The next speaker is Monique Chemelier-Jandreau. She is an emeritus professor of public law and political science at the University of Paris, Diderot. She used to be a UNESCO Office of International Standards and Legal Affairs and worked on a number of cases there brought before the Administrative Tribunal of the International Labour Organization. And then she will also go into history and to what happened in San Francisco conference on the South China Sea. Professor, you will speak in French, I understand. So if there are participants who cannot follow your French intervention, please turn into the English or other language interpretation channels. Please, the floor is yours.
Merci. On m'entend? Oui. Alors, je remercie les organisateurs de cette conférence de m'avoir invité sur un sujet que je travaille dans mes recherches universitaires depuis maintenant plusieurs décennies. On m'a demandé de parler plus particulièrement du traité de San Francisco de 1951 et de ses conséquences sur la situation des formations terrestres en mer de Chine du Sud. Alors, la conférence internationale qui s'est tenue à San Francisco en 1951 avait pour but de fixer les conditions de la paix avec le Japon suite à sa défaite dans la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Elle n'avait pas à son ordre du jour la question du titre de souveraineté sur les formations maritimes des Paracels et des Spratly. C'est postérieurement à la signature du traité qu'une certaine utilisation des travaux de cette conférence a pu prêter à confusion. Alors, pour clarifier les choses sur ce point, je rappellerai d'abord quelle était la situation concrète de ces îles au moment de la négociation du traité. J'exposerai ensuite les circonstances dans lesquelles ces îles ont été évoquées au cours de la conférence, alors qu'elles ne sont pas mentionnées dans l'acte final. Enfin, je dirai un mot des circonstances postérieures, notamment du traité séparé de paix entre le Japon et la Chine, là encore pour dissiper certaines confusions. Je dois préciser ici que je travaille depuis donc des décennies essentiellement sur les documents d'archives, les archives de l'École française d'Extrême-Orient, les archives diplomatiques françaises et surtout les archives militaires qui sont les plus objectives parce que quand les militaires font des rapports à leurs supérieurs hiérarchiques, ils le font pour des raisons stratégiques en disant l'objectivité des choses, ils n'ont pas d'arrière-pensée diplomatique. Alors, premier point, quelle était la situation des îles en 1951 quand s'ouvre la conférence de la paix? Les formations émergentes de la mer de l'Est, car comme vous le savez, la plupart d'entre elles ne sont pas des îles. Ces formations avaient fait l'objet de la part des empereurs d'Annam, et cela dès le XVIIIe siècle, d'une prise de possession qui correspondait aux exigences du droit international de cette époque. Et là, nous avons des documents historiques extrêmement nombreux qui attestent des actes d'administration effectués alors par les empereurs qui envoyaient régulièrement des missions de marins dans les îles, notamment en fonction de la mousson. Au XIXe siècle, la France assure sa domination coloniale sur ce qu'elle nomme l'Indochine. Elle prend alors connaissance, mais tardivement, de l'administration des îles par les empereurs. Et elle va réaliser peu à peu l'intérêt de ces formations. Elle va donc affirmer sa souveraineté en continuité avec les droits qui avaient été acquis par l'Annam. N'oublions pas que l'Annam était sous un protectorat, c'est-à-dire que le royaume d'Annam persistait quand même sous la domination française. Elle le fera par deux proclamations de souveraineté distinctes pour chacun des deux ensembles d'îles, avec rattachement administratif à la colonie de Cochinchine. Cela a fait l'objet d'une publication au journal officiel français en 1933 pour les Spratly, en 1938 pour les Paracels. Il faut rappeler aussi que la Chine n'avait commencé à s'intéresser aux Paracels, comme cela vient d'être rappelé par l'orateur qui m'a précédé, qu'à partir de 1909, sans toutefois jamais les occuper avant la fin de la Seconde Guerre mondiale. Alors, Elle n'a occupé, mais très temporairement, que de 1947 à 1950, l'île boisée au Paracel. C'est ainsi qu'en 1951, les rapports des militaires français prouvent qu'il n'y avait plus aucune présence chinoise sur les îles. Le départ du détachement chinois est confirmé par la presse de Taipei en mai 1950 et il ne sera pas remplacé par les forces du gouvernement communiste. Après la guerre, peu à peu, les troupes françaises vont être remplacées par des contingents vietnamiens. Cette relève des troupes est effectuée en octobre 1950. Elle est décrite en détail dans les archives militaires françaises. Pour ce qui est du Japon, il y avait encouragé des demandes de concession de la part d'entreprises d'exploitation des phosphates et sa marine va, à partir de 1938, croiser dans les eaux des Paracels. Mais pour les Paracels, cela n'est pas accompagné d'une réclamation de souveraineté. Quant aux Spratlys, il n'y a pas de trace d'un intérêt de la Chine pour ces formations avant les années 50 et elle ne s'y implantera par la force pour la première fois seulement en 1988. Il est intéressant de constater que la presse chinoise, lors de la prise de possession des Spratlys par la France en 1933, témoigne d'une certaine ignorance des Chinois de la localisation de ces territoires et il parle même de la nécessité d'enquêter pour savoir si ces territoires sont ou non inhabités ou habités et par qui. Le Japon avait manifesté de l'intérêt dans les années précédant la Seconde Guerre mondiale, comme pour les Paracels, d'abord sur le plan d'implantation commerciale, exploitation des phosphates, mais à partir de 1938, dans le cadre de la politique expansionniste nippone, le Japon affirme une revendication et finira par prendre un acte d'annexion des Spratlys le 30 mars 1939. La revendication des Philippines émerge alors, mais sans grande précision. Enfin, on notera l'absence de mention de ces deux groupes d'îles lors de la conférence du Caire de 1943. Pourtant, le général Chiang Kai-shek est présent aux côtés de ses alliés américains et britanniques. Il y est question de la suite des opérations militaires contre le Japon et notamment de lui faire rendre les territoires usurpés. Il est même précisé quels sont les territoires à rendre à la Chine et les autres. À aucun moment, il n'est question des formations de la mer de l'Est. Le maréchal chinois ne les évoque pas. Alors, j'en viens à mon second point. Comment les Paracels et les Spratlys ont été évoqués durant la conférence de San Francisco 1951. Lors de la conférence qui a précédé la signature du traité, la Chine est divisée. Mao Tse-tung est au pouvoir sur la Chine continentale, tandis que la Chine nationaliste est repliée à Formose. Les puissances invitantes, les États-Unis et la Grande-Bretagne, ne sont pas d'accord entre elles quant à savoir laquelle des deux Chines invitées. Finalement, aucune des deux Chines ne sera présente à la conférence. En revanche, les États associés dans le cadre de l'Union française, c'est-à-dire le Vietnam, le Laos et le Cambodge, sont conviés. Dès le mois de mai 1951, le gouvernement de la Chine communiste adresse une note au gouvernement soviétique, qui est son allié, lequel fait partie des invités. Cette note est très critique sur le projet de traité, déplorant que le retour à la Chine de Formose et des pescadors ne soit pas invoqué. Mais cette première note, donc mai 1951, ne parle pas des îles Paracels et des Spratlys. C'est 4 mois plus tard, le 15 août 1951, que le gouvernement chinois revendique sa souveraineté sur ces formations par une note du Premier ministre. Alors, au cours de la conférence de San Francisco, le délégué soviétique, Andrei Gromyko, va présenter un amendement au terme duquel le Japon reconnaîtrait la souveraineté de la Chine sur les deux groupes d'îles. Mais la mise à l'ordre du jour de cet amendement fut rejetée par la conférence. 46 États se prononcèrent contre et 3 pour l'URSS et ses alliés, la Pologne et la Tchécoslovaquie. Au lendemain de la conférence, le 9 septembre 1951, Andrei Gromyko, à l'occasion d'une conférence de presse, proteste contre le fait que le traité constituait une violation des droits de la Chine à propos de Taïwan, des pescadors et des paracels et des spratlés. Mais cette protestation diplomatique ne pouvait pas avoir d'effet de droit puisqu'il avait été décidé de ne pas examiner l'amendement soviétique et que ce refus avait été acté dans les délibérations de la conférence. À la tribune de la conférence de San Francisco, le premier ministre du gouvernement vietnamien de Bao Dai, Tran Van Hum, fait le 7 septembre une déclaration sur la souveraineté du Vietnam sur les deux archipels, je le cite, « Nous affirmons nos droits sur les îles Spratly et Paracel qui, de tout temps, ont fait partie du Vietnam. » Aucune délégation n'intervient pour s'opposer à la déclaration du Vietnam. Le traité de paix avec le Japon est signé à San Francisco le 8 septembre 1951 par 49 États, l'Union soviétique, la Pologne et la Tchécoslovaquie ayant refusé leur signature. La France signe pour sa part le traité sans y apporter de réserve. Au terme de l'article 2.f, le Japon renonce à tout droit, titres et prétentions sur les îles Spratly et les îles Paracel. Le texte n'indique aucune dévolution de ces territoires. Les territoires restitués par le Japon mais dévolus à la Chine font l'objet d'un autre paragraphe qui ne comporte pas les îles en question. Alors, on ne peut pas, selon les règles d'interprétation du droit international, tirer argument du silence du traité de 1951 sur la dévolution des îles pour prétendre que ce traité aurait accordé des droits à la Chine sur les Paracels et les Spratly. Le sens des mots, le contexte du traité, son objet et son but vont dans une seule direction, les îles sont retirées à la mainmise japonaise. Mais si le traité n'a pas dit à qui doivent aller ces îles, ses travaux préparatoires indiquent la volonté d'une très large majorité d'États dans le sens d'un refus d'une dévolution à la Chine. Dès lors, au moment où s'achève la conférence de San Francisco, le 8 septembre 1951, le titre ancien de l'ANAM avait été repris par la France, État protecteur. Il a été de nouveau publiquement revendiqué par le Vietnam, sans que cela fasse l'objet de contestations par les États présents. Et parallèlement, la revendication chinoise, transmise à la tribune de la conférence, a été rejetée. Dans les mois qui suivent, le texte du traité est discuté dans les instances françaises avant la ratification. C'est ainsi qu'il vient en débat à l'Assemblée de l'Union française le 25 mars 1952 pour une demande d'avis. M. Nguyen Quoc Xu, délégué vietnamien et rapporteur de la Commission des relations extérieures, rappelle à cette occasion les droits du Vietnam. Et au cours du même débat, Maurice Schumann, secrétaire d'État aux Affaires étrangères français, affirme l'appartenance de ces territoires au domaine de l'Union française. Alors, un mot pour un troisième point très rapide sur les circonstances postérieures et sur le traité bilatéral entre le Japon et la Chine. Quelques mois après San Francisco, un traité bilatéral est signé entre la République de Chine et le Japon. Il est signé à Taipei le 28 avril 1952. Et pour ce qui concerne les Paracels et les Spratly, l'article 2 de ce traité sino-japonais est rédigé comme suit. Il est reconnu qu'en vertu de l'article 2 du traité de paix avec le Japon conclu en la ville de San Francisco le 8 septembre 1951, le Japon a renoncé à tout droit, titres et revendications sur Formose et les Pescadors, ainsi que sur les îles Spratly et les îles Paracel. Cet article 2 est suivi par un article 3 qui concerne Formose et les Pescadors et notamment la question des habitants, des droits des personnes. Le texte qui résulte de la négociation entre les deux pays fait donc mention de l'abandon par le Japon des îles Paracel et Spratly, ce qui est étrange car rien ne conduisait à mentionner ces îles dans ce traité. Mais on trouve l'explication de ce fait dans les archives diplomatiques françaises. L'ambassadeur de France explique que le projet japonais ne visait d'abord dans son article 2 que Formose et les Pescadores. Mais les autorités de Taipei avaient insisté pour que mention soit faite des archipels en question et les délégués japonais avaient fini par céder. Mais il s'agissait seulement de confirmer la renonciation du Japon, déjà stipulée à San Francisco, sans prendre position en ce qui concerne l'appartenance juridique actuelle ou la dévolution future des territoires mentionnés. Or, la situation créée par le traité de San Francisco, comme je l'ai rappelé, était parfaitement claire, et le choix des termes utilisés en 1952 ne modifiait en rien ce qui avait été fait en 1951. Donc, cette confirmation permet d'affirmer que le traité de paix bilatéral ne peut pas être analysé comme procédant à une dévolution conventionnelle des deux groupes d'îles à la Chine. Et d'ailleurs, je dois ajouter un dernier point, le gouvernement français qui était inquiet qu'une ambiguïté puisse subsister suggère alors qu'une mise au point soit préparée par un communiqué commun des deux gouvernements, français et japonais. Et il y a eu donc à ce moment-là un échange de lettres qu'on trouve dans les archives, dans lequel le Japon admet, à la demande de la France, que le traité bilatéral avec la Chine ne voulait rien dire de plus que le traité multilatéral de 1951 et qu'il n'a aucune signification relativement à la dévolution des paracels et des spratelets. Donc voilà le bilan du point de vue du droit international que l'on peut tirer de ce moment historique.
Professor Jando, can I ask you to move? Can I ask you to move to the conclusion, because we need time also for the question and answer session.
Excuse me, Mr. President. It's my conclusion. It's my conclusion. À la fin des deux traités de paix, la Chine a confirmé ses prétentions, mais celles-ci n'ont pas été prises en considération. On se retrouve donc devant la situation antérieure au traité de 1951. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Professor, for these interesting perspectives, focusing in on what happened in San Francisco in 1951 and the time before and after that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are moving also to question and answer session. The last speaker is Wu Haidong. He's an ocean law and policy senior research fellow at the Center for International Law at the National University of Singapore. He has wide experience in international law, law of the seas, international environmental law, and protection of the marine environment. He has focused on Southeast Asia and worked with legal service, diplomacy, and academia. Please, Dr. Wu Haidong, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chair, can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, and we can see you well.
The 1950s were a very interesting period of time. It was a time when most of humanity started to enjoy long-term peace after two bloody world wars. It was also the time when another kind of war started, the Cold War. It is also the time when independence movement in the colonies gained momentum. But most importantly, in 1955 was the year of birth of two important men without whom we cannot make our presentation today, Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. Brief, the 1950s was a very important period of time. So during this important period of time, what happened to the Huangsha or Paracels and Cheongsha or Spratlys? Mr. Chair, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back on the time with me and have a look at what happened in the Paracels and Spratlys in the 1950s. In the 1950s, the Paracels and the Spratlys were like a paradise, a peaceful paradise, with no massive land reclamation, no big airport, only French and Vietnamese living together in harmony with nature. At that time, the Paracels and the Spratlys were claimed by 7 claimants. France and Vietnam together, of course, China, Taiwan, Japan, the United Kingdom of Mr. Bill Hayton, and last but not least, Mr. Morton Meads. I'm sure you're wondering, who is this Morton Meads? Well, he's an American citizen who claims the Spratlys not for the sake of the United States, but for himself. He claimed that the Spratlys were discovered by his grandfather, who established there a kingdom of a very beautiful name, the Kingdom of Humanity. And he is the crown prince of this kingdom. And the place where he put his claim was also very special, the United States Stock Exchange Commission. So in order to understand the San Francisco Treaty, we need to know about Japan's journey into the Paracel Spratlys. It was a short but eventful love story. From 1917, the first Japanese companies started to survey the Paracel and the Spratlys for economic exploitation, and many of them asked the Japanese government to declare sovereignty over them. The most important effort came from Lhasa Phosphate Company from Ryukyu in Osaka, which in 1924 built dormitories for 200 workers engaging in fishery and guano collection in Ituba Island. In 1927, the Consul General of Japan in Hanoi requested the government of Indochina to provide documents relating to the ownership of the Spratlys on a personal tide. In 1938, Japan proceeded to occupy Woody Island and send ships to Ituaba. France protested. In 1939, Japan officially annexed Paracels and Spratlys. France proposed to take the matter to international arbitration, but Japan refused. 1940 to 1945, Japan evicted French and Annamite garrisons in the Paracel and Spratlys. 1942 to 1945, Japan built weather stations, listening posts, and submarine bases on the two islands. And finally, in 1951, with the San Francisco Treaty, Japan renounced sovereignty claim of the Paracel and Spratlys. Now let's focus on the San Francisco Treaty. And here I would like to rectify two misunderstandings. The first misunderstanding that I would like to rectify is I completely concur with Professor Monique Chomillet-Gendreau that the San Francisco Treaty does not recognize the sovereignty over the Paracels and Spratlys to any claimant. The second misunderstanding that I would like to rectify is the San Francisco Treaty does not make the Spratlys trusted territories. Now, this argument is developed by Mr. Carlos Garcia, then Vice President and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines, who later became President of the Philippines. He said in the 1970s that the Spratlys is a de facto trusted territory open to economic exploitation and settlement by any citizen of any allied power. There's no such a thing as de facto trusted territory. However, his argument has some, I must say, attraction, because if you look at the United Nations Charter, Article 77, it defines trusted territories as territories detached from enemy states as a result of the Second World War. However, a very important condition is missing in order for the Spratlys to become trusted territory is there's no trusteeship agreement concluded, and that is the most important condition to become a trusted territory. If you look back at the history from 1945, when the trusted territory regime started, until 1993, when it ended, there are 11 trusted territories created all over the world. All of them have a trusteeship agreement recognized by the United Nations General Assembly or the United Nations Security Council, and none of them was the Spratlys. Now, let's talk about Vietnam's position on sovereignty over the Paracel and Spratlys. The consistent position of Vietnam is the first country that established sovereignty over the Paracel and Spratlys, and it's the only country that continuously and peacefully administrates these two archipelagos in accordance with international law. So what does international law say about acquisition of sovereignty? So according to international law, there are two modes of acquisitions of sovereignty. The first is acquisition of sovereignty by discovery, followed by effective occupation, applicable to territories without master or terra nullius. The second mode is acquisition by prescription, followed by acquiescence, applicable to territories with a master. In any way, the occupation acts must be done by state representatives and not by private individuals like fishermen. And finally, the acquisition of sovereignty by the use of force is illegal. Now, according to the evidence provided by Vietnam, Vietnam has established sovereignty over the Paracels and Spratlys as early as the 15th century. At that time, the Nguyen Lots, which are the rulers of the South Vietnam, established the Hoàng Sa militia fleet or Paracel militia fleet in order to exploit the Paracel and the Spratlys. And by exploitation, I mean every year they send ships there to collect natural resources, to collect merchandise from wrecks, to undertake different measurement and to build different structures on those features. Later on, the King of Vietnam also provided protection for merchant ships against typhoon, against pirates, of course, and then he taxed those ships. These activities of the Paracel fleet or Hoàng Sa fleet were recorded in official documents of the court of Vietnam. At that time, the Vietnamese court used ancient Chinese. So let me read to you a translation of an extract of such a official document. We call it in Vietnamese Châu Bản, which translated roughly as official note, with sometimes it's a king comments or the king mark on it. So the extract read as follows: 13 July 1837, 17 year of Minh Mạng reign. We, Hà Duy Phiên and Lý Văn Phúc, under instructions by His Majesty the King, in the past, Royal Marine, Royal Guard, and soldiers from two provinces of Bình Định and Quảng Ngãi were sent to the Paracels on a surveying mission. Now they have returned, except for the Royal Marine Phạm Văn Biện, Pallas Vũ Văn Hùng, Phạm Văn Xanh, and Master Lưu Đức Trực, who delayed their return and accordingly sentenced to the lash by Your Majesty. As the people who have been hardworking at sea deserve the bonus of 1 month's salary per soldier and 2 cents per laborer. So that was a text, official text about compensation to people who were sent on mission on the Paracels. And then the French came, and they continued to exercise sovereignty over the Paracels and Spratlys. They sent people there to establish permanent garrisons, and they built different structures like flagpoles, steles, teletext transmission, weather stations there. In 1956, the French were replaced by South Vietnam or the Republic of Vietnam. And they also continue to exercise sovereignty over the Paracels and the Spratlys. And most importantly, they try to defend the sovereignty of Vietnam over these two archipelagos, both by deeds and by words. For instance, in 1974, when China tried to seize the Paracels, the Republic of Vietnam fought back. And when they failed, they took the matter to the United Nations Security Council. In 1976, Vietnam became unified under the government of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, and the Socialist Republic of Vietnam continued to exercise sovereignties over the Spratlys. They sent troops there, they continue to build infrastructures until today. Today, the Spratlys is administrated as a local district of Vietnam, and different modern infrastructures have been built there to serve the livelihood of people there. For instance, schools, pagoda, clinics. And just to let you know, many Vietnamese babies have been born in the Spratlys. And at the same time, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam continue to affirm sovereignty over the Paracels and continue to affirm that the Paracel and the Spratly dispute will be resolved based on peaceful means according to international law. Now let's come back to the original question. What are the impacts of the San Francisco Treaty on the status of Vietnam's sovereignty over the Paracels and Spratlys? And the answer is, Mr. Chair, can you see anything?
We could follow up to now, but now it's blank. It's just a white.
You see nothing, right?
No.
Yeah, you see nothing simply because there's no impact whatsoever from the San Francisco Treaty to the status of sovereignty of Vietnam with the Paracels and Spratlys. With or without the San Francisco Treaty, the sovereignty of Vietnam over the Paracels and Spratlys have long been established. It what the Prime Minister of the State of Vietnam, which became later Republic of Vietnam, Trần Văn Hữu, said at the San Francisco Conference in 1951. He said, "As we must frankly profit from all the opportunities offered to us to stifle the germ of discord, we affirm our right to the Spratly and Paracel Islands, which have always belonged to Vietnam." Now, let me take some minutes to talk about Prime Minister Phạm Văn Đồng letter to Prime Minister Zhou Enlai of China. First, here is a whole content of the note. I can read it to you. Comrade Prime Minister, we have the honor to bring to your knowledge that the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam recognizes and supports the declaration dated the 4th September 1958 of the government of the People's Republic of China, fixing the right of the Chinese territorial waters. The government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam respects this decision and will give instruction to its state bodies to respect the 12 nautical mile wide of the territorial waters of China in all their relations in the maritime field with the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. I address to you, Comrade Prime Minister, the assurance of my distinguished consideration. It's nothing about Spratly, nothing about Paracels. I don't see anything about that or historical right of China here. Actually, I think that Mr. Cao, as a peace-loving person or as a patriotic person, I think you should honor, respect, and veneer the letter of the Prime Minister Phạm Văn Đồng. You know why? Because, let me explain to you with background. At that time, the 7th Fleet of the United States was threatening China in the Taiwan Strait. So it is an act of good willingness from Vietnam, from Prime Minister Phạm Văn Đồng to his comrade Zhou Enlai in order to show Vietnam support of one China policy. I know that Chinese people have the tradition of being respectful of their brother, their friends. So I think that the Chinese people who live in the 1950s, they will be very upset, very sad if they know that the letter of Prime Minister Phạm Văn Đồng is used, or I must say misused, in order to show discord between the two nations. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vo Hai Dong, for this presentation. We have got a Chinese perspective, a Vietnamese perspective, and light has been thrown on many historical events. We may discuss how much we can learn from these events for the present and for the future. That can be part of the discussion now. We have got at least 3 questions for different participants. I will ask you to be brief in your answers so that we can accommodate as many questions as possible. The first question is for Bill Hayton. It's from Noah Murdoch, who says, you discussed the impact of historical mapping on the potential Chinese claims to the Paracels Islands prior to 1909. And then comes the questions. Overall, how important has the historical mapping of the South China Sea region been in securing other claims in the region? Or would you argue that there are other sources which are more effective in this purpose? So the question is on mapping, the importance of mapping versus other sources of information. Please, Bill Hayton.
Okay, thank you. I think the important thing to say is that maps aren't proof of any historical, legal claim. I mean, anybody can make a map. It doesn't mean anything. When it comes to international law, what matters is whether you stick a flag in the ground or you build a lighthouse or carry out some act of administration. But that said, in terms of the process of how the claims advanced and the political and cultural side, then yes, the maps were very important. I mean, the Europeans made maps, starting in the sort of 17th century, and they were relying a lot on local knowledge, to do that. And then in the 19th century, they acquired their own surveying capabilities, and that obviously led to the start of the European claims. And then when, as I've tried to argue in some of my research, that the Chinese claim in the early part of the 20th century develops off the back of Western maps. And so you see maps being translated into Chinese and misinterpreted, and that leads to the extension of the Chinese claim. I'm doing a bit of research on the Vietnamese claim at the moment, and I would argue that that the process of French mapping in the 1920s and 30s was an important part of the development of the French and then the Vietnamese claim. And Gerald Saskies has he's written about that quite extensively. So yeah, I mean, maps don't prove anything, but they are an important part of the historical process of developing a claim.
Thanks so much. Next question is from Dao Nian, who says, I have a question for Carl Shah. From the Chinese perspective, whether and to what extent does the concept of Tianxia affect the view of China on the sovereign of a nation state and South China Sea issues? Maybe you can also, Carl Shah, explain what's meant by Tianxia. How does that? Yeah, please.
Tianxia is a Chinese term called all under heaven, and in the classical times, the Chinese ruler often asserts sovereignty over Tianxia or all under heaven. This is actually a very easy question, so I thank you for that. The answer is no. No, the concept of Tianxia does not affect view of China on the sovereignty of nation state and South China Sea issue.
That was a very, very short and very clear question. That's what some people really want from politicians. Clear answers, yes or no. Answer here is no. Thanks. Next speaker is Qian Nyap Pham, who says he or she wants to ask questions to Carl Shah and Dr. Hayton. I guess you can take the floor. Please try.
Greeting everyone. My name is Nga, and I'm one of the young leaders in the program. So I want to ask Mr. Jia and Dr. Hayton, because both of you have provided a lot of evidences and claims, and both claimants and non-claimants have always been arguing over the true history of the island. So the question is, first of all, how do you evaluate the legitimacy of the evidence or claims? And second, in case of dispute, how do these claims and evidence will weigh compared to the international laws, especially the UNCLOS? So my question have two parts, and thank you for answering.
Thank you so much. I think this question in reality goes to the entire panel. So whoever wants to come up with an answer, please try. Please come forward. You may start, Bill Hayton, if you wish, but whoever wants to.
I think there are kind of two kinds of claims that are made often, well, the South China Sea, but maybe more generally. There are emotional claims, and then there are claims based on evidence. There are claims based on belief that somehow piece of territory or whatever is rightfully belonging to country or something like that. And then there's what you can actually prove in terms of documents. And a good example of how you can solve these things is the dispute over the little rock of Pedra Branca between Singapore and Malaysia down in the Straits of Singapore, when it all depended on colonial documents and which state had built a lighthouse and that kind of thing. Exactly the same procedures could be used in terms of the South China Sea as well. And you just need evidence. You just need something. So if somebody wants to say that China objected to the French claim to the Spratlys in 1933, well, just produce a piece of paper that proves that. There is no evidence, as far as I know, that there's evidence the other way, that the Chinese government decided that it didn't have a claim to the Spratlys in 1933 and therefore didn't protest. But sometimes it's always harder to prove a negative. But the assertion that simply because China claims the Spratlys now that it always claimed them, it isn't supported by evidence. And so therefore people kind of reach to kind of irrelevant things like whether a piece of pottery was found on an island, doesn't say anything about who put it there, or whether there was any act of administration, whether it was a shipwreck, whether it was a Malay vessel, all that kind of stuff. That speaks to an emotional claim, not to a legal claim.
Before I give the floor to the others, let me add a question which also goes into this, and that is simply how important should we consider historical claims for the present? I mean, there is hardly any square meter on the planet which cannot be claimed by different nations. I mean, Germany didn't exist 150 years back. United States of America was established on some other people's land. The borders of China for sure is maybe the same as during Qing dynasty, but it's not the same as the borders of the Han or the Tang dynasty. So there is no square meter of land which cannot be claimed by different. I was working in the peace process in Sri Lanka for many years, and Tamils and Sinhalese came to me with claims based on the writings of Buddha 2,500 years back, and claiming that this or that time this island was either Sinhalese or Tamil. But the issue is how should we judge historical claims in the present? How important are historical claims for peaceful resolution of disputes today? I leave this question lingering, but whoever wants to answer that, or the question from the young Vietnamese leader, please come forward.
I'd like to take a minute to answer the question since it was also addressed to me. I'm of the view that's closer to the former U.S. Ambassador Chas Freeman. On that, I think the claimants can present views from 1,000 years to a few hundred years back all they want, but we have to have a standard, right? The standard is now everyone function on the model of nation state, on the Westphalian model as you will. And according to Chas, the former ambassador Chas Freeman, he said it doesn't really matter which sailor at what times used to use these islands at some point 5,000 years in the past. But what in this case, China is the first to assert the sovereignty in the modern sense. And there's evidence, like there's a 1909 expedition, which I pointed out, and there's also the 1946 the expedition and the Chinese garrison of the islands. I mean Taiwan, the KMT government of Taiwan, now Taiwan government garrison on Yitu Aba is still there. It has been there since 1950s, and so is the Chinese garrison on the Yongxin Island in the Paracel. So I mean, these are the facts that's harder to dispute. And I also try not to quote too many Chinese sources because I know people will cast their doubt. That's why I quoted mostly from Western sources. So that's my spiel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl Shaw. Wu Haidong, you have a perspective on this?
Yes. Just to follow up on what Carl said, I have two comments. The first is the reason why the French didn't protest against Admiral Legend expedition in 1909, because the French didn't think that it was worthy to protest. It wasn't for them, it was for the French, it wasn't considered as an act of sovereignty. In order to establish sovereignty, you have to follow a certain protocol. You said, you pointed out rightly, certain standard. And just going there and fire some short cannons for the French wasn't, and for the protocol at the time, wasn't considered enough as a protocol to establish sovereignty. And my second comment is, since you said you didn't want to quote much Chinese source, I can show to you one Chinese source that I think quite interesting. Can I share my screen?
Yes.
Okay. It's amazing you can find anything on internet today. Give me some second. Okay. Yeah. So it's on Wikipedia, but I think you can find it on authoritative source as well. Sulian, or I think it's the name Chinese is Sulian, or Su Taoshan. He was a monk, a very famous monk, who was invited by the kings of Vietnam to visit Vietnam in the 17th century. And when he came back, he wrote a book named Overseas Chronicles. Can you see it here? I can't read Chinese, so I translate it to English. Yeah. So the book is about what he saw and what he viewed in Vietnam and during a trip to Vietnam. He wrote that when he came back to China. And I think in one of the page of the book, you will find he write about the sovereignty of the Nguyen dynasty in the Paracels. I can read it to you. Just take a few seconds. So he wrote, because there are sandbanks which run parallel to the coast, from northeast to southwest, the tall ones are as high as a wall, but the short ones are at level of the sea. The surface of the sand is at heart of iron. Unfortunate ships running into them would break into pieces. The sandbank is hundreds of miles wide, limitlessly long, called 100-mile long sand, or Vạn Lý Trường Sa in Vietnamese. It's another name for Paracel in Vietnamese. No tree, no house. If ships struck by bad wind and run into here, if not broken, with no rice, no water, the sailors, you certainly become hungry ghosts. The distance from this area to Đại Việt, which is the name of Vietnam at the time, would take about 7 days of traveling, or about 700 miles. Its previous king, that is important, the previous king every year has sent ships to fish in these sandbanks to collect gold and equipment of wrecked ships drifting into this area. So that is a Chinese document written by a Chinese relatively famous monk at that time, which testify the activity of sovereignty by the Vietnamese kings and Nguyen kings in the Paracels and the strategies at that time. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Gemelier Gendreau, you want to add something? Can you hear me? If not, I will ask you to consider the importance of, please. Okay. I will come back to my question, because I mean, working on conflict resolution in many parts of the planet, I tend to take the view that it will be very, very difficult to get a complete agreement on what happened in history and the importance of the different claims. But let's assume that we were in the position that everyone would agree on the history. How much would it mean for the present? In my continent, Europe, of course, borders today are completely different from the borders of, say, 1910, which is at the center of some of these historical claims in the South China Sea. I mean, borders in Europe are absolutely different from borders of that time. And people still accept the borders of today without basically any real disputes. So my question is, how much should we judge, or how much emphasis should we put on historical claims versus finding pragmatic solutions in the present, which can satisfy the main claimants as much as possible? Even if we were to agree on the history, will give us the direction we need.
Shall I say something?
Wuhadang, or yeah, whoever wants. Please, Bill Hayton.
Yeah, I mean, my feeling on this is that the problem is that when people talk about the claims to everything, the claims to all the Spratlys, all the Paracels, all the islands, in one chunk, it's clear from the evidence that different states stuck their flags in different bits of rock at different times. And so what we need to do is accept that there's a varied history and accept that there's a need to compromise and basically accept the situation as it is now. I mean, that's my broad position. And I think this needs to start with the Southeast Asians, that the Vietnam and the Philippines and Malaysia need to recognize each other's occupations and commit to not extending their claims. And then basically the ball, is then looking, why is China being so aggressive and assuming that it's the sole owner based on rather tendentious historical claims? Disaggregate them, break them up, just as the ICJ did in the Pedra Branca case and found 3 different outcomes for 3 different bits of rock that are within 2 miles of each other. The same process could happen in the South China Sea.
I understand, Professor Monique Chemelier-Jandreau, that you have asked the floor. I tried to give it to you in the past, but if you can, please take the floor. Madame.
Oui. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je suis heureuse d'intervenir dans un débat dans lequel se trouve un collègue chinois, parce que c'est en discutant qu'on peut avancer, et nous devons avancer sur la base des normes du droit international qui sont les normes communes à la communauté des nations. Ces règles de droit international en matière de territoire, il a été rappelé le résultat de l'affaire de l'île de Palmas, qui est une des premières à fixer les règles en matière de territoire de ce genre. Il y a 2 critères en droit international, c'est l'antériorité du titre de souveraineté et l'effectivité de l'administration du territoire. Ce sont les 2 critères qui permettent en droit international, notamment devant les juridictions internationales, de trancher les questions de souveraineté lorsqu'elles sont litigieuses. Alors, sur la question de l'antériorité, notre collègue Karlza a parlé des poteries, par exemple. Mais moi, dans mes recherches, j'ai trouvé les documents relatifs à l'administration par les empereurs d'Annam, avec des décrets impériaux fixant la composition des équipes de marins qui devaient y aller, donnant des récompenses et des décorations à ceux qui revenaient par la suite, donnant des ordres, par exemple, de planter des arbres dans certaines îles, de relever le cadastre. Enfin, j'ai trouvé des actes d'administration effective remontant au moins au XVIIe et XVIIIe siècle. Quand notre collègue nous parle de poteries trouvées dans les îles, les poteries, ça c'est le fait. On peut trouver des poteries parce qu'il y avait des pêcheurs privés, car l'administration par un État n'empêche pas certaines de ces îles d'être fréquentées par des pêcheurs privés. Et la fréquentation par les pêcheurs privés de toutes les nationalités bordant ce territoire, ça n'est pas en soi une preuve de souveraineté. Donc moi, je travaille sur la question de la preuve de souveraineté avec ces 2 critères, l'antériorité et l'effectivité. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai conclu dans mes travaux pour l'instant que ce titre était celui du Vietnam, qui ensuite a été relayé par la France. C'est vrai que la Chine a fait des protestations de souveraineté à partir de 1909, nous les avons, nous les connaissons bien, mais c'était des déclarations postérieures à des actes de souveraineté qui avaient été reconnus, d'une part, et d'autre part, ce sont des actes de déclaration en 1909 qui n'ont pas été suivis d'occupation effective. Voilà, donc moi, ma question à mon collègue chinois, elle est depuis longtemps, je suis allée à Pékin, j'ai eu des discussions toujours sur le même thème. Pourquoi la Chine refuse-t-elle d'aller devant les juridictions internationales, ce qui serait une occasion de mettre sur la table les éléments dont disposent les uns et les autres pour que l'affaire soit mise au clair par des juges indépendants. Merci.
Thank you so much, Professor. I think we are soon coming to a close for this session, but of course, Carl Shah, you will have the floor to respond to what Professor said, and I will call upon Wu Haidang to make a last comment before we close this session. Please, Carl Shah.
Okay, so first I like to say, respond to your question, which is about the resolution of the current conflict. My view is actually not that different from either Bill Hayton or Professor Monique. But first I need to state that I do not represent the Chinese government. I'm not even a Chinese citizen, right? I'm just a person of Chinese heritage here as an independent researcher to stating my views. Okay, now having said that caveat, I believe there are certain international laws that could set us a standard. All the claimants, all the South China Sea claimants, they're all signatory to the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention. And that is a basis from which they can work on. And as Bill said, at the present, the occupation of the island is already a matter of fact. You know, different countries already occupy a specific piece of rock. It's probably just realistic to recognize that as a fact and go from there. And from there, based on the United Nations law of the sea, we can say, okay, you have this rock, you have this 12 nautical meters around you as a territorial sea, but whereas you have maybe things are different for say the island that's considered to be humanly habitable. That would be the Ituaba or the Taiping Island, and the Yongxin Island or the Woody Island on the Parasols, because then those islands actually entitle their own exclusive EEZ, the exclusive economic zone, right? So, and now to respond to Professor Monique, well, I already stated I don't represent the Chinese government position, but I just like to remind both Dr. Wu Haidong and Monique that China did exercise the sovereignty unchallenged, the one time in 1909 and also in 1946, immediately after World War II. China sailed to these islands, they put up their stone markers. Those are the assertion of sovereignty. And then the garrison, Chinese garrison did leave in 1950 because of the Chinese Civil War. The KMT garrison withdrew from Woody and Spratly briefly, and these are documented facts. There's no, I mean you can look it up. And then they're reoccupied in 1956. It was due to the claim by the Filipino businessman Tomas Clamas, who wanted to claim all of South China Sea to himself. So the fact that all the Chinese activity during all this time went unchallenged, you know, you can't. It's kind of hard to argue for your assertion of unbroken control over these islands. But having said that, I agree. You know, the best thing forward is to recognize the fact and be realistic and recognize that each country already has its position. There's no need to fight over it. You know, the important thing is peace and stability, and from there, you know, maybe because maybe they can look at the example of Malaysia and Brunei, because they actually have overlapping claims, but these two countries are able to work together and jointly explore the resources. And my wish is for Vietnam, China, and Philippines can actually come together and agree to share the resources in South China Sea instead of fighting over it. That's my statement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl Shah. I cannot underline more what you said. No one here is representing any government, as far as I'm concerned. No one is representing the Chinese or the Vietnamese, for sure not the colonial powers of the United Kingdom or France. So we just have a interesting conversation between individuals with different views and interesting perspectives on this part of the world. Wu Haidong, you want the last final comment?
Thank you, Chair. I just make a very short comment. First, I think that I totally agree. For once, I totally agree with Carl that we need to resolve the sovereignty disputes peacefully and based on international law. And I think the Vietnamese government has formulated the claim of Vietnam based on international law. So I hope that, you know, other claimants can do the same as well. It's going to be easier for us to resolve the dispute if you do it that way. And I also want to join Carl to really wish that in the future, the South China Sea dispute, including the parcel in the Spratly dispute, could be resolved peacefully. And I would like to raise my glass for that. Cheers. just water, but hopefully one day it's going to be champagne. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and let's come together in Singapore or in Hanoi to have a champagne at some point in the future. Let me end this very interesting session with one of the wisest persons I can even think of, and that's the great Supreme Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, who had a perspective on the Taiwan crisis, which I think the entire world can learn from when it comes to conflict resolution. And that was when he said that, of course, he repeated the Chinese one China policy and the Chinese view that Taiwan is a part of China. But then he said, this conflict is too complicated. We will not be able to resolve it in one generation. If we try to force a resolution now, it will just complicate the matters. Let's leave it to the next generation who may be wiser than ours to find the solution. In the meantime, we work together, we extend people-to-people relations, we prioritize economic development, and I think this view have served China very, very well for a generation. And I think it's a good recipe for conflict resolutions in many parts of the world. We should not try to force immediate resolution on complicated matters, but try to find ways in a pragmatic way to work together for the future. Thank you, all of you. Thank you, Carl Shah, Bill Hayton, Professor Chemelier Gendreau, and Wu Haidang. Thank you for your perspectives. I've learned a lot from listening to you, and I hope we will have opportunities to work together in the future for peaceful resolution of issues in the South China Sea, and indeed in this rapidly rising part of the planet called Southeast Asia, which is so important for all of us. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Soham, for your insight and moderations. And thank you once again to the speakers for staying faithful to the topic of history and also giving us a lot of food for thought. Thank you, Dr. Dang, for giving our technical team a short heart attack with a blank slide. Our delegates, please stay tuned. At 5:30, which is in 15 minutes, we will welcome Dr. Nguyen Hung Sơn, the Vice President of the Diplomatic Academy, to moderate the ending keynote sessions of day one. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, colleagues, and friends, as we are moving on to the final keynotes, I would like to invite you to proceed to the front row. If you see a seat, please proceed to the front row so we can fill up the front row, please. Those of you who sits at the second row, I'd like to invite you to just proceed and take a seat at the front row. Well, good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues. Good morning, I assume, to His Excellency Mr. Paweł Hedzinski. Warm greetings to you from Hanoi. How's it going in Europe? Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you well. I hope you can hear me well as well. Everything is fine.
Yes, I certainly can hear you very well. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, Excellencies, welcome to the keynote session of the South China Sea Conference. This is the 13th time we, the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, hold this international scientific conference on the South China Sea. We are extremely delighted to welcome Excellency Mr. Paweł Hedzinski, the EU Managing Director for Common Security and Defense Policy and Crisis Response, to join us on a keynote session of today's conference. The EU is a very important and key partner of ASEAN. It is an important player in the Indo-Pacific. It is a staunch supporter of multilateralism and of the rules-based international system. The EU also has great interest in an open, peaceful, and connected South China Sea, as well as Indo-Pacific. So we are very joyful to welcome Excellency Mr. Paweł Hedzinski today to share his view and his vision of the Indo-Pacific that is cooperative, connected, and the EU roles in there. So without any further ado, I'd like to welcome you again, Excellency, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your very kind words. And I'm really grateful to the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for yet again hosting this very important conference. Of course, it is a great pleasure for me to address you from the headquarters of the European Union here in Brussels. Despite all the disruptions brought by the COVID pandemic, I'm particularly happy that the European Union can maintain our tradition of addressing the South China Sea Conference, an important annual event year after year. I know you have already had a very long and full day behind you, those colleagues who are in Hanoi, and you must be looking forward to the cocktail reception that is to come very shortly. So please do not worry. I will be very short, and I simply want to make just 5 key remarks. First, the European Union pays great attention to the South China Sea and to the whole Indo-Pacific region as the center of gravity of the world shifts towards the Indo-Pacific. This region creates 60% of global GDP. In addition, 40% of the EU trade passes through Indo-Pacific. Because of the security implications, this region features prominently in the discussions we are having precisely now in Brussels about what we call the EU Strategic Compass. This is a key document that should guide EU action in security and defense for the next 5 to 10 years, once agreed by member states, hopefully in the spring of next year. Earlier this year, in September, we have agreed and issued EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. The EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific has 7 main priority areas: sustainable and inclusive prosperity, including trade and technological standards, green transition, ocean governance, digital governance and partnership, connectivity, security and defense, and finally, human security, including support to healthcare systems and pandemic preparedness. The security and defense dimension of the strategy includes maritime security and freedom of navigation along the region's sea line of communication, which carry so much of Europe's trade and which are so important for the stability not only of the region itself, but I would also say for the whole world. My second remark, I would like to stress that the EU Indo-Pacific strategy is inclusive of all partners in the region wishing to cooperate with us when our interests coincide. At the same time, European Union will continue to protect our essential interests and promote the values of democracy, human rights, rule of law, working with international partners who share similar approaches. Third, the European Union, which is a regional organization, considers that our main partner in the Indo-Pacific region is ASEAN. We support the principle of ASEAN centrality. We appreciate ASEAN's commitment to effective multilateralism, ASEAN's efforts to build a rules-based regional architecture, and the multilateral anchor that ASEAN provides. We will coordinate our actions under the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific with ASEAN and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Fourth, I would like to recall that the European Union supports peaceful resolution of disputes around the South China Sea in line with international law, in particular, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, and its dispute settlement mechanism. Therefore, we support the ASEAN-led process towards an effective, substantive, and legally binding code of conduct in the South China Sea. The end product of negotiations should be a fair, balanced, and equitable code of conduct based on a convergence of the interests of all stakeholders. Such code of conduct should not prejudice the interests of third parties. And my fifth and final point, I would like to stress that the European Union is interested not only in supporting principles, but also in concrete, practical cooperation with partners in the Indo-Pacific. In the field of maritime security, we want to conduct more joint naval exercises and port calls with partners. Over the past year, EU Naval Force Somalia Operation Atalanta has already conducted joint exercises in its area of operation with several Indo-Pacific countries, including Djibouti, India, Japan, Republic of Korea, Oman, and Pakistan. We are also looking at launching a new application of our coordinated maritime presence concept in the Indo-Pacific. For the moment, we have this concept applied in the Gulf of Guinea, western coast of Africa. This would allow warships of different EU member states to patrol a given maritime area of interest in a coordinated way while sharing maritime information with each other and with coastal countries. Our member states are expected to take a decision in applying this concept to a certain maritime area of interest, also in case of Indo-Pacific early next year. At the same time, we are keen to provide maritime security capacity building to partners in the Indo-Pacific, including the South China Sea. The goal is to help partners control more effectively their maritime space, thanks to better maritime domain awareness. The EU Critical Maritime Routes in the Indo-Pacific project, CRIMARIO, provides a special software called IORIS that helps partners share information internally between different agencies, as well as across borders and with the relevant regional and international bodies. We also want to keep maritime information fusion centers in different parts of the Indo-Pacific share their information with each other, so they can have a fuller integrated maritime picture. This is all based on EU's own experience of creating a common information sharing environment within national administrations and across borders between member states. Let me add that the European Union is also intensifying cooperation with partners on cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and fight against information manipulation and information interference, also thanks to our Enhancing Security in and with Asia ESIWA project. As the event is hosted by the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, let me also say a few words about our bilateral contacts. With Vietnam, we have concluded a framework participation agreement for participation in EU common security and defense policy missions and operations. Under this agreement, we hope very soon to welcome the first ever Vietnamese personnel as members of the EU training mission in the Central African Republic in a few months. In the Indo-Pacific, the Republic of Korea, Australia, New Zealand have also concluded similar framework participation agreements. For instance, the Republic of Korea contributes to the Operation Atalanta, I already mentioned it, of the coast of Somalia, that is focusing on anti-piracy activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, let me once again restate that the European Union is committed to closer cooperation with partners in the South China Sea and in the whole Indo-Pacific region, in line with our new Indo-Pacific strategy. The South China Sea should be a sea of peace, stability, and prosperity. The European Union is a regional organization based on the rule of law. We seek to promote an open and rules-based regional security architecture based not on unilateral actions, but on multilateral approaches. And I'm sure that all together we can make it also in case of the South China Sea. Mr. President, back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Paweł Hedzynski. For a very short but extremely clear remark on the EU's priority in the Indo-Pacific. And in your remark, we hear a lot of important keywords, which sounds like music to our ears, honestly. Peaceful resolution of disputes, rules-based architecture, the rule of law, supporting ASEAN and taking ASEAN as a key priorities, multilateral approach instead of unilateral one, enhance maritime security, especially maritime capacity building and coordinated presence in the Indo-Pacific, including the South China Sea. I think all these priorities are very welcoming in the Indo-Pacific and in the South China Sea in particular, and therefore the EU's role is considered to be a very important and key in this region. So, Excellency, watching our keynotes today are not only the embassies, the scholars, the various government agencies in Hanoi. The conference is also attended by the future leaders of the countries and of this region through a Young Leaders Program. At the moment, there are still about 200 people attending online, watching you live as well. So allow me to invite them to pose questions and to interact with you for a couple of minutes, if I may. I would like to ask if anyone in this room would like to have a question to Excellency Mr. Paweł Hajinski. Yes, Excellency Hoàng Anh Tuấn, former Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN and Vice President of the DAV, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sun. Although the questions now is to be asked by the young leaders, but I'm not young any longer. Well, I have two questions for you. One is that before I pose my question, I would like to thank the European Union for supporting ASEAN for the AOIP and ASEAN centrality. My first question is that in the Indo-Pacific, you see there is not only the Indo-Pacific strategy, which was just adopted by the EU. We have also had several other Indo-Pacific strategies by countries like India, Japan, the United States. So how do you synchronize the areas of cooperation priorities, as we have mentioned, with the priorities, and how to cooperate the Indo-Pacific strategies from the other countries which have already been in the regions before you adopted one. And the second one, how do you anticipate the relations between EU and China after the adoption of the Indo-Pacific strategy? There might be some tensions. There might be some perhaps oppositions from China. That is what to be expected. And how do you handle that? And that's I have two questions for you. Thank you.
Excellency, would you like to respond?
Yes, of course. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for very pertinent two questions. First, let me start by saying that we are all young here. Only the challenges are growing. So on the first question about Indo-Pacific strategies of our partners, yes, we are fully aware of it. Also, our own member states, some of them at least, have their own Indo-Pacific strategies. What we need is clearly international cooperation and dialogue. This is why we have developed or are still developing security and defense dialogues with our key partners in the region. We have an ongoing security and defense dialogue with Republic of Korea, with Japan, and we also have such a dialogue, very long-lasting dialogue with China. And during those dialogues, we extend with our partners our positions and we try to make sure that even in case there are differences of views, that we, in a very open and transparent way, discuss about those differences. On your second question and our relationship with China, this is based on our China strategy. European Union sees China on 3 levels. First, China is a very important partner of the European Union. There are a lot of issues, also international challenges that we need to work very closely on together with China. This is, for instance, the issue of climate change, a very topical issue after the last COP in Glasgow. China is also our competitor. We compete with China on other issues, and China is also our systemic rival. We see those 3 layers of interactions with China that, of course, call for strengthening a dialogue, for reaching out. We are already preparing the next EU-China summit, and then we have a very well-developed network of different dialogues on different topics, including, as I mentioned, security and defense dialogue, that I have a great pleasure of co-chairing with my Chinese counterpart. We are looking forward to the next edition that should hopefully be held very soon. These dialogues are extremely important, also in a case where there are differences of approaches. What is very important is that we share our views, that we exchange, and that we try to better understand each other's position. Back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Can I invite the next question, please? Yes, Professor Lanang.
Thank you, Your Excellencies. I'd like to raise a question concerning the planned global gateway that the EU just been public recently. And as we all know that several months ago, G7 also issued a broader plan, the B3W, Build Back Better World. So to what extent the global gateway can complement with the B3W, and in that 2 big master plans, what are the role of the Indo-Pacific states in other regions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I'm an expert on security and defense. This is an area where our colleagues from the European Commission are in the lead. What I can say is that, of course, the pandemic situation has created an entirely new reality, and it makes common sense that all international community works as closely together as possible in order to restart the economic development, and in order to leave behind the very sad times of the pandemic as soon as possible, and restart the economic cooperation. This is also linked to connectivity, where the European Union is very active. But I would leave it at this, as I'm honestly not the expert on the subject. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Excellency. We receive a question from an Indian online participant, and the question goes like this. Your Excellency, practical cooperation in maritime sphere is likely to be more effective in the Indo-Pacific. Would you like to elaborate more on sharing maritime information by Information Fusion Center? We have one such near Delhi.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm also very grateful to India for a very active participation in our efforts when it comes to Operation Atalanta. On many occasions, Indian warships were helping the operation by accompanying WFP convoys. We also had very successful maritime security dialogue launched recently with India. Of course, when it comes to maritime security, what is of key is information sharing. Assets, naval assets are very scarce. We know it very well. This is why we have launched a coordinated maritime presence initiative. The idea is for navies of EU member states that are in a particular region to share information with all EU member states. We have started this as a pilot project in Gulf of Guinea, and precisely now our member states are having a discussion about applying this concept also to a certain area of interest in the Indo-Pacific, most probably in the certain part of Indian Ocean. It's also for our member states to decide if this concept will be open to third countries. From my point of view, it makes all the sense. In the case of Gulf of Guinea, as it is a pilot project, for the moment, it's only open to the participation of 27 EU member states. But hopefully, if a decision will be taken by member states to apply this coordinated maritime concept also to Indo-Pacific, to certain part of Indo-Pacific, it will be also open to the participation of third states. But already now, as you know very well, we try to connect different networks that already exist using Crimario and other instruments that we have, including a very good software that we have developed, and we share it with other partners in order for navies of third countries to exchange the information for all of us to have a better situational awareness. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Excellency. We have another question from an online participant. We in ASEAN are struggling to find a united position of just 10 members. So I assume you must have a very fun job of coordinating the positions of 27 members of the European Union. How do you achieve that common position on such important issue as common security and defense policy?
Yes, thank you very much. It is a fun question, but speaking very seriously, when it comes to our common foreign policy and common security and defense policy, we have a rule of unanimity. So we need to have a green light from every single member state in order to proceed. In other policy areas, this rule of unanimity does not apply. There are other arrangements, including QMV. But when it comes to foreign policy and security and defense policy, we have a very strict rule of unanimity. What does it mean? It means that, of course, it is sometimes very challenging to have all 27 member states on board. especially when it comes to very sensitive issues of security and defense. But throughout the years, we have developed a rather complicated, I'm very honest with you, system of consultations. We have different layers starting from experts into senior experts, ministerial level, and finally heads of state on government if needed. All these layers can be involved. And I really have very proudly to say that in the vast majority of cases, sometimes unfortunately after long and difficult negotiations, we reach out a common agreement based on our shared values and shared interests. What is extremely important to say is that when the EU speaks in one voice, and because of this unanimity principle, we have the full backing of our 27 member states. So on one hand, it is challenging because it takes time, and sometimes the final position is not as ambitious as some of our member states would wish. But at the end, once we reach an agreement and we have a full buy-in of 27 member states, we know that what we say is fully backed by our 27 member states. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Is there any more question? Yes, Huang, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is Huang from the East Institute. So I have one question, particularly about the CRIMARIO project that you mentioned in the speech. As far as I understand, the CRIMARIO project, phase 1 has already been concluded in East Africa, and phase 2 has just been started in Southeast Asia. And my question is there any differences in terms of approach, in terms of principle, in terms of implementations of the CRIMARIO projects between the two regions? And also, can you give us a little bit of updates on how the CRIMARIO project is going in Southeast Asia so far, and particularly in Vietnam, if there is any at all? Thank you so much.
Look, I mean, the principles are exactly the same. Again, this comes back to the previous question. This is about creating an environment in which interested member states can participate, share information. We also have developed a special software called YORIS that helps partners share information internally between different agencies, as well as across borders and with the relevant regional and international bodies. So, so I think the concept is exactly the same. Of course, the countries are different, and this is based on our own experience in the European Union, when we are in the process of established exchanges between our own member states. So I count on active participation of all interested countries in this initiative. Back to you, Mr. President.
And if I may, there's one last question from an online participant. He's a researcher at the DAV, which is participating online. What will the EU do to convince its member states to strongly uphold international law, including the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, while maximizing their economic interests with China? And the reason I ask this is because I observe that many EU member states seem to focus on maximizing economic cooperation with China rather than following EU's position to preserve international law, rules-based order, etc.
I mean, here I can be very straightforward. We have a very clear position among EU 27 member states. We are very strongly supporting multilateralism. and we are very strongly supporting rules-based world order. And this, of course, also includes UNCLOS. In our view, this does not mean that we should put our trade relationship with any country at stake. On the contrary, we are also a very strong supporter of economic development and trade relationship. So from our point of view, full respect for international law, including UNCLOS, and the development of trade relationship should be mutually reinforcing and not the contrary. So here we have a very clear-cut position of EU 27 member states. Mr. President, back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Paweł Hejinski, for your time spending with us. We cannot thank you enough to show our appreciation for the interactions you've given to our audiences and for the time that you spare with us today. So on behalf of all of us in this room, as well as attending online, I would like to once again thank you for your time. And I wish you and the EU success in its interactions with the Indo-Pacific and in realizing its vision of an Indo-Pacific that is open and rules-based and with an active EU's role in it. So thank you, and we look forward to seeing you in Hanoi in person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting discussion. Thank you for all the questions. And of course, I hope that next year's event will be organized already in a much better international environment when it comes to the pandemic, and that would allow even more of us to join you in person in Hanoi. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nguyễn Hùng Sơn. And that is a wrap of day one of the 13th South China Sea International Conference. Thank you once again for all of the distinguished guests, excellencies, and our online participants for sticking with us from the morning until now. And now for some of the reminders, I would like to invite our delegate to attend the keynote receptions, dinner on the second floor. And for our online participants, see you at 8:30 tomorrow, starting with session 4 on the ASEAN, the Quad, and other regional arrangements. And also, don't forget that we will have a live commentary for the first time ever in the South China Sea series with Associate Professor Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh from the East Seas Institute and Dr. Trần Công Trục, former director of the National Border Committee, at 7 p.m. tonight. So online participants, you can use the same link to attend the live commentaries. Xin cảm ơn quý vị khán giả theo dõi trực tiếp. Phần bình luận trực tiếp thứ hai về các vấn đề pháp lý và lịch sử liên quan đến Biển Đông sẽ diễn ra vào 7 giờ tối nay với sự tham gia của Phó Giáo sư Tiến sĩ Nguyễn Thị Lan Anh và Tiến sĩ Trần Công Trục, nguyên trưởng Ban Biên giới Chính phủ. Xin cảm ơn.
So you're all invited to join us for the cocktail party at the second floor. Just proceed to the end of the corridor and then one floor down, and there we'd like to welcome you, as well as our friends at the cocktail reception. Please proceed there.
Recording stopped.
Yeah. Florian, this is Phương. Can you hear me? Right? Yeah. So just wait for a few minutes. We were just getting around. Okay.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, can I invite you to please đi vào phòng ạ. Xin mời tất cả các quý vị, tất cả các quý khách chúng ta đi vào trong phòng và có thể chúng ta về chỗ ngồi. Xin có một vài phát biểu rất là ngắn thôi ạ. Colleagues, friends who are still outside of the room, can I kindly invite you to gather inside the room? Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues. Well, we've had enough presentation during the day. Presentation now is only going to be 5 pages long. And of course, I'm kidding. Make a long presentation or remarks. I'm just here to express how grateful to all of you, sorry. I'm just here to express how grateful the DAV is to all of you to stay until this late hour and for your active participation and support to the South China Sea International Conference. Now, the South China Sea itself is a connector, not a divider. It's there to connect civilizations. It's there to connect continents. It's there to connect countries. And that's precisely the idea of the South China Sea Conference, to build a connected and cooperative Indo-Pacific. But the South China Sea Conference itself is also a connector, because every year when we organize the conference, it's an opportunity for us to meet friends of the same interest, of common vision, and of common views and interest. So we are very glad that despite the pandemic that is raging across the world, we are still able to organize this conference physically, so we can meet physically and not just online. So the idea of the conference is for you to network, so please do so. For you to make friends, and please do so. And if you are already friends, I hope that your friendship will get even deeper and closer. And if you are not yet friends, I hope you'll make one. And if you are somehow of opposing view, I hope that you will eventually become friends. So that's what I would like to say. And today we are extremely joyful to be joined by extremely good friends. And I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you two of the great friends of the DAV who have been a staunch supporter of the DAV development and of the South China Sea Conference in particular. I'd like to introduce to you Excellency Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, the EU Head of Delegation in Hanoi, and also Mr. Florian Fariaben, KAS representative in Hanoi. KAS has been a strategic partner of the DAV for a long time and extremely supportive of our events. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Excellency Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti to deliver your remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Song. Thank you, President Zung. I won't give any remarks here because I think it has been a long day. We have been there for the whole day, so I think it's enough. Just a few words, just a few remarks. First of all, thank you, a big thank you to you, the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. I think it's excellent that you managed to organize this event every year. And I would say that this hybrid form, it's even better to a certain extent because, of course, it goes even farther. So we can have more people, actually. Not everybody can travel, but now we have people here in Hanoi and people from outside. So in a way, it's a good way of connecting people. And as you rightly said, this is a connector. This can be a connector. And I experienced this morning, I think we had a very civilized exchange of views. Clearly, views were different. That's an important part of it. We had dialogue and people were exchanging their views and it was clear what their position were, but still it was possible to have an exchange. And I think it helps us also have a better understanding of each other's position. And before there was a question about a global gateway, and this is another idea by connecting. This is the idea of why it's important, the connectivity for us, so for the European Union, for this part of the world, and there were discussions about the strategic vision of the European Union, the Indo-Pacific. We have many ways of being together, and this is a good example. I think these kind of events, these conferences are so important, I think, to exchange views. That's why we are supporting this. So we are here for the long term. We did it in previous years. We do it this year. We'll do it next year. So we are here with many friends. As you see, you're so popular that you have many friends here. A lot of embassies are really supporting you. We have really a stellar presence because, of course, you're already a name. You're a prestigious name. So I think just a word of thanks and a word of encouragement to continue like that. Of course, being here in such a beautiful building is even better. Of course, this is a clear another achievement. You managed during difficult times, even during COVID, you managed to have it very quickly, as the President was telling me today. So I think kudos to you also for this, and really looking forward to see you soon in another big edition of this conference. Thank you so much. Think about it.
And now I'd like to invite Mr. Florian Ferreira-Bent, who is going to deliver his remark from afar. But we are connected anyhow.
We are connected indeed. Dear Dr. Sen, dear Ambassador Giorgio Aliberti, Your Excellencies, representatives of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished scholars, dear panelists and guests. It is my great honor being granted the privilege to address you this evening in my capacity as the representative of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation to Vietnam. At the beginning, I would really like to congratulate the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam for the excellent organization of today's and tomorrow's 13th edition of the South China Sea Conference. And I want to thank you, my dear friend, Dr. Sun, personally, for providing me the opportunity to address all of you tonight. I do sincerely regret that due to the pandemic circumstances, you mentioned it, I have to join you from afar. I can only deliver my short remarks virtually from Berlin. Also, I'm fully aware that after a long conference there with so many interesting discussions and insightful contributions, it is now only me standing between, or in fact, sitting between you and a well-deserved cocktail reception and networking event, making friendships. In my humble opinion and from my personal experience, the talks on the sidelines of conferences are just as important, or maybe sometimes even more important, as the panel discussions themselves. So I promise to be very brief. Just bear with me and allow me to make 3 points. First, regarding Germany and the South China Sea. There's an increased awareness and acknowledgement in Germany that the freedom of the seas, the freedom of navigation and international law are at risk in the South China Sea. That the assertive behavior of certain actors in the region creates facts on the ground that are not based on the rule of international law, but rather on the law of the mighty. Germany is an advocate of a rules-based international order, because this reflects both our values and our interests. And we are the third largest global export nation and an international trading power that is dependent on secure and open shipping routes. To be sure, the South China Sea Conference is one of the most important events dealing with this region, and the South China Sea itself is one of the most important maritime trade routes globally. Therefore, developments in the region matter for Germany and Europe and affect our national and European interests. This is codified in the Indo-Pacific policy guidelines of the German government published in September last year and reflected also in the recent Indo-Pacific deployment of the German frigate Bayern, which will very soon, a couple of weeks from now, conduct a port visit in Vietnam. When it comes to the territorial disputes in the South China Sea, Germany is not taking sides. However, Germany emphasizes that a peaceful rules-based conflict resolution has to be based on UNCLOS and has to take into account the 2016 arbitration award. My second point is regarding the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, which I'm representing in Southeast Asia. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation is a German non-governmental political foundation that is closely linked with the party of the outgoing Chancellor Angela Merkel. We have offices and projects in almost 120 countries around the globe. In Southeast Asia, we have offices in almost every capital. Our projects will always be implemented in close cooperation and partnership with local partners and institutions, ranging from issues of representation and participation to sustainable government, sustainable development and innovation, and to foreign and security affairs. Foreign and security affairs, in fact, constitute a main pillar of our work in Southeast Asia in general and in Vietnam in particular. We fostered a high-level academic, diplomatic, and political dialogue with various formats. We believe in the strength of cooperation with like-minded partners and the importance of dialogue with those with whom we might have disagreements. As Dr. Sen pointed out, we should make friendships. Last but not least, my third point, which is a confluence of the two previous points, the partnership between the Konrad Adenauer Foundation and the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. And I'm very happy to hear the wording, the semantics of Dr. Sun, speaking of a strategic partnership, which I can only reconfirm. Because this partnership reflects the realization that the trends and developments in the Indo-Pacific region will shape tomorrow's international order, and that Vietnam is in a specific geopolitical situation and location. Deepening the ties between Vietnam and Germany, as well as Vietnam and Europe, is of strategic importance. This especially holds true for the area of foreign and security affairs, as well as for climate change issues. For this, we as a German political foundation could not wish for a better partner than a DAV. And as Ambassador Aliberti pointed out, DAV has a lot of partners, but I'm very much appreciating the wording of a strategic partnership. And against this background, it's now the second time that we are supporting the South China Sea Conference. And next year, hopefully also with a stronger German presence on site, on the ground, as well as virtually. And also with DAV, we established specific dialogue and discussion formats, which became brand names in the diplomatic and academic community in the region. I just want to mention two of them, the Ocean Dialogue series and the China Talks. And it is with great pleasure that I can announce today, that we are committed to strengthen and foster our partnership even further. Therefore, the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, with the support of the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development, is currently providing for multimedia equipment for the so-called Berlin Seminar Room at the new premises of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Also from next year onwards, from 2022 onwards, Konrad Adenauer Foundation will establish a scholarship program for graduate students of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, with this outlook on an even brighter future, I will stop and let you entertain your cocktail reception. I see many of you already have your glasses of red wine. I once again thank the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and Dr. Sun personally for the great event. And I would also extend this gratitude to the whole organizing team of DAV, including also the interpreters and also my colleague Fong for their efforts in organizing the South China Sea Conference. And thank you very much. Enjoy the reception. Come on.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Feuerben, for your strategic partnership emphasis and especially for the announcement of the support. We can't appreciate it more of your support. So thank you very much. I wish you were here with us to raise the glasses, but anyhow, thank you. We wish to welcome you the soonest possible. Thank you. So without any further ado, please, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, please enjoy your cocktail and the great food that we've prepared for us to celebrate the conclusion of the first day of the conference. Please.
Điện sau đây. So please be seated. We will begin shortly. Mr. Hung, you have a huge microphone.
Yes. Sorry for if it obstruct my face or anything, but yes.
You used to live stream?
No. I work as a news announcer. So because we are doing remote work, I have to have a mic. That's the reason.
All right. So I hope that everyone is here, or mostly everyone is here. So welcome to the Young Leaders Program. It's now we start our official day of the Young Leaders Program, and I understand that it was a tiring day. We have a long day, and then we have to shift our session 1 hour later. But as said, we are the young leaders, so we are younger than the old panelists who spoke this morning and this afternoon. So I hope that we can show them that we can do better than them. So join us today. We have 20 panelists, selected panelists from the list, and we have here today many. I think we have 30 students from the DAV. Can we show around? I just want to show our online participants that we have a full room here actually, right? So right now it's 7 p.m., but we still have a full room. Can we have a quick show around the room, please? So that means you are not alone in your home. Okay, it would be a little bit awkward, but it works. All right. All right. So again, welcome everyone. Because our time limit is short, so I think we will have some adjustment for the program for today. I mean tonight. So what I want to do is the first part we will, as discussed before, the first part we will have 4 presentations from 4 panelists, as said before, and then after that, I mean each panelist will deliver a speech a maximum of 10 minutes. Afterwards, we will have a quick Q&A discussion, let's say 10 or 15 minutes.
Recording in progress.
Okay, now I should be careful with my words. All right, and then after that Q&A session from 10 to 15 minutes. We will do what I call a challenge for each panelist. So each selected panelist, apart from the 4 panelists who have spoken before, each individual will do a 1 or 2 minutes challenge. So like an instant reflection or demonstration of what your takeaways from today's sections are. And then we will do a little bit of wrap up. And then at the end of tonight, I will send out a 1-pager of what I can say like the young leader statement. So it is 1 page of our takeaways or our reflection of the whole group of the Young Leaders Program. I will send out in Google Doc, and then please kind of edit directly in that Google Doc, and we will finish tomorrow noon for today's section. So that's 1 page for today's section. So, and after noon, tomorrow noon, if you don't have any more comments or edits, then we'll finalize that and we'll send that to the moderator of the main event. And that's everything. Is that clear? Anyone have some question about our housekeepings? No? All right, you can always text us. Right, so should we start with the presentation? So we have four presentations right now. And we'll start with Ms. Gitanjali Shinharoy. Do I pronounce your name correctly?
Yeah, manageable.
Thank you very much. You have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I think we've had a long day, but a very fruitful and a very interesting day. And I've had the opportunity to be presenting what I learned from session 1, which is the South China Sea in a shifting global landscape. So basically, I'll talk about what each speaker said and then my final learnings. So basically, first session covered the various aspects and the views of different countries by the speakers. In fact, the chair, the ambassador Aliberto, he of course gave us the EU perspective, and he spoke about how the South China Sea was about greater interdependence, and he also spoke about that how there was a need to refrain from threats, exercise self-restraint, and he also highlighted that there was a need to be supportive of the code of conduct and for ASEAN as well. Okay, so going to the speaker 1, the speaker was Mr. Grossman. He gave the US perspective. He was the one who spoke. He's the one who works in RAND. So basically, he spoke that the South China Sea waters are international waters, which is very interesting to hear. Secondly, he said that China is militarily and economically only growing, and which was a major and a greater sign of concern for us. He also said that the Quad and AUKUS should take upon the work to work in the South China Sea as an order to help the maritime counterclaimants, because the maritime counterclaimants are basically stuck in the middle. And I think what I figured out from what Mr. Grossman said was there was a need of deepening political and economic cooperation in the South China Sea. And of course, China's growth needed to be controlled. So that was the speaker 1. Speaker 2, Dr. Chiang, if I've got his name pronunciation right, he spoke about the ASEAN perspective. So he spoke about volatility, he spoke about uncertainty, complexities, and ambiguities, which is what he described the South China Sea scenario to be. And the reasons he stated were, why he said that the South China Sea were these, because he said that the US-China competition structure was there. He spoke about China's military growth. He also spoke about the domestic politics, nationalism, which also impacted foreign policy. So I think what I figured out from his entire talk was one thing which I really was interested was he said that ASEAN is a normative power. And he justified it by saying that ASEAN has always been a normative power because it has been a norm-setting regional order. And this functions because of unity in the ASEAN. The other thing he said that ASEAN needs to be given more space. And he said that ASEAN shouldn't be pressurized on either of the sides. He meant either of the sides, I think the US and the China, and China, of course. Speaking of the third speaker, Dr. Dio, he spoke about the Chinese perspective and it was rather interesting. And in fact, this was the first time I came across a Chinese speaker who was pretty upfront about a lot of things. And he also spoke about the way ahead. So he spoke about cooperation is better than conflict. He also said that the ASEAN-China dispute needed to be resolved. And what he said was Quad and AUKUS are anti-China raised by the US. So that was when my head went for a ticker. So I think what I learned from his his talk was that he emphasized on crisis management. He also said that the code of conduct was practical. He focused on, he spoke about confidence building measures, and of course, the deepening of maritime functional cooperation and economic cooperation. Then speaker 4 was Vice Admiral Koda. He spoke about the Japanese perspective. So he started his speech with how South China Sea is the key element of security. He spoke about South China Sea from the perspective of Chinese unilateral claims. He also spoke about territorial disputes and the free use of high seas. what I took from his talk was, he said that the South China Sea is for all. And he suggested that Japan, US, India aren't outsiders, which for me, being an Indian, was pretty interesting. Also, he said that the ASEAN must go with the code of conduct, which needs to be cooperative for all. So the other speakers have also spoken about this. Speaker 5, Professor Nangi, he basically spoke about an overall view of this session. And he spoke about bilateralism and non-legalism practiced by China in the South China Sea. And what I took from his talk was there was a need for a regionalistic way of governance. And what I figured out what he meant was there was a need to look at South China Sea from a more complex and a comprehensive way. And he also, I think, focused on international law. And he said that it's important to focus on international law rather than looking at the might is right, the Machiavellian way. So finally, what I learned from this session was, of course, as Mr. Grossman very clearly stated through his facts, that how China was obviously growing to become a stronger military and economic power. And we needed to find ways to either deal with that or to convince China to not engage in such activities. So my idea was that I realized that there was a need to look at dialogue, cooperation, and conflict is a two-way passage. Second, I would say code of conduct must be focused upon, especially by ASEAN. And ASEAN, of course, shouldn't be pressurized more so by China. And ASEAN must look at greater centrality and should be supported economically and develop the entire region. Crisis risk management for earthquake, tsunami, pandemic issues needed to be dealt with, and ASEAN could take forward that. Regional order should be based on rules-based order. And of course, ASEAN could take it forward as well. And the final point, which is rather a suggestion, since 3 speakers spoke about India, it would have been nice if we had somebody from India speak about the Indian perspective and India's take on the South China Sea. So I guess next time we could have somebody. So thank you on that.
Well, thank you. That was an excellent summary and reflection. I don't think I have anything to add in here. Great. That was really excellent, I have to say. Can we move on to the next presentation, Mr. Hung from Waseda University? Oh, you have a presentation.
Yes, I made this very quick presentation in the 30-minute span that I had after the conference. So yes, reflections and thoughts on session 2. My session is on 30 years after the Cold War. The central questions, two questions. Are we in a new Cold War? And how to prevent conflict from breaking out. So are we in the new Cold War? The general consensus by the speaker is that no, we are not in a new Cold War. They pointed to a lot of differences between the current situation and the competition between US and Soviet Union. But there was a little idea at the end of the session where the discussant talked about how the Cold War happened once. It is not yet a typology that we can classify competition of a period into whether or not it's a Cold War or not. But to compare the differences, we see that now with the China-US competition, we don't have the kind of homogeneous blocks that we witnessed in the Soviet, US-Soviet competition of the Cold War. That is when countries are grouped into different blocks and within that block, they share a common political, economic system. They have a common security threat. They even have geographical boundaries set by the blocks themselves, and they only have relationship within that block. And what is different now compared to then is we are witnessing the emergence of a multipolar war. This is a common point addressed by several speakers as well. With the advance of technology, and we are actually in a period where countries are more interconnected, we are witnessing more interdependence between countries. And it is actually the China-US competition is happening within the same system. And the competition is about which country has the dominant position. And to say that it's a multipolar world is not to say that there is no coalition of countries and there's no bloc. We actually have, from what the speaker says, we actually have two orders. The first one is the Sino-centric order established through the Belt and Road Initiative, and there is the Community of Common Destiny. And the second one is the US-led rules-based order, consisting of the Quad and AUKUS. However, the difference between having these orders is that the members of the order actually have different interpretation of the goals and the aims of the order, and they have different priorities. As one of the speakers actually said, Japan prioritized the Senkaku Islands dispute. Vietnam prioritized the South China Sea dispute. Each of them has a different security threat that they prioritize. And however, because of these priorities, some of the countries sharing this common interest in issues such as global governance, security, economic, and technology often group together. They form coalition by themselves. We see the CPTPP, we see RCEP, we see all kinds of coalitions and grouping of countries. And one country can be a member of the US-led rules-based order, but they can also join a trade pact with China, for example. So there's no set boundaries of, and there's no set membership of the order that we're talking about. And however, in these times, it doesn't mean that conflicts are not going to happen. Conflict can still arise from accidents. And even though one speaker said that China-US incidents are infrequent, it can still happen. So how can we prevent conflicts from happening? We have the roles of the middle powers. Some mentioned South Korea, some mentioned India, and some also mentioned the increasing role of Vietnam as well. And we have the roles of regional institutions with ASEAN at the central. The core to prevent conflicts is to increase the buffer role of these middlemen. And to do that, it is important to maintain unity as well as expanding cooperation, and not just military security, but also in economic, in climate change, in technological sharings, etc., etc. But it's also worth pointing out that all of the speakers actually pointed to the lack of effective crisis management and de-escalation mechanism. Mr. John Bradford, a discussant at the end of the session, actually said that even with existing mechanism, we still are witnessing incidents and accidents that can happen. So maybe not establishing new rules, but rather empowering what we have is perhaps a better choice. And I have some thoughts on the session. So to conclude, the session actually put a heavy emphasis on similarities and differences between current situation and the Cold War, with the conclusion that we are not actually in new Cold War. And they gave general recommendations on how to avoid conflicts, such as empowering middle powers, ensuring ASEAN centrality through maintaining unity. But one of the things that I find lackluster is perhaps there's no mention of specific actions, or mentioned very briefly and were not discussed at length. There was a presentation by Dr. Shushan Luo when she mentioned several concrete steps that ASEAN can take. However, there were no question raised for to discuss more on the actions. And speakers talk about de-escalation mechanism, but what factors allowing state to de-escalate? What factors force them to escalate the crisis? There were no concrete, there were no detailed specific analysis on those factors. I hope that there will be in the next conference. And also leaders talk about ensuring the unity of ASEAN. But ASEAN is already being carefully criticized for disunity. And we see early fragility of ASEAN in 2012, where we don't have a joint statement after the foreign minister meeting. So how to unity of ASEAN actually answer the questions of how to resolve the disunity first. And I don't think that any speakers actually talk about this. So those are some of my thoughts and the reflections on session 2.
Thank you, Mr. Hung. It's also a really excellent presentation of yours. Me personally, I have three questions, just food for thought after listening to your presentation. So my first question, it would be, like you said about we are having a Sino-centric order, and then on the second hand, we have a US-led rules-based order. So I wonder, so before all this, what kind of order do we have in Asia, or do we actually have an order in a security structure in Asia or not? So that's my first question. My second thought is that whether or not superpowers really allow middle countries to really have a voice in this reordering region, because you said that middle countries will have a voice. So I wonder whether or not the big powers will really allow that. And then the third question, the third thought that came up from my mind is that what should actually small countries in the region do? Because there's always a saying that we should not choose size, we should choose principles and interests instead. But would that really be feasible and doable? So those are actually my three concerns. I'm not asking you directly, but I'm just some food for thought. Right, excellent. So can we move on actually to the next presentation? That's from Miss Alisa Angie Taupan.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, you have the floor.
Good
Hi.
afternoon. Hello. So I am Alisa from the Philippines. So I'll be presenting to you my takeaways from the third session. So firstly, applying for this program, I had cleared my expectations and tried to eradicate my initial views and thoughts for the issue at hand. But today, I was once again revisited with my initial thoughts, but this time injected with brilliant and insightful inputs from our research speakers today. So I participated to speak for this session for the reason that I find the subject very interesting. For 5 years, since the time that the Tribunal Award was given to my country, the Philippines, I questioned why China was able to decline the decision of the Tribunal of Hague, which is a very powerful court and very much supported in the international world. So that's why I really wanted to deep dive on this session. So to start, I would be sharing my very significant key takeaways from these speakers, and then my personal feelings about that, something like that. I did not make a summary, I'm so sorry, but I just nitpicked the most significant parts that I think that's important to share. So let's start with my first speaker, which is Professor Jay from the University of the Philippines. So fun fact, University of the Philippines is actually my dream university, but it's difficult to get in because it's such a great university. So he shared the petroleum activities taking place in the EEZ zones of this ASEAN nations. And he also said that there's an increase of this activity. And to the point that it's crossing EEZs and also overlapping with other EEZ zones of these countries. But yes, those points are equally very significant to his discussion. But what really caught my ear as a listener and also a panelist of the session was his mention of the provision of the tribunal of having not just negotiations, but the meaningful ones, meaningful negotiations in which everyone that's involved or the stakeholders would have very equitable benefits. And I think that's very important, especially on the situations like the current issue on the South China Sea, right? So I think that's the main point that I really got from him. And then he was followed by the second speaker. I think another point to add from Professor Jay's discussion is that we should always remember that these people are not fighting for their power to the world, but rather they just want to fight for the rights of their people in their livelihoods. So I think it's very important that we negotiate about those things and not on the interest of just the political power, but also the rights of the people. And I think that was reiterated by Professor Jay. And then next is the second speaker, Dr. Lin. In Dr. Lin's presentation, I was once again refreshed of the idea of baselines, which I forgot because I just took that course when I was in first year college. And I think it was very important that he really discussed the baselines because it is what we consider as the boundaries of each countries from another countries, and what it is the division of the high seas and the economic zones, or the zones that we could touch or we could exploit with natural resources, right? And I think that's very important because that's the evidence of the Philippines that was put forward to the tribunal, right? So that I highly appreciated because once again, I got to understand where was the Philippines standing and where was this other nation standing and what are they fighting for. And then the following speakers really put into the table what happened with the SCS Tribunal Award. So